everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Hunter x Hunter Transmigrated with Character Extraction System. Chapter 321 to 367, HHES, Chapter 321 14-19 word sighing, he released the nen that was on his hand. There's no point in continuing to follow you. As expected of a genius of the monster level, I'm completely not your opponent. I have no interest in a target that I can never hunt. But you're still my subordinate. Hearing this, Hisoka threw over a card. Contact me anytime when you need me. You don't need me to follow you around normally, right? Master Loki. Judging from Loki's current situation, the Hunter Association wouldn't find trouble with Loki. In other words, they wouldn't find trouble with him either. Then there was no need for Hisoka to continue following Loki. Just as Hisoka turned around, planning to leave, Loki spoke. Go find Shizuku, and bring her to Greed Island. Hisoka looked at Loki with a puzzled look. What if that girl doesn't agree? She's a smart person. Tell her that if she doesn't come, I'll kill her and she'll agree. Hearing this, Hisoka smiled. Understood, Master Loki. Saying this, Hisoka also disappeared. Turning around, Loki looked at Jing. Just as he was planning to open his mouth, Cheadle was helped up by someone. Chairman, thank you for taking action. Hearing the two words chairman, all the hunters present were stunned. Even Jing himself was stunned. Not understanding what Cheadle was doing. Loki looked at Cheadle, who was somewhat seriously injured. What do you mean by calling me chairman just now? Cheadle blinked her eyes. You're already the chairman of the Hunter Association. She glanced at the hunters around her. The new chairman has been confirmed to be Loki. Does anyone object? Who would object at this time? That unyielding association building. If it hadn't been frozen by Loki, it would have collapsed long ago. Once this building collapsed, even if they defeated the enemy, the Hunter Association would lose face. And the two enemies who had defeated the association's hunters hadn't even lasted 5 minutes under Loki's hands. With such powerful strength, who would object at this time? Even Paris Tun didn't speak, choosing to default. Loki frowned. I don't want to be the chairman. But everyone supports you. I don't even want the identity of a hunter anymore. It doesn't matter, you can abandon the hunter's identity and choose to live in anonymity, but you're still the chairman. Cheadle was playing the rogue, seeming to want to put the title of chairman on Loki's head today no matter what. As for why Cheadle wanted to do this, it was inevitable. If she didn't think of a way to confirm Loki's identity as the chairman today, when would the next time the hunters gathered be? Loki was even less likely to show up for the chairman election. Now was the best opportunity, she had to use every means to make all the hunters recognize Loki's identity as the chairman. As for whether Loki himself agreed or not, Cheadle felt that there was no need to care at all. Anyway, she didn't expect Loki to be the chairman obediently. Loki looked at Cheadle, smiling coldly. Whatever you want. Jing, I have another way to save Gon. Before Cheadle had time to be happy that Loki had tacitly approved of his identity as the chairman, Loki's words made Jing and the others freeze. He had another way to save Gon. Originally, everyone thought that this matter had come to an end. Loki's fanciful behavior had ended. Jing had also returned to normal. But now, Loki's words made the Zodiacs feel a headache. It turned out that Loki hadn't given up on his completely impossible plan. Even the ordinary hunters had known before that Loki wanted to save his dead companion Gon. But this kind of thing, without even thinking about it, was completely impossible. Cheadle's expression instantly turned gloomy. Although she hadn't thought that Loki would seriously be the chairman, she had just confirmed his identity as the chairman, and he was running off to do this kind of unrealistic thing. It gave people the urge to vomit blood. Jing was stunned for a moment, looking at Loki's serious appearance. It didn't seem like he was joking. Had Loki really found a way after thinking hard all night? Before he could open his mouth, someone couldn't wait any longer. Serednich coldly smiled. This is our new chairman. As expected. A kid is still a kid. Although he's strong, he's still too unrealistic. Is it really okay for this kind of person to be the chairman? Originally, he thought that if he said this, someone would agree with him. But the hunters around him only had somewhat strange expressions, but didn't say anything. For Loki, the hunter's tolerance was very strong now. A genius with powerful strength and unlimited potential. He was already standing at the top of the world now, and if he was cultivated in the future, he would be the strongest chairman in hunter history. So now, considering Loki's age, the association's hunters were surprisingly tolerant of Loki. Finding that no one was speaking, Serednich's expression instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, Loki's gaze also swept towards him. Serednich felt as if he had suddenly come to the edge of a cliff. Behind him was a bottomless abyss. And in front of him was a huge mountain that was constantly pushing over. He could fall off the cliff at any time, shattering his bones. However, this kind of impression disappeared in an instant. Loki withdrew his gaze. It was a waste of time to argue with this kind of person. Loki turned his head and looked at Jing. Let's go. Jing was stunned for a moment, wanting to ask Loki what he was going to do, but it was clearly not appropriate now. It's better to leave with Loki first and then ask him. Saying this, Jing planned to leave with Loki. Just as the two were about to walk away, Cheadle stood out. Can't you not be so stubborn? Loki, do you really think it's possible to revive the dead? Turning his head and looking at Cheadle, why is it impossible? It was simply incomprehensible. Cheadle was helpless. For Loki, she had hoped that Loki would stay at the association for 2 days, so that she could think of a way to guide him onto the right path according to Chairman Netero's wishes. But it seemed that there was nothing that could restrain this guy. She couldn't reason with Loki. Cheadle looked at Jing. Are you also going to mess around with him? Jing smiled sheepishly. Even if there's only a little hope, I will never give up. Hearing Jing's words, Cheadle wanted to criticize him, but she had nothing to say. 2 idiots. Cheadle, whose brain was in a mess from being angry, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Loki turned his head. Is there anything else? Cheadle smiled. Let's make a bet. Cheadle's figure was a bit staggering, and she was steadied by the hunter beside her. Then she said, let's bet on whether you can save Gon. Why would I do such a boring? Ding dong. Loki's mouth twitched slightly. Raising his eyes again, he looked at Cheadle. Cheadle had originally thought that Loki wouldn't agree, but the tone of his voice suddenly changed and he agreed. After speaking, Loki planned to leave. And Cheadle, after being stunned for a moment, quickly said, don't you want to hear the conditions? If you lose, you have to accept the punishment. I can't possibly lose, so I don't want to hear the conditions. On the other hand, what will you do if you lose? Loki's confidence made Cheadle somewhat surprised, but this wasn't dealing with enemies. If you followed the Hunter Association's mission level division, reviving a dead person should be a +S level mission. Absolutely impossible to complete. However, Cheadle still opened her mouth and said the terms of the bet. 2 months. If you lose, you'll immediately return to the association and learn how to be the chairman from me. If you win, you don't need to worry about the chairman's work. Jing is the same. If Loki loses, you also have to stay at the Hunter Association and work obediently. Loki had thought it would be some interesting conditions, but it turned out to be just this. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 322, HHES. Chapter 322 1299 words. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, the core purpose wasn't to make some boring agreement with Cheadle. Cheadle smiled. Very confident. Can you tell me what you plan to do? What method are you going to use to revive Gon? Everyone was somewhat interested in this topic. The hunters were staring at Loki. However, Loki answered without hesitation. To revive Gon with the power of games, that's probably how to explain it. Hearing this word, Cheadle wished she could tie up Loki and Jing, and directly trap them in the association, so they wouldn't waste these 2 months. The other hunters also laughed. Although they didn't say it, they were all laughing in their hearts. As expected, a kid is still a kid. This kind of thinking really fits his age. After all, he's just a kid who hasn't grown up yet. Using games to revive a companion, what a genius idea. Not to mention the ordinary hunters, even the Zodiacs sighed helplessly. Even Jing was stunned. Revive Gon with games? Was Loki really crazy? Among everyone, only Paris-Tun stared at Jing, and then looked at Loki very seriously. Games, huh? He was inspired by the Greed Island made by Jing. However, while everyone was laughing, Loki and Jing had already left. When the two were about to disappear from view, Cheadle quickly asked, "How long can your ice last?" If the ice that had frozen the Hunter Association building melted, the entire building would probably collapse immediately. 1 month. After speaking, Loki and Jing completely disappeared. The hunters who were laughing suddenly stopped smiling. They all turned their heads and looked towards the association building. 1 month. This was the time limit. For the vast majority of hunters, it was simply unbelievable. If it was just pure Nen aura transformed into ice, it was impossible to last for a month. Unless a large amount of Nen remained within it, used to maintain the ice's form. Such a large building. Loki released the power of ice to freeze it. It was just a matter of an instant. In that instant, he had to release enough power to freeze the building so that it wouldn't collapse. At the same time, there was still extra Nen remaining within it, used to maintain the ice's form. This kind of power. Thinking about it carefully, you could feel the terror within it. Loki, who said he would revive his companion with games, could also bring people unparalleled shock at will. Such power is really reliable. But when it came to reliability, Loki would say things like using the power of games to revive the dead. It was very unreliable. But he's still a kid who's prone to flights of fancy. That's right. The new chairman is very strong, but he's still a kid who hasn't grown up yet. Listening to the hunters' discussions, Cheadle also didn't know what to say. In terms of talent and strength, Loki could be called the strongest chairman in history, and his talent was also like this. But in terms of reliability, Loki could also be called the most unreliable chairman in history. However, Loki's power, which was so strong that it left people speechless, had finally made the association's hunters accept this kid who hadn't come of age as the chairman. His strength was so strong to the point of Loki's level. Even people who had opinions about Loki had to consider the consequences of angering Loki. No matter what, the matter of the chairman had finally been settled. Next, Cheadle also had her own ideas about the news of Chairman Netero's death. She would probably announce it to the public like this. Chairman Netero has recovered, but the chairman is too old, and the association already has someone who can support it. Netero has chosen to live in anonymity alone. It could be considered as letting Chairman Netero live forever in the hunters' hearts. Another thing was to repair the association headquarters building. With Loki's power, the association had to properly reinforce it this time. They had to absolutely ensure that no matter what happened, the association headquarters would stand firm. What originally would have cost a huge sum of money to do, was now, because of Loki's ability, saving the association a large sum of money. Several days later, the recovered hunters returned to their lives and work. And the members of the Zodiacs had also healed their injuries. But because of the current chairman, Loki's willful constraints, the members of the Zodiacs still had no way to leave the association. They had to handle various matters at the association. Paris Tun, after Loki became the new chairman, gradually began to not make any noise anymore. And Cheadle, who was busy, Pariston's most of the power in the association quietly fell into Cheadle's hands. The news that the Hunter Association's chairman election day was invaded by strange NIN users, and even almost destroyed the association building, and the Hunters were all defeated, also quietly spread out. But fortunately in the end, Loki, who was the new chairman, resolved the two in an invincible posture, letting the association not lose face. Overall, the recent big events were the confirmation of the new chairman Loki, and the attack that happened on the day of the chairman election. And another relatively inconspicuous piece of news was that the login screen of Greed Island had changed. Like a version update, it was showing the upgrading interface, making the players who were waiting to re-enter Greed Island feel unbelievable. This was a game for NIN users. However, it could actually upgrade the game version. What was this operation? The answer to everything would be revealed 2 months later, the time displayed on the interface. On Greed Island, Jing looked at Loki. He had originally been very satisfied with this game that he and his friends had made, thinking that it was a perfect work. But until Loki joined and remade Greed Island, Jing understood. Their original game was perfect, it was true. But it was also very simple. Look at it now. The card book didn't have a limit on it, and the non-designated pockets had been expanded tenfold. What did this mean? This meant that even more players could enter Greed Island. And it directly increased tenfold. The designated pockets had also increased. 12 more cards that were even harder to obtain had been added. In the center of Greed Island was a floating elliptical giant building. Loki had completed it alone in just a few days. Such terrifying NIN simply made people feel unbelievable. This wasn't just a matter of strong or weak NIN, but also the ability to understand the use of NIN. In a few days, Loki had absorbed all of Jing's understanding of NIN, which he had cultivated for more than 10 years, into his own mind. Putting aside Loki's perverted power, just in terms of this terrifying learning ability alone, Jing had completely gone numb. He explained it once, and he saw it once. He understood. What else could he say? This kind of monstrous talent, Jing couldn't understand at all. To be precise, Jing could still understand a little. But the others couldn't. People like Hisoka, Shizuku, Razor, etc. were completely staring blankly at Jing and Loki. What one was explaining and doing wasn't something that normal people could think of. They couldn't understand it at all. One looked at it once, and after listening to the words that ordinary people couldn't understand at all, he actually said that he had learned it. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 323, HHES, Chapter 323. 1451 words. Hisoka, who was in charge of the transmutation category, looked up at the aerial fortress that was slowly being completed. In Loki's words, it was called the Temple. I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of game will be made in 2 months? Shizuku, who was in charge of the conjuration category, glanced at Hisoka. It's a pity, we can't play it ourselves. As producers, these people couldn't play the game. Razor also laughed on the side. Regarding this regret, he thought Shizuku was completely overthinking it. He would understand after staying on the island for a while. Hisoka, looking at the unfinished temple in the sky, said, I always feel that Loki isn't just simply making a game. Saying this, the others also put down what they were doing and looked at Hisoka. Hisoka lowered his head, looking at everyone. If we follow the levels set by Loki, the people who clear the game seem to become very strong. And if Loki's reward can really be realized, then what reward will the guy who clears the game ask for? Wealth, fame, and power probably weren't it. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became somewhat solemn. Time passed quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. And at this time, the Hunter Association's most important event of the year was being held. That was the Hunter exam. Originally, this year's Hunter exam shouldn't have been time yet. But they had experienced the Chimera Ant incident and the Kookaroo Mountain disaster incident one after another. Especially the latter. The Kookaroo Mountain disaster had been seen by ordinary people all over the world. The number of people who wanted to become hunters was unknown. After understanding the approximate number of people, Cheadle had no choice but to start the Hunter exam early. Because the number of people could be as high as tens of thousands. If they didn't arrange it in advance, the exam for so many people couldn't be arranged so casually. After going through the first and second rounds of elimination, 2/3 of the more than 10,000 examinees had been eliminated. More than 2,000 examinees were left, preparing for the third round of the exam next. Cheadle was sitting in the office, contacting the examiner for the third round of the exam. However, the other party didn't seem to be responding for a long time. If something went wrong at this time, it would be a great loss of face for the Hunter Association. What's more, with so many examinees, it was impossible to arrange a place to hold the exam at 0 hour. Please don't give me any problems. Cheadle paced anxiously in the office. Contacting the examiner for the third round of the exam again. Soon, the other party's phone was connected. What are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer the phone? Don't you know that the examinees will be sent to your venue tomorrow? Before Cheadle could finish speaking, the other party laughed. After saying a lot of words, Cheadle understood. The venue that the other party had prepared in advance had a problem, and it seemed that there was no way to conduct the third exam. After repeatedly asking if it was impossible to conduct the third exam, Cheadle could only hang up the phone helplessly. It would be too difficult for her to find a venue for the third exam at 0 hour now. At this time, Beans came in, giving Cheadle a document. Seeing Cheadle looking very troubled, Beans instinctively asked, "What's wrong?" Cheadle exhaled weakly. "It's the exam problem. This year's third exam needs to change to a new venue. The qualifiers for the second exam, there are more than 2,000 people, right? To arrange a new exam venue for so many people at 0 hour, this." Beans didn't need to think to know how difficult it would be. And finding a new examiner for the exam wasn't such an easy thing either. Cheadle got up, preparing to find Nov. Since Nov had joined the Zodiacs, although Nov was very pragmatic, his mind was very good, helping Cheadle solve a lot of troubles. Now Cheadle got along with him quite well. Coming to Nov's room, Nov, who was reading a book, glanced at Cheadle. The two talked very normally. And in Nov's room, the sound of talking was faintly heard. Cheadle frowned. "Is there someone here with you?" Nov nodded. Morel and his disciples, Knuckle and Cheadle was still very familiar with the three's names. "What are they doing inside?" Nov put down the book in his hand, thinking about what the three had looked like when they came in just now. It seems like they were holding a game console. A game console. They had come to the Hunter Association specifically to play games. Suddenly, Cheadle thought of Morel. She was troubled by reselecting the examiner for the third exam, and Morel was a very good candidate. Without thinking too much, Cheadle quickly got up and walked towards the door of the room. Pushing the door open, the three disciples were sitting around the computer. A black strange game console had been plugged in. There was a progress bar on it which was almost full. The sound of Cheadle coming in was very loud, but the three were completely unaffected. They were still staring intently at the computer screen. Knuckle crossed his arms. "Master, this game, is this the thing that Loki and Jing made in these 2 months?" Morel nodded. 3 days ago, Loki invited me to Greed Island to test it. This is a very good place, even for me, it's an excellent training ground. In Loki's words, if you can clear this game, then you will become the top nin user. Hearing the three words top nin user, Knuckle and Shoot both showed fighting spirit. After experiencing the chimera and incident, the two had a very clear understanding of their own power. They had originally thought that they were strong enough and wouldn't have any problems facing any unknown challenges. But after experiencing the chimera ant's baptism, they realized that their current power was still too insignificant. Since that's the case, then I must clear this game, Knuckle said, full of fighting spirit. And Shoot, who was on the side, although he wasn't as full of fighting spirit as Knuckle, was also full of energy. Morel smiled. It's not that simple to clear the game. Loki invited a lot of hunters to test it. This game is very famous in the hunter circle now. It's a game made by the chairman, and many hunters are challenging this game for this reason. Not only is the difficulty of the game very high, but even the opponents will be very strong. Cheadle, standing behind the three, suddenly remembered. It seemed that the 2 months were almost up. Counting the days, tomorrow was the promised deadline. Cheadle also knew about Greed Island. Suddenly, Cheadle thought of a problem. Wasn't she considering the venue for the third exam? Putting it on Greed Island should be a very good choice. And Cheadle was also going to take the opportunity to bring the kid chairman, who had been crazy for 2 months, and Jing, who wasn't doing his job properly, back to the Hunter Association headquarters to work properly. However, just as Cheadle was preparing to leave, Morel suddenly spoke. The reward for clearing the game is to have a wish granted. Knuckle and Shoot were stunned for a moment. Can any wish be granted? Shoot asked somewhat uncertainly. Morel nodded. Loki only said these things, he didn't say anything else. Hearing these words at this time, Cheadle stood motionless at the door. The players, looking at the changeable weather, felt an incomparably strong shock in their hearts. Can the game's creators even control the weather? Thunder and lightning, torrential rain, how did they do it? This kind of strange weather change was definitely not a normal phenomenon. However, this kind of changeable weather also allowed the old players to think of a lot of things. Some specific game props would definitely be accompanied by extremely bad weather. Wanting to get these props clearly wouldn't be so easy. The players were experiencing the baptism of all kinds of weather and climate changes. And on the temple, Hisoka and the others watched Jing walk out of the palace with a smiling face. Standing on the square. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day, Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 324, HHES, Chapter 324, 1378 words. Jing put his hands in his pockets. He looked down at the entire Greed Island. This is the truly perfect game. Jing was actually so happy, had the final content of the game succeeded. The others cast questioning glances at Jing. But Jing clearly didn't want to tell them. Just as Jing was planning to say something, the phone rang. Jing glanced at it. Calculating the time, it seemed that the time limit agreed with Loki was also approaching. So she was calling at this time. Jing answered the phone. Cheadle's voice immediately came through. After Cheadle's words of concern, Cheadle tactfully stated her purpose. Holding the third hunter exam on Greed Island. Jing didn't quite understand why Cheadle suddenly thought of this. Isn't your Greed Island not completely finished yet? The third exam needs to accept thousands of people, it's too difficult to find an exam venue at 0 hour, so. Hearing this, Jing understood. If he let others listen, they might not understand what Cheadle meant. But Jing understood. The association was repairing the headquarters building, and also holding the hunter exam, and this year there were a lot of examinees participating in the hunter exam. The association was probably also short of money. And Cheadle wanted to find a suitable place, but it was best if it didn't cost any money. And she could also come over and catch him and Loki back. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, this was exactly what Jing wanted. Greed Island now wasn't just a game for non-users. Even non-ability users could enter. This time, with Loki's help, Greed Island expanded the number of players. Did they only expect non-users to enter? Of course not. The Greed Island, which was now large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of players, couldn't possibly let all non-users play this game. Loki lowered the threshold. But not just anyone could enter. Ordinary players who could enter Greed Island still needed to undergo various tests. If they could successfully pass, there was probably an 80% chance that they had learned Nen. So Loki originally wanted to vigorously promote Greed Island, whether it was Nen users or ordinary people. They were all Loki and Jing's target audience. Thinking of this, Jing agreed in one breath. After settling the problem of the exam venue, Cheadle took the opportunity to ask Jing to be the examiner this time. Jing refused without hesitation, but was it useful? Cheadle had already recognized him. Jing glanced at Razor. Prepare, tomorrow's hunter exam will be held on Greed Island. Hearing this, Razor was stunned for a moment. Is there a place on Greed Island to hold the hunter exam? Hearing this, Jing smiled. Razor, the current Greed Island isn't the Greed Island it used to be. As the game's producer, you should be very clear about this. Hearing these words, Razor smiled sheepishly. Habitual thinking made him forget his special authority as the game's producer. This special authority gave them almost godlike power on this island. The sun gradually set. The old players gradually discovered more interesting things on Greed Island. The simplest thing to say. The monsters on the island seemed to have been strengthened. The battles were much stronger compared to before. If some people could still feel that this was the real world before, then now, if it was the first time entering Greed Island, they would definitely not think that they were in the real world. And as night gradually arrived, Greed Island at night turned into another scene. This year's examinees also received the news. The location of the third exam had changed. This news also caused discussions among the examinees. There were many new faces among the thousands of examinees, but there were also old faces. For example, Tonpa, the perennial failure. And Ponzu, that girl who controlled bees. The Amori brothers. And so on, these familiar faces. Tonpa was still surrounded by many new people. Tonpa, regarding this change in the exam venue, you should have some news, right? A newbie who had been tricked by Tonpa was diligently asking. Tonpa looked like he didn't need to worry. I heard it's just turned into an island, you don't need to worry. Regarding the island exam, I've experienced it many times, it's nothing more than teamwork, or a personal wilderness survival test. This kind of exam shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with. As expected, Mr. Tonpa's experience is rich. Tonpa, who was being praised, smiled, with a look of embarrassment. But in reality, he was thinking in his heart how to use this exam to eliminate these guys with decent qualifications. The examinees who were riding on the airship towards Greed Island were worried about the upcoming exam. However, suddenly, a person walked out of the brightly lit hall inside the airship, immediately causing many examinees to exclaim. One of the Zodiacs, Miss Cheadle, she's actually on this airship. Now the Hunter Association's reputation was greatly enhanced, and along with it, the Hunter Association's celebrities, internal organizations like the Zodiacs, were also known to ordinary people. Especially Cheadle, who was the acting chairman handling affairs, many examinees had seen her photo. Everyone looked at Cheadle walking through the hall. The examinees were very respectful. This was one of the top members of the Zodiacs among the pro-hunters of the Hunter Association. An elite among the hunters. I didn't expect that we could actually act together with such a big shot for this exam. That's right. This is one of the zodiacs. And also Miss Cheadle, who is the acting chairman handling the association's affairs. The examinees were very surprised. However, Tanpa felt somewhat surprised. Why would a member of the zodiacs appear on the ship? Before Tanpa could figure out what reason could make a member of the zodiacs be with them, these examinees, another person also walked through the hall. Nov, the last of the zodiacs, also silently walked through the hall. Two zodiac members appeared one after another. The examinees were boiling. However, even more surprising things were still to come. The appearance of the zodiacs made the examinees, who had originally seemed uneasy, become excited. For them, it was still an incomparably mysterious profession. They could only roughly know what kind of power the hunters possessed. The strongest hunters could even block natural disasters. However, how strong the other hunters were was an unknown concept. And as members of the zodiacs, the elites among all the hunters of the Hunter Association, they must also be terrifyingly strong. The examinees looked at Nov, who had walked past. Could it be that members of the zodiacs are responsible for supervising this exam? If that's the case, we must perform well. I heard that in one session of the hunter exam, wasn't there an examinee who was directly granted the qualification of a pro hunter? That's right. I heard about it too. Perform well in front of the zodiacs. If we're lucky, we might also be seen and valued. That's not certain. The zodiac's appearance made the examinees discuss enthusiastically. And Tanpa was also being asked. Tanpa, having participated in so many exams, you should also know that person who was granted the hunter qualification out of turn, right? Hearing this question, Tanpa suddenly remembered that guy in his memory that he didn't even dare to approach. I know him. But he's just a person with a little bit of good luck. There's nothing worth caring about. Hearing this, the examinees not only didn't feel disappointed, but instead felt that there was even more of a chance to be granted the qualification of a pro hunter out of turn. That would really be lucky. Many examinees with uneasy feelings got up early. They stood by the window, looking down below. Is this the sea? An endless sea? Are they going to send us to some isolated island? It seems so. Just as the examinees got up early to prepare, the loudspeaker inside the airship rang. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 325, HHES. Chapter 325 1195 words. So, examinees, gather on the deck of the airship. Cheadle's voice came. The examinees began to get up one after another. The examinees who arrived on the deck first, just opened the door of the airship. Walking out of the airship. The first sight they saw made these people completely stop in place. Standing by the railing of the airship, looking into the distance. What surprised these examinees was that these 10 people were all members of the zodiacs. Some people couldn't believe what they were seeing was real, rubbing their eyes. I didn't see it wrong, did I? The zodiacs actually gathered 10 people. Apart from Jing and Paris Tun, everyone else was there. Even Seridnich was among them. Seridnich turned his head, looking at the examinees. It seems that this year will be a bumper year. As one of the zodiacs, breaking away from the category of ordinary hunters, Seridnich was quite proud now. The examinees, seeing Seridnich, also widened their eyes. Exclamations came one after another. Seridnich enjoyed this kind of sound and these examinees' expressions. In a very good mood, Seridnich also joked with the examinees. The wind here is very strong, you all be careful. One of the zodiac members took the initiative to talk to them. The examinees felt very excited and excited. The others ignored Seridnich, who was being proud. Mizaistum looked ahead. It's almost here. Cheadle nodded. It should be here. But strangely, there was nothing on the sea. An endless sea, there were no islands at all. This phenomenon was too strange. Is there a problem with the route? Nobu couldn't help but begin to suspect that the route was wrong. However, his question was met with Cheadle's glare. Do you think the Hunter Association's airship would run to the wrong location? Hearing this, Nobu pursed his lips and stopped talking. The examinees were secretly listening to the Zodiac's conversation, not daring to interrupt at all. They were just a little strange. What was here? Wasn't it just a sea with nothing? Was the exam venue on the sea? How could they conduct the exam on the sea? A swimming test? The examinees were at a loss. Even the Zodiacs didn't know what the situation was now. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind blew. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. When they raised their heads and opened their eyes again, they found, in front of them, a huge floating building was right in front of them. And it was getting closer and closer. 1 second there was nothing, and the next second it suddenly appeared in front of them. This scene even stunned Cheadle and the others. However, the first thing they did after being surprised was to look back. Around the airship behind them, a certain light was actually being emitted. They seemed to have entered a special area. From the outside, it was absolutely impossible to see the situation inside. Cheadle's eyes trembled slightly. Is this the thing that Jing and Loki made in 2 months? An exclamation made Cheadle come back to her senses. An examinee was by the railing, pointing below and shouting loudly. Look, there's an island below. How could there be an island? Wasn't it an endless sea before? How did this island appear? Among the crowd, Tonpa swallowed his saliva. Is this the exam venue this time? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. He had participated in so many hunter exams. He had never been so shocked like today. Is this the power that the hunters possess? Tonpa was trembling, whether it was fear or excitement, he didn't know. The examinees carefully looked at the island below. A certain roar seemed to be faintly coming from below. At both ends of the island, huge ice mountains and huge fire mountains opposed each other. And the roar seemed to be coming from the 2 different peaks. When everyone was immersed in the terrifying roar, the sunlight was suddenly blocked by something. A terrifying storm crashed into the airship. The airship made a violent vibration. The examinees on the deck fell all over the place. The Zodiacs stood firmly, but Seridnich was somewhat staggering and almost fell. What is it? Cheadle looked up. A deafening roar suddenly erupted. The black figure that descended from the sky was frozen in front of them. A pair of huge wings, with sharp spikes. There were thick double horns on its head. A completely black body with a long tail. Cheadle gently moved her mouth, opening it. Silence. Only the sound of the airship's propellers turning was left. The sound of the giant cat flapping its wings. Any other sound had completely disappeared. Thousands of people stood there blankly, their eyes wide open, staring at the flying cat in the sky. That huge body was several times the size of the airship. There was no need to doubt. As long as it launched an attack, it could instantly tear this airship apart. The cat's breathing sound was very strong. A pair of huge eyes stared intently at the people on the ship. That mouth, which was making a low roar, was full of sharp fangs. Suddenly, an examinee fell backward, sitting on the ground. He looked up at the giant cat in front of him. What kind of monster is this? Seridnich swallowed his saliva, silently retreating backward. At the same time, Botobai walked to the front, blocking everyone else behind him. An irresistible order rang out. The examinees rushed towards the airship door behind them at the first time. What a joke, this kind of creature, doesn't it only exist in fairy tales? How could there really be such a creature? These examinees who had successfully passed the first two exams had originally felt proud of the power they possessed. However, seeing the giant cat, apart from fear and panic on their faces, they couldn't see anything else. Cheadle frowned tightly. Creatures that only appear in fairy tales, how could they appear in the real world? Unless... Suddenly, a flame appeared, violently devouring this black monster. In an instant, the black giant cat crashed towards the island below. The examinees who were planning to escape back to the airship looked back when they heard the commotion, just in time to see the scene of the previously incomparably terrifying black giant cat being shot down. Who defeated this monster? No one saw who had taken action. Suddenly, a scorching wind blew. Everyone felt as if they had instantly entered a sauna. Sweat poured out one after another. A griffin burning with flames appeared. Its size was much smaller than the cat just now, but no one would think that this monster's attack power would be weaker. They had originally thought that the black giant cat just now was terrifying. This monster burning with flames seemed to be telling them that the terrifying monsters on this island weren't just the cat. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 326, HHES. Chapter 326 1345 words. The griffin burning with flames turned its eyes, staring at the direction of the airship. Seeing the monster look over, the examinees panicked. What do we do? This guy seems even more terrifying than the lung just now. This airship definitely can't stop it. Are we going to die here? The Zodiacs are here, they're pro-hunters, they should have a way. Hearing these words, the Zodiac's expressions became somewhat gloomy. If they were on the ground, then no matter what kind of monster appeared, there would be nothing to fear. But in the air... Sorry, I forgot that you came in by airship. Suddenly, a voice came from the air. A black figure fell straight down. And the direction he was falling was just above the griffin's head. The speed of the fall plus gravity made him make a sound like a cannonball exploding the moment he landed on the griffin's head. However, even so, the griffin's figure only swayed slightly. Botobai and the others' hearts tightened. This kind of impact didn't have much of an effect on the griffin. If the attack was on its body, the effect would definitely not be too great either. The examinees saw someone falling from the sky, landing on the monster's head. That was a monster. He actually dared to jump on its head. Could it be that the person who had just fallen was the owner of this monster? Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently in that direction, hoping to see clearly what the person who had fallen from the sky looked like. He was actually able to subdue such a terrifying monster. The other party stood up, standing straight on the griffin's head. Cheadle looked at the person who came. The criminal hired by Jing, plus he had also participated in the Chimera and subjugation operation before. Cheadle and the other Zodiacs weren't unfamiliar with Razor either. Razor, sorry, I forgot that you came by airship, I didn't stop these little things in advance. Little things? The corners of the examinees' mouths twitched slightly. Calling such a huge monster a little thing. Was this the power of a strong hunter? It had to be said that Razor, standing on the griffin's head and squinting his eyes, looked very strong no matter how you looked at it. After listening to Razor's words, the Zodiacs also became somewhat interested in the Greed Island that Loki and Jing had created together. That kind of monster wasn't something that you could just make if you wanted to. Cheadle looked at Razor. Where is the exam venue? And where's Jing? Razor raised his finger, pointing above. Everyone followed Razor's finger, looking up at the sky. That huge elliptical building floating in the sky above Greed Island was emitting a certain strange light. It's up there, Razor said. It's up there. Cheadle was stunned for a moment. Jing had actually arranged the exam venue in such a high building. But it was also good. Cheadle was also very curious about what was inside this building floating in midair. All right, let's go up then. Cheadle picked up the communicator, notifying the captain to continue increasing altitude. Razor suddenly spoke. He raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Shwa shwa. A huge black lung came crashing down from the sky. It gently grabbed the airship with its feet, then flapping its wings, preparing to increase altitude. Razor asked with a smile, "Are you ready?" The examinees on the ship nodded instinctively. The sudden upward force made all the examinees almost instantly unable to stand, directly fall on the ground. Even Cheadle and the others staggered. This speed. Can this creature's flight speed exceed the speed of sound? Kanzai, holding the railing, was stunned by the suddenly erupting speed. Dragging such a huge airship and still being able to maintain this upward speed. It was conceivable how fast this monster would be when flying alone. The speed of ascent made it completely impossible to stand up. But it didn't last too long. It was only a matter of a few minutes. The commotion gradually subsided. When the examinees slowly stood up from the deck, raising their heads and looking around, they were shocked to discover they had come to a huge aerial platform. The airship had steadily stopped on this platform. The thin air at high altitude even made some of the examinees feel very uncomfortable. When everyone was still drowsy, the zodiacs had already jumped down. Judging from the thinness of the air, the altitude here was probably only more than 5,000 meters. It wasn't particularly high. But what was shocking was that to make such a huge building float in the air, how much enormousness was needed. Razor's figure also descended from the sky, landing on the platform below. He looked at the zodiacs. This is the venue that Mr. Jing prepared for the examinees for the exam. Raising his hand, he pointed to the empty platform around them. The venue was indeed spacious enough, but what were they going to test? Razor glanced at the examinees on the deck of the airship. If you can't adapt to this altitude in 5 minutes, then you'll be eliminated. Cheadle nodded at this method. It could also be considered a test. If they couldn't adapt to the sudden change in air pressure, it would also mean that their most basic physical fitness wasn't up to par. Turning her head, Cheadle announced this rule to the examinees. The examinees who were still gasping for air on the deck were stunned. They only had 5 minutes to adapt. That was too short. They had increased from their normal altitude to this altitude, but they had only experienced about 10 minutes. In such a short period of time, the altitude had changed drastically. However, the adaptation time was only 5 minutes. Even Tonpa, who had experienced hundreds of exams, felt weak in his limbs, nauseous and wanting to vomit, and even unable to breathe. He didn't know if he could adapt to the drastic changes in air pressure within 5 minutes. However, in the end, more than 370 people were unable to stand up, and even showed strong altitude sickness. They needed to be sent for treatment immediately. The airship set off again, landing on Greed Island. These people were considered to have been eliminated. Before the exam had even started, so many people had been eliminated. The examinees' moods were complicated. It was hard to imagine how terrible the test they would face next would be. Cheadle glanced at the examinees. Razor, where's Loki? Isn't he coming out yet? Razor smiled. Jing couldn't think of any exam methods at all, so. In the end, Mr. Jing persuaded Master Loki to host this exam. Cheadle was somewhat surprised. How did Jing persuade Loki? She hadn't even thought of targeting Loki. How did Jing do it? However, the actual situation was just that Jing had casually mentioned it in front of Loki. Then a certain wonderful voice rang out, and Loki had let Jing hand over the hunter exam to him. Razor pointed to the palace on the side. Jing is inside, you can go see him, leave these examinees to me. letting Loki lead the third exam. In Cheadle's view, it was these examinees' luck and of course their misfortune. But Cheadle didn't say much, and went straight to find Jing. The main purpose of her bringing the other Zodiacs here was to bring back the chairman Loki, and the two idiots, Jing, back to the association. As for the exam, it was just a side trip. Cheadle and the Zodiac's departure made the examinees feel somewhat inexplicably worried. Razor stood in front of everyone, and began to speak loudly. Welcome to Greed Island. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 327, HHES. Chapter 327-14, 03 words, I'm one of the producers of this game. This kind of self-introduction made the examinees somewhat unable to understand. Producer? What does that mean? Razor also answered the examinees' questions casually. The two little things you saw just now are part of the content of this game called Greed Island. They're not real creatures but fake creatures. Razor's answer was not important, but his answer simply shattered the examinees' understanding of the world. They were clearly living monsters, but you actually said they were fake. What a joke. Are you saying that everything we saw just now was fake? No, no, no. Razor shook his head. I think you misunderstood what I meant. What you saw was real, but they weren't naturally born in this world but were created by us. Razor's voice fell. The examinees stared at Razor with wide mouths and wide eyes. Their expressions seemed to be saying, are you kidding me? That kind of terrifying creature was actually created by someone. Could hunters even do this kind of thing? I know you won't believe it. Then look at this. Saying this, Razor raised his hand and swiped. Mysterious symbols emitting light appeared out of thin air in front of him. Razor raised his hand and swiped, casually clicking on a symbol that looked like a button. The light flashed. Colorful light appeared. A flame griffin that they had seen before appeared in front of them. The appearance of the griffin made the examinees retreat involuntarily. Razor put his hand on the griffin's head, gently patting it. It really exists, but it's also a fake creature. The damage it causes is very real. Then the griffin spat out a mouthful of flames, violently smashing into the ground. The ground shook slightly. The shockwave of the flame explosion surged over. The examinees slowly closed their open mouths and swallowed their saliva. It's really something that was created. Today, for all the examinees present, it was as if they had opened the door to a new world. They wouldn't have dreamed that one day they would see this kind of thing with their own eyes. Razor waved his hand, and the griffin disappeared. He opened his arms. So regardless of whether you pass the exam or not, Greed Island welcomes you to clear the game at any time. The examinees looked at Razor. This is a pro hunter. What they're doing is completely beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. How should I say it? Jing scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it in words. He thought about it, organizing his language. Loki's method is probably to use himself as a reference, and then use pure spirit to test whether these examinees are qualified. After speaking, Jing nodded. That's probably how it is. Cheadle was stunned. Nobu and the others behind her were also speechless. What kind of bullshit testing method was this? Could it work? Using his own spirit to test whether the examinees were qualified. How would he test it? Would he simply scare them with his aura? What could you test out with this? Was it useful? Looking at Cheadle's gradually changing expression, Jing knew that she was about to explode. Don't worry, I'm telling the truth, Loki's method is really effective, I've tried it. You've tried it? Cheadle endured the urge to beat Jing up. What's the use of you trying it? You're not a normal person at all. As expected, handing this kind of thing over to you guys will definitely mess it up. Cheadle looked back at the others. Prepare, let's think of a new exam plan. Turning her head to Jing again. After the hunter exam is over, you and Loki will also follow me back to the association. Cheadle, you still have the nerve to ask why. Don't tell me you and Loki want to break the agreement. Hearing this, the corners of Jing's mouth rose slightly. I don't have any plans to do that, but on the contrary, does Cheadle want to not abide by the agreement? What do you mean? Cheadle stared at Jing. Jing smiled. You'll know soon. Raising his hand, a light screen appeared in front of Jing. Take a look at this. It won't disappoint you. Jing's method made everyone feel their eyes light up. Summoning a light screen out of thin air, how was this done? But now was clearly not the time to ask about this. Everyone's eyes shifted to the light screen. What was displayed on it was actually the scene of the hunter exam. Thousands of examinees were standing in the center of a huge arena. A dark mass of people. This was already the third exam, and there were still so many examinees. It was enough to prove that the Hunter Association was becoming more and more prosperous. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many excellent people coming to participate in the Hunter exam. This year, it seems that it will be a bumper year again. Serednich smiled, planning in his heart how to win over the new people who could qualify this year. A bumper year. Hearing these words, Jing shook his head instead. Cheadle looked at him. You don't think this year will be a bumper year? If Loki didn't lead the exam, it might be a bumper year, but the examiner for this exam is our chairman. Jing knew very well that to enter Loki's eyes, their talent and qualifications had to be at the genius level. Because he himself was an extremely perverted genius, so for Loki, people with ordinary qualifications were equal to trash. Genius was equal to ordinary people. Super genius was equal to having a little qualification. A perverted monster could be called a genius. If Loki used this evaluation standard to conduct the test, then it was conceivable that the number of people who passed would definitely not be many. But similarly, once they could pass Loki's exam, then these people would definitely not be weak. Under Jing's reminder, the members of the Zodiacs also understood. Their own chairman's perverted talent, in Loki's eyes, even the geniuses that they thought were geniuses might just be ordinary people. Thinking of this, everyone felt a headache. Cheadle sighed. It's okay, let's just treat this exam as a special exam, we'll prepare a normal exam again. But what about the people who passed this exam? Mizaistum asked. It doesn't matter, let's just count them as passing. Cheadle's expression was very firm. In short, we've finally ushered in the prosperity of the Hunter Association, we can't let our kid chairman ruin it like this. A voice came from the light screen. The door on the other side of the arena opened. Light shone in. A black shadow stood in the light. Everyone couldn't see his appearance clearly. They could only roughly see the outline of his body. Judging from his appearance, he wasn't tall. And he seemed to be a little thin. But he was wearing a wide robe, wrapping his entire body. Choosing the arena as the location for the exam, Cheadle had a bad feeling. Jing crossed his arms, looking at the scene on the light screen. Don't worry, it's not what you think. He knew what Cheadle was worried about. It was nothing more than worrying that Loki would directly take action and conduct a combat test. But with Loki's strength, would he be willing to take action against these examinees who hadn't even passed the test? He had said that he would just simply use an ability similar to Spirit to test these examinees. At this moment, all the examinees were staring blankly at Loki. Loki stepped in. The door behind him slowly closed. When the door closed, the dazzling light also disappeared. Loki's figure finally appeared clearly in everyone's sight. However, after seeing Loki's appearance clearly, the examinees' expressions were somewhat strange. The examinee at the front looked at Loki. Is this the examiner for our exam this time? Is he a hunter? The examinees whispered. The examinee beside Tanpa asked him. Tanpa, is he also a hunter? Can a kid become a pro hunter? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 328, HHES. Chapter 328 1432 words in the past. After he asked, Tanpa would always answer him very enthusiastically. But this time, Tanpa didn't make a sound for a long time. When he and the surrounding examinees turned their heads, they realized that Tanpa was actually staring blankly ahead. Tanpa, what's wrong? These examinees had never seen Tanpa look so surprised. In the previous exams, no matter how difficult the tests were, Tanpa always looked very relaxed, giving people the feeling that he was very strong. Facing countless extremely difficult tests, Tanpa, who didn't change his expression, was actually so surprised just seeing this kid in front of him. Was the other party's background very big? I'm the examiner for your third exam. Just as Loki was speaking, Tanpa came back to his senses. I didn't expect it to be him. Tanpa, do you know him? Hearing this question, Tanpa turned his head, looking at the idiot who had asked the question. This kid is the only lucky guy in the past hunter exams, who was granted qualification by the previous chairman before he had finished participating in all the exams. The surrounding examinees took a deep breath. The only lucky person in the past hunter exams was actually the examiner this time, becoming a hunter at a young age. And he was a hunter who was selected out of turn by the previous chairman. This kind of honor wasn't something that everyone could ask for. Tanpa's information made the examinees somewhat envious of Loki. He had actually become a hunter so luckily. He didn't even need to continue the exam. Loki's lucky encounter made the examinees, who didn't think Loki was very strong in the first place, underestimate him even more. After Loki had just finished saying his name, an examinee stood up, provoking Loki. Are you a hunter? Looking at this examinee who looked fierce and evil, Loki nodded. Yes, is there a problem? He swung his arms. A kid like you is actually a hunter, humph. You're just a lucky kid, and you're actually the examiner for this exam. This examinee's angry appearance was as if he couldn't help but want to tear Loki apart alive. Are you worthy of being this big lord's examiner? Looking at your appearance, I can tear you apart with just one hand. This arrogant examinee made Cheetle almost unable to continue watching. She turned her head, glancing at Jing. Please go, stop Loki, don't let him beat the examinee to death. Hearing this, Jing was somewhat surprised. Was Cheetle so indulgent towards Loki? It seemed that in the recent 2 months, Cheetle's view of Loki had changed a lot again. She could actually say this kind of thing. What did she mean by not letting Loki beat the examinee to death? Did it mean that as long as he didn't beat him to death, it was fine? Was Cheetle so violent? Jing looked at Cheetle strangely. Don't worry. As long as he still has a breath, I can instantly restore him, of course, only for injuries sustained within Greed Island. However, for this kind of little guy, Loki probably doesn't even have the interest to take action. After speaking in the scene, Loki looked at the examinee faintly. I can tear you apart with one hand. If you can do it, I'll directly let you not participate in the subsequent exams and obtain a hunter license. The examinee's face stiffened, and then he laughed wildly. That's too interesting. Who do you think you are? Are you the chairman of the Hunter Association? To actually say that you'll directly let me obtain a hunter license, kid, you're just a little lucky, becoming a hunter. Do you have this kind of power? The other examinees were also secretly laughing along. Although they weren't as bold as this examinee, directly provoking the examiner, judging only from his appearance. The feeling that Loki gave people didn't even touch the word strong. Even if he was a hunter, he should just be a very weak hunter. The examinees also knew that pro hunters were very strong, but not every pro hunter was very strong, right? Hunters like Loki who were short and thin clearly belonged to the category of not being strong. Indeed, if I directly let you obtain a hunter license, I'll be annoyed to death by Cheadle. Loki thought about it. Then let's change it. As long as you can touch me, you can skip the next exam and directly enter the final 5th exam. How about it? The examinee, who was laughing heartily, stopped smiling. He looked up at Loki. The gaze with a strong meaning of contempt in Loki's eyes made him very unhappy. He was just a stinky kid. He was actually so arrogant. He had only become a hunter by luck. He had gone through so many difficulties to get to where he was now, passing through difficult tests. Why was a kid who had become a hunter by luck so contemptuous of himself? Just because he was a hunter. Even if he was a hunter, so what? Kid, if I take action against you, will I lose the qualification for the hunter exam? Very good. That's enough. This fierce and evil examinee suddenly clenched his fist, looking at Loki. I don't need to skip the next exam, as long as I don't lose the qualification for the hunter exam, then I have no scruples. Suddenly, his legs stomped hard. Like a giant bear, he pounced towards Loki in front of him. The distance between the two was only about 20 meters. In almost the blink of an eye, this guy was about to rush in front of Loki. That huge fist was tightly clenched, aiming at Loki's head. It was about to punch out soon. However, Loki just nodded slightly. Commendable courage. At the moment of about to take action, he heard Loki's words. He used even more force on his hand, without any reservation. You're also worthy of evaluating this big lord. The examinees wanted to stop him. Beating the examiner might implicate them. But it was clearly too late. Several examinees with good skills suddenly scurry out of the crowd, chasing after that person's figure, trying their best to stop him before he hit Loki. Everyone watched nervously. Their breathing stopped. They hadn't expected that this guy would actually dare to take action against the examiner. An absolute madman. And what made the examinees even more speechless was that Loki seemed to be frightened silly. He didn't have any dodging movements at all. He hadn't even moved his gaze to that person. It seemed that he couldn't keep up with this guy's speed at all. This kind of kid was actually a hunter. If he hits him, this kid will die, right? This bastard, he's the examiner. If he beats the examiner to death, won't it implicate us? Loki didn't seem to hear the examinee's worries at all. The fist was gradually enlarging in front of Loki. The other party roared crazily. Go to hell. Lucky kid, a hunter like you isn't worthy. An invisible fluctuation erupted from Loki's body. Everyone felt a cool breeze blow past their sides. In an instant, the guy who had been roaring crazily before instantly lost consciousness. He fell down, directly fainting in front of Loki. The several examinees who had come to stop him suddenly stopped. The wind was blowing, raising Loki's white cloak. Still 1 meter away. This examinee had touched the corner of Loki's clothes. He fainted, he suddenly fainted. What's going on? Staring at the examinee lying on the ground, unconscious. Everyone stood there quietly. The air seemed to condense and become incomparably heavy. Looking at the guy who had fainted on the ground, everyone silently swallowed their saliva. Their wide eyes were staring intently at Loki. They didn't understand. They didn't understand. Why had a guy who had been incomparably irritable just now suddenly fainted? Could it be that the examiner had taken action? But they hadn't seen Loki make any movements at all. No matter how fast the speed was, it couldn't be so fast that there was no reaction at all. and then knock someone unconscious and return to the original place, right? The examinees looked at each other. Did he do something? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 329, HHES, Chapter 329 1487 words. No, I didn't see him make any movements at all. No movements. The guy lying on the ground couldn't have fainted for no reason, right? This bizarre situation made the examinees involuntarily feel afraid. As expected. None of the pro-hunters were easy to deal with. The kid in front of them who looked thin and not strong was definitely not weak. Not to mention that the examinees didn't see any of Loki's movements. Even the Zodiacs, who were paying attention to this exam, didn't see any of Loki's movements either. He didn't even release any aura. And that the idiot who had taken action had just fallen down inexplicably. It was completely unbelievable. Cheadle asked Jing, "What did he do?" "Jing, didn't I just tell you? I think he probably scared that examinee unconscious with his spirit." These words sounded completely like nonsense. Was he saying that Loki had released some kind of aura, and had directly scared the person unconscious? What a joke. Aura did have a certain suppressive effect. But it was impossible to scare someone unconscious with just aura. Especially when the other party had already ignited their fighting spirit. What could aura do? Cheadle looked at Jing's serious face. It didn't seem like he was lying. But even though he wasn't lying, the explanation he gave was too far-fetched. There was no choice, they could only continue watching, trying to see if they could see anything. Inside the arena, Loki raised the corners of his mouth, nodding. Not bad, his spirit is very strong, and his strength barely meets the standard, but it's a pity that his talent is too poor. After speaking, Loki raised his head, looking at the other examinees. All the examinees didn't move. Silently looking at him. The color of fear on their faces hadn't faded. Being stared at by Loki's gaze made them feel extremely nervous. If they accepted his exam in this state, it was likely that no one would pass. He should still give them some time to recover first. It was best to give them some encouraging news. Loki raised his foot, taking a step. Although this idiot is pitifully weak, he said one thing correctly. Everyone looked at Loki, facing each other. That idiot who had fainted was at the top of the rankings in the previous exams. His strength was considered very strong among this group of examinees. However, Loki actually said that he was pitifully weak. The examinees were now powerless to refute. Loki, who had instantly killed the other party with a mysterious method, could indeed say this kind of thing. After all, he was strong to the point that people couldn't understand. "I am indeed the chairman of the Hunter Association." "Whatever you say is right. Who told you to be the examiner?" "You can't underestimate any pro-hunter. Even this kid." Just as the examinees were saying this in their hearts, they suddenly felt that they had just heard some incredible news. The examinees raised their heads, looking at Loki. "Loki, I am indeed the chairman of the Hunter Association." Time seemed to stop. One examinee after another, their faces suddenly paused, and then their mouths opened extremely exaggeratedly, staring at Loki with wide eyes. Almost everyone said this sentence in unison. These examinees still maintained this expression. Until someone reacted, smiling sheepishly. "Are you joking? Loki, do you think anyone would dare to joke about the chairman? Who in the entire Hunter Association would dare to joke about the chairman's affairs?" And it was still impersonating the chairman, which was clearly a very serious matter. In other words, the kid in front of them was really the chairman of the Hunter Association. "Tonpa, is he really the chairman?" Someone asked Tonpa. Tonpa was also stunned. He knew Loki, it was true, but he didn't know when Loki had become the chairman of the Hunter Association. It had only been how long since Loki became a hunter? 2 years. He had become the new chairman of the Hunter Association. This speed was too fast. Tonpa looked at the examinees around him who were asking him. Sorry, I don't know. I'm not a hunter, how would I know who the chairman is? No one could confirm whether the Loki in front of them was the chairman or not. But there was an 80% chance that it was true. The legendary chairman of the Hunter Association was actually such a kid. This was too incredible. Would the other hunters actually agree to let such a kid lead the entire Hunter Association? What a joke. Whether these examinees believed it or not, Loki had already made these examinees regain their senses. Then let's start the exam. Loki raised his hand. His index finger lightly touched the air. Hua hua hua. Nin aura was like silk, floating into the distance. A line of ice froze on the ground 10 meters away from Loki. My exam is very simple. Walking to that location will be considered passing the exam. If anyone can come to my side, I can exceptionally give you a hunter license directly. All the examinees were still staring blankly. A line of frost suddenly appeared on the ground. How could frost suddenly appear on such a sunny day? However, before they could even think about this question, Loki's second half of the sentence directly made the examinees boil. Directly obtain a hunter license. Wasn't this the purpose of their participation in the exam? Now this opportunity was placed in front of them. And the requirement was actually just to walk to Loki's side. Even the requirement for passing was just to walk into that line of ice. Such a simple exam. It felt like they were giving away hunter licenses for free. Now all the examinees were very willing to believe that Loki was the chairman. Only in this way could they easily obtain a hunter license. The examinees were boiling. However, Cheetle was depressed. She was roaring at Jing at this moment. What kind of bullshit exam method is this, just walking over? Is he going to wholesale hunter licenses? Jing helplessly wiped the saliva off his face. No, we have to stop him, we can't let him mess around like this. As Cheetle spoke, Mizaestum raised his finger, pointing at the light screen. I'm afraid it's too late. Cheetle turned her head, looking at the light screen. Had begun. It was too late to stop it now. Could she go and tell the examinees that they had made a mistake, that Loki wasn't the examiner? If that was the case, the Hunter Association couldn't afford to lose this face. They would rather wholesale hunter licenses to all the examinees here than say that the Hunter Association had made a mistake. Great, this year is indeed a bumper year. Serednich laughed loudly. However, when he laughed heartily, the other members of the Zodiacs all silently turned their heads, staring at him fiercely. Feeling 10 different gazes, Serednich's smile gradually became stiff. Slowly putting away his smile. If he continued to laugh at Loki, he was afraid that he would be beaten up by the other members of the Zodiacs. Although he was laughing at Loki, Loki was the chairman. Putting away his smile, Serednich was still sneering in his heart. I'll see how you, this kid, will clean up this mess. What means does Cheetle have to clean up after him? The Zodiac's expressions were ugly, not just because the clown Serednich was laughing at Loki at this time, but because the examinees were all saying, the simplest exam in history. We're so lucky, we actually encountered such a simple exam. Just walking into the ice is considered passing, this is too simple. Isn't it good that it's simple? The examinees seemed to have forgotten the examinee, who had fallen in front of Loki. If you wanted to talk about the person who understood Loki the most, there was only one. That was Ponzu. Ponzu had met Loki when she and Pakal were together. She had acted with Loki for a period of time. During that time, she had clearly seen the power that Loki possessed. How terrifying and perverted it was. And now so much time had passed, in Pakal's words, that person is a monster, his talent is more terrifying than anyone else in the world. The Loki from back then was already terribly strong, the Loki now was probably even more powerful. Ponzu was very nervous, but the surrounding examinees had a look of rejoicing, making her finally unable to hold back. Do you really think things are that simple? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 330, HHES. Chapter 330 1344 words. Ponzu's sudden words made the examinees, who were excited, turn their heads to look at her. Little girl, what are you talking about? Facing the examinees who looked somewhat unapproachable, Ponzu didn't show any fear, raising her head and looking at him. You don't understand at all. Only those who had personally experienced Loki's power, which was so strong that it made people despair, would understand. This kid, who didn't look big in front of them, what kind of terrifying power was actually hidden in his thin body? The surrounding examinees looked at Ponzu, who seemed to know a lot, feeling somewhat uneasy. The power of the person in front of you is something that you will never be able to understand, Ponzu said, raising her head. The other examinees smiled at each other after hearing these words. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? They still couldn't understand. I don't have time to listen to you, little girl, talking nonsense here. I'm going to pass the exam first. Saying this, an examinee turned around, looking in Loki's direction. As long as I step into that ice, I'll be considered to have passed, right? The examinees' positions were only 10 meters away from the ice that Loki had released. With this kind of distance, and with no traps on the ground, how difficult would it be to walk over? Even if this examiner had some strange methods, as long as they were prepared, they believed it wouldn't be too difficult. This was this examinee's guess. He looked at Loki, lightly taking a step. Loki still didn't make any movements. He frowned, taking a second step. Carefully observing Loki's body, there might be some weapons hidden under that wide white cloak. So this examinee was especially careful. However, when he took the 5th step, watching as he was about to walk past half the distance, Loki still didn't move. Just as he was concentrating on staring at Loki, several examinees behind him generously surpassed him, walking towards the front. What's there to be afraid of? It's just walking to that location. This kind of exam has no meaning at all. That's right. Even if he has some weapons or means of attack, as long as we walk over together, he can't possibly hit everyone at the same time. So there's no need to be so careful at all. These dozen or so examinees were smiling. What they said seemed to make a lot of sense. Nearly half of the examinees, more than 1,000 people, all moved. They raised their feet, walking towards Loki's direction, looking very leisurely, not realizing the danger at all. Ponzu looked at Loki. Based on her understanding of Loki, she believed that Loki couldn't possibly let people pass the test so easily. An extremely uneasy feeling surged up. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from Loki's body, like invisible fluctuations, spreading out fiercely. The ground was windless, but suddenly, streaks of dust were stirred up. The 1,000 or so people who were coming towards Loki were all shrouded in it. In an instant, one examinee after another fell to the ground. Dong 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 dong. The examinees, who had been talking eloquently just now, not a single one could still stand. They had all fainted. These 1,000 or so people were all wiped out in an instant. The examinees who hadn't started to act yet stood in place, looking at the examinees who had fallen into a pile. This strange situation had actually happened again. Loki clearly hadn't done anything. But these people had fainted for no reason. And it was the kind that instantly lost all combat power. Tonpa stared blankly at the crowd of people who had fallen into a pile. It was good that he hadn't acted rashly just now. If he had moved just now, he would definitely be the same as these people in front. He would have been resolved in an instant. Even if it was just one person, he had resolved more than 1,000 people in an instant. This kind of power was too amazing. Ponzu's body was trembling slightly. This is the one who resolved the chimera ants. The one who fought against natural disasters. The power of the current chairman of the Hunter Association. I'm sorry, the power came on after 2 o'clock, sigh. I owe 4 chapters, I'll make them up within 3 days. At present, the arena seemed very quiet. The only thing that could be heard was the examinee's nervous breathing. Who could have thought that Loki would resolve more than 1,000 people in an instant? And he didn't make any movements. It definitely wasn't launching some kind of terrifying attack. He was just standing there quietly. The examinees felt extremely horrified. And Cheadle and the others, who were watching this scene, also felt extremely strange. Cheadle, what did Loki do? Misaestum, could it be that he really resolved so many examinees in an instant with just his spirit? Kanzai, impossible, how could there be this kind of power? As the few people were speaking, Jing suddenly opened his mouth. Saying that it's impossible is too assertive. Jing looked at Kanzai. Loki said that this ability seems to be called Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Everyone said in unison. Their gazes were all locked on Jing's face. Hoping that Jing would continue to explain. Jing didn't beat around the bush, slowly saying, Conqueror's Haki is a super strong ability that only 1 in a million people possess. The qualifications that only a king possesses. This ability can't be trained to be enhanced, it's the user's spirit, only when the user themselves becomes stronger will it become stronger. After listening to the introduction, Cheadle was somewhat surprised. The qualifications of a king standing above millions of people, Conqueror's Haki, did Loki discover this ability? I think so. He really is a monster-level genius, the cultivation of this ability has nothing to do with Nen, right? You can understand it that way. Cheadle looked at Jing. Do you have this kind of qualification, Jing? Jing smiled faintly. Whether I have it or not doesn't matter anymore, I don't care either. In reality, Jing was thinking in his heart, looking at Loki on the screen. Probably only someone like Loki would possess this kind of ability. I'm a qualified hunter, but I'm not a king. The Zodiacs all seemed very interested in the Conqueror's Haki that Jing had spoken of. Jing looked at them, lowering their heads to think. If you want to learn it, just ask Loki to teach you, wouldn't that be good? Hearing this, the others raised their heads, looking at Jing. Their gazes seemed to be asking, would Loki agree? However, before they could even ask, Jing started speaking. Loki has put his magical body technique cultivation method in a certain level on Greed Island. I think if you ask him for guidance, he won't hesitate to teach you. Magical body technique, are you talking about? Jing looked at Kanzai. The 6 styles, which are the 6 styles that Loki used when he attacked the Hunter Association. Isn't that his Nen ability? Botobai was somewhat surprised. He had always thought that the technique that Loki had used back then was Loki's unique Nen ability. Jing shook his head. Of course, I also thought so at the beginning, but I only understood after learning about the cultivation method. He looked at Loki on the light screen. The hardships that need to be paid to successfully cultivate the 6 styles are no less than learning Nen. But after learning it, the rewards are also huge. Jing looked at everyone. Shave, Iron Body, Finger Pistol, Paper Art, Tempest Kick, Moonwalk, these 6 styles integrate attack, defense, close combat, long-range attack, and movement methods into one. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 331, HHES, Chapter 331 1337 words, it can be called a perfect body technique. The movement methods are shave and moonwalk. The attack methods are finger pistol and tempest kick. The defense methods are iron body and paper art. Just 6 different techniques, but when combined, they can turn people into perfect warriors. Depending on personal preferences or changes in physical condition, one of the 6 styles can be emphasized in training, allowing the 6 styles to be integrated into one's own fighting style. There is also the ultimate technique of the 6 styles, life return. It's simply not inferior to Nen. However, in terms of growth and developability, Nen is naturally better. After all, Nen can be transformed into all kinds of abilities. And it's unique. No matter how magical the 6 styles are, they're just body techniques. Loki is putting something so important in a level, allowing others to learn it. Cheadle was also surprised by Loki's generous approach. Strictly speaking, it's not allowing people to learn it at will. If their strength isn't enough, it's impossible to unlock that level, and if they can't learn it, they won't be able to solve the levels behind it. Jing thought about it. It can be considered as forcing others to learn it. Forcing it. It really fit Loki's personality. But no matter what, Loki's decision was a huge contribution. Cheadle looked at Loki. As expected, the chairman always sees further than us. Chairman, are you talking about Loki or Chairman Netero? Cheadle didn't answer him, just silently looking at Loki. Loki looked at the remaining examinees. What's wrong? Have you all given up? Being asked this kind of question, the examinees didn't know how to answer. They wanted to continue, but how could they continue? More than 1,000 people had been resolved inexplicably. Loki, since you don't plan to come over, then I'll go over. It's the same anyway. After speaking, he didn't give these examinees time to react. Loki directly took a step forward. They couldn't feel what the examinees in front had experienced the second before, but when Loki started to move, they felt it. That strong sense of oppression that was emanating from Loki's body made people feel like their consciousness was suffering a violent impact. Just as Loki took a step forward, several examinees fell to the ground in response. Then Loki walked over step by step. The scene was extremely strange. Every time Loki took a step, a large group of examinees fell down. 10 meters. For Loki, it would probably only take a dozen steps. But Loki had only taken 5 steps. And there were already only a few hundred examinees left. Watching as the distance of 10 meters gradually approached. There were less than 10 examinees who were still standing in place, withstanding the pressure. The distance of 10 meters had finally arrived. Only 3 people were still conscious. One was Tonpa, one was Ponzu. And one was a new face. Loki looked at the 3. Not bad, you've passed. The 3's bodies were already soaked with sweat. Just standing 10 meters away from Loki, and their consciousness was completely unable to stay clear. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact they would suffer if they continued to approach Loki. Not to mention taking action against this person. Terrifying. Tonpa felt that he was almost unable to breathe. Even if he doesn't take action, wanting to approach him is an extremely difficult thing. This was the chairman of the Hunter Association. Do you want to continue challenging your limits? Hearing this kind of question, the 3 shook their heads very simply. Continuing to challenge would be courting death. Being able to persist until now was already using all their strength, approaching the limit. If they continued, even if they moved forward a little bit, the 3 would probably faint instantly. Since they weren't willing to continue, then Loki wouldn't force them either. You've passed. The terrifying power that was pressing on them suddenly disappeared. As if it had never appeared. The 3 raised their heads, Loki was already gone. It was as if everything just now wasn't real. But the thousands of examinees lying on the ground in front of them had truly fainted. The three looked at each other, all showing a relieved smile. Although their faces were full of sweat, they had at least passed the exam. Loki's exam had ended. But Cheadle was now stunned. Thousands of people, after one exam, only 3 were left. Should the next exam continue? If they continued, there would only be 3 people left, and it seemed that there was no need for an exam. Pion stuck out her tongue, looking at Cheadle. I don't think there's any need for the next exam, right? Why don't we just let them pass? Cheadle sighed. There was only this way now. However, the qualifiers selected by Loki's method were indeed talented guys. Whether it was that Tonpa or Ponzu, or this year's new person, the three's talents were all very good. She wouldn't make too many comments about Tonpa, but Cheadle had originally been very optimistic about Ponzu and this year's new person. Loki's method seemed somewhat bizarre, but it was a method that could truly select geniuses. Otherwise, why had the people who were stronger than the 3 not lasted even a second in front of Loki's domineering aura, while these 3 geniuses, who she had noticed long ago, had persisted? Now it seemed that whether they could block Loki's domineering aura impact didn't entirely depend on the strength of the individual. There were also more factors that they couldn't understand. Even whether they possessed the corresponding talent was one of the key factors in whether they could block the domineering aura. Loki, who had finished the hunter exam, walked out of the arena. Conqueror's Hockey is indeed easy to use. If I had gotten this ability earlier, I wouldn't have had so much trouble before. Speaking of Conqueror's Hockey, the reason why Loki was able to obtain this ability was thanks to Cheadle. Cheadle's bet with Loki had triggered a special mission given by the system. The mission to repair the special item, the Dragon Balls and Shenron. After completing this mission, he was rewarded with a special draw opportunity. And the reward for this mission was the Conqueror's Hockey that Loki now had. The special draw would randomly draw 3 characters from different worlds. And then draw an ability from the 3. Loki didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He had drawn a S-class character, the Conqueror's Hockey of the 4 Emperors, red-haired Shanks. Although it was the power of an S-class character, it gave Loki the feeling that it was slightly useless. It seemed that Conqueror's Hockey, apart from dealing with some trash, didn't have any special help in dealing with truly powerful enemies. Loki hadn't realized the benefits of Conqueror's Hockey yet. He would gradually discover it in the future. The benefits of Conqueror's Hockey weren't just resolving trash. There were still 3 missions now. Remaking Greed Island, Reviving Gone, and the Final Hunt. The Final Hunt among the 3 missions, let's not mention it for now. The main goals now were the 2 missions of Remaking Greed Island and Reviving Gone. And the mission of hosting the Hunter exam this time only gave a B-class reward. And the prerequisite was to screen out examinees who were qualified enough to become hunters. It seems that Loki completed this mission well. Tonpa, Ponzu, and that new person should be the people among these examinees who were recognized by the system as having enough qualifications to become hunters. Drawing. However, although he had obtained the highest reward for this mission, it was only a B-class draw. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 332, HHES. Chapter 332 1406 words. To be honest, with this level of draw, Loki wouldn't expect it to produce anything good, or useful character abilities. The only hope was to draw an item like Senza beans, that would be good enough. He didn't expect anything else at all. Without looking at the system's draw, Loki went straight to where Jing was. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, a Shirkan Jewel Shard. A Shirkan Jewel Shard. Something from the Inuyasha world, huh? Taking the Shirkan jewel shard out of the system's space, he took a look. It did contain a very strong power. But for Loki, it might only slightly increase his power. It wouldn't have a big effect. If he collected all the Shirkan jewel shards, then Loki might be slightly excited. But it was just a shard. It didn't have too much power. He casually threw it into the system's storage space, rushing towards Jing's direction. After Loki entered, Cheadle and the others had already sat down, drinking tea and waiting for him. He had originally thought that Cheadle would nag him about the hunter exam. He hadn't expected that Cheadle would just glance at him, not saying much. This surprised Loki somewhat. Waiting for Cheadle to put down her teacup, and Loki also sat down, Cheadle suddenly opened her mouth. According to the agreement, you're going to come back with me and properly learn how to be the chairman, right? The agreement is indeed like this, but are you so sure that I've lost? Cheadle wasn't as sure, as he had imagined that he wouldn't succeed. Instead, she asked, did you really succeed? It seemed that after seeing the various magical phenomena of Greed Island, Cheadle and the other Zodiacs weren't sure that the fanciful thing of reviving a dead person was really impossible to succeed. The things on Loki's body seemed to never be able to be concluded too early. Whether it was this time, or the previous Chimera ants or the Kookaroo Mountain disaster incident, they all proved that the probability of miracles appearing on other people was so small that it could be ignored. But it was different on Loki's body. It could happen at any time. Loki raised his head, looking at Jing. Is it arranged? Hearing this, Jing showed a mysterious smile. Don't worry. It's been arranged long ago. The two's conversation made the other members of the Zodiacs completely confused. It seemed that Loki and Jing were planning something. What are you guys going to do again? Cheadle was very uneasy about the two unreliable people, Jing and Loki, being together. What if they made a mistake again, causing some trouble? That was what Cheadle was very worried about. Don't worry. This is a festival that belongs to the hunters. Jing suddenly stopped, pausing. No, it should be a festival that belongs to nin-users. The Zodiacs all chanted in unison. A festival for nin-users. Jing nodded, looking at Loki. That's right. This idea was proposed by Loki. The current Greed Island game was also remade to achieve this goal. The original Greed Island was just a place to train and select excellent hunters. The hunters who cleared the game had the qualification to go to the Dark Continent. As long as the players who successfully collected more than 20 cards could basically learn how to use Nen. Players who collected more than 40 cards could be considered to have just scratched the surface, and could start developing their own Nen abilities. Players who could collect more than 60 cards could already be considered hunters with good strength. Players who could collect 80 cards were already equivalent to the strength of the Nen users who had cleared Greed Island before. Players who collected all 100 cards were definitely top Nen users who could do it. After collecting all 100 cards, wanting to collect the final 12 special cards to clear the game would probably require reaching Jing's level. And the current Greed Island's fundamental purpose was to cultivate more Nen users. The Hunter Association selected qualified people to become pro-hunters. In Loki's view, this kind of selection method was too slow. More and more unknown disasters and dangers were coming. Among humans, the only ones who could resist were Nen users. And now the number of Nen users was too small. He believed that there were many geniuses who had the qualifications but hadn't been discovered. The current Greed Island was a game that Loki and Jing had made with the intention of helping these people awaken their power. Although increasing the number of Nen users would definitely cause a greater impact on the ordinary people's world, Loki had persuaded Jing. Power didn't have good or bad, only people were divided into good and bad. Whether they were good people or bad people, instead of letting them do evil in the outside world, it was better to use huge temptations to lure them to Greed Island. At least here was a world of Nen users. A country that belonged to Nen users. For this reason, Loki and Jing discussed. If extremely evil NIN users entered Greed Island, then they couldn't be arrested. In other words, no matter what crimes they had committed, they would have absolute freedom on Greed Island. Even the criminal hunters of the Hunter Association couldn't arrest them here. This wasn't to protect criminals, but to let them take refuge here, so that they wouldn't be forced into a dead end, causing too much impact on the ordinary people's world. If under these circumstances, there were still people who wanted to stir up trouble in the ordinary people's world, Loki would let them know what despair was. Loki and Jing would personally take action, arresting those guys who were making trouble in the ordinary people's world, forcing all these people to Greed Island. Of course, in addition to coercion, they also needed to lure them in with benefits. Once the final completion reward of Greed Island was announced, Loki and Jing believed that no NIN user would be unmoved. Thinking of the plan that was about to be implemented, even Jing was somewhat excited. However, the other members of the Zodiacs, looking at Jing's appearance, couldn't understand at all what was making Jing so excited. Cheadle looked at Jing. Wait, weren't you trying to find a way to revive Gon? How did it suddenly involve a festival for NIN users? What are you guys doing? Ignoring Cheadle's question, Loki glanced at Jing. I'll go prepare first, you take them over. Loki's figure suddenly disappeared. Like a gust of wind, slowly drift towards the distance. The Zodiacs didn't find Loki's strange way of moving new at all. There were too many wonderful places on this Greed Island. This kind of situation should be considered a regular operation. Jing also raised his hand, magical light spots gathering out of thin air into strange symbols. Jing was operating these strange symbols. This was the second time that the Zodiacs had seen this scene. Jing, what are you doing? This is a control platform that only game producers can open. Of course, I can only use this ability on Greed Island. Jing raised his finger, pointing to the small glowing symbols in front of him. Through these different symbols, I can freely control everything on the entire island. For example, suddenly summoning a monster with the number 3 in front of me. After speaking, a furry electric rat appeared in front of them. There are other abilities, but I won't show them one by one. By the way, if you defeat this monster, in addition to obtaining a S-Class monster card, there's also a chance to obtain a S-Class item card or magic card. They're very useful. The current Greed Island was Jing's proudest work, so he couldn't help but introduce it whenever he had the chance. Not to mention to the Zodiacs, even Razor and the others had heard Jing introduce the game content they had participated in making countless times. It seemed that Jing had developed a habit of showing off for some reason. Ending the brief introduction, Jing clicked on a strange rune, lightly flicking his fingertip. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 333, HHES, Chapter 333 1447 words. He launched the glowing rune into the distance. The glowing rune suddenly unfolded, forming something similar to a space-time tunnel. Jing took the lead, standing in front. Are you guys ready? There are a lot of people. A group of people followed Jing with puzzled faces, stepping into the dark space-time tunnel. Darkness in front of their eyes. Dazzling white light suddenly appeared. A noisy and chaotic sound came. Cheadle slowly opened her eyes. The scene that came into view made her completely stunned. Looking down at the platform, scattered on the surrounding stands, were densely packed people. This is the festival for NIN users. All these people are NIN users. Looking as far as the eye could see, this was a huge platform floating in the air. Around it were stands of various sizes and shapes. The stands were full of people moving around. Roughly estimating, there were probably no less than 10,000 people. And the most terrifying thing was that these people all had fluctuations of nin aura on their bodies. In other words, these people were all nin users. Gathering tens of thousands of nin users. How could this kind of situation not be surprising? How many people were there in the Hunter Association? Less than 1,000 people. And there were actually as many as 10,000 nin users in attendance. It was indeed worthy of being called a festival for nin users. Cheadle looked at Jing in a daze. How did you do it? How did they manage to gather so many nin users? Nearly 10,000 people. Probably more than 80% of the world's nin users were in attendance. It wouldn't be difficult to summon famous nin users. What was difficult was summoning so many nin users who weren't famous, and weren't even known to people. Wanting to do this wasn't a simple thing. Cheadle's question was also the question of the other members of the Zodiacs. Jing just smiled. Through information websites, all the large and small information websites around the world. What kind of information did you release that could make so many people come here? Cheadle continued to ask. It's very simple, we just filmed the new appearance of Greed Island. Jing was very proud. Just uploading various videos of Greed Island was actually able to summon so many nin users to appear. Even Jing hadn't expected it. This was Nanaka's ability. In a specified time, letting more than 80% of the world's nin users arrive at Greed Island. It wasn't a particularly difficult thing. After all, they weren't going to kill them, just guide them here. However, Jing just thought that they had attracted so many people in order to promote the videos of Greed Island. Looking at the densely packed crowd, Cheadle saw many familiar faces in the crowd. There were notorious criminals and celebrities who had been hidden for many years. And there were even more ability users who had never been seen before but had powerful auras. These people looked at the Zodiacs on the huge platform in the front of the platform. Those are the 12 Zodiacs of the Hunter Association, right? Their strength isn't bad. Their aura is very strong. They're just SOSO. There were people who thought the Zodiacs were strong, and there were naturally also people who thought the Zodiacs weren't very powerful. Among the tens of thousands of nin users, there were guys with powerful strength. Perhaps they were about the same as Jing. A cat's roar rang out in the sky. The black giant cat that had appeared before descended from the sky, flying around the platform and the surrounding stands. That huge body made the nin users who saw it for the first time very surprised. There was actually this kind of terrifying creature. The black giant cat flew to a floating mountain directly in front of the floating platform, steadily landing. Spreading its huge wings, roaring crazily. Everyone was attracted by the giant cat's figure. The crowd quickly boiled over. There's actually a cat. How could there be this kind of creature? This is Greed Island. I originally thought that the various strange monsters below were already surprising enough, but I didn't expect that there would actually be a cat. The Zodiacs looked at the increasingly excited crowd. Kanzai frowned. Jing, you guys are too reckless, with so many nin users, do you have a way to control them? What he was referring to was naturally those nin users who had ill intentions. After seeing a creature like the cat, they would probably be eager to kill the giant cat. However, facing Kanzai's question, Jing spread his hands, smiling. Although I'm the game's producer, it's a pity that I can't use any of the game's attack methods against the players in the game, so I think I probably don't have the ability to control so many players. Hearing Jing say this, the members of the Zodiacs were somewhat confused. Since you can't control them, why did you summon so many people? Didn't you see that the nin users on the stand's gazes were becoming more and more murderous? They were ready to act at any time. Don't underestimate the twisted ability users. Some of them were only born for killing. With so many ability users present, it was the best hunting ground for them. And the more powerful the ability users they killed, the more excited they became. Several unlucky guys had already suffered. Damn it, what are you doing, you bastard? Why did you suddenly attack me? Several nin users with slightly weaker strength were suddenly attacked, falling in a pool of blood, dying. And the person who had taken action just tasted the blood on his hand silently. As expected, the taste of nin users is the most wonderful. This ability user with disheveled hair, and wearing black strips of cloth, completely like a madman, had a scarlet light flashing in his eyes, staring at the nin users around him, seeming to plan to kill them all. Jing, you guys are too reckless, gathering so many nin users without any means of control. Something will definitely happen. Mizaestum prepared to take action. Along with him, Kanzai, who was on the side, also sighed helplessly. Were they going to take action? But what could they do even if they took action? With so many nin users present, even if they slowly resolved them one-on-one, they wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Any nin users who had committed crimes were not easy to deal with, and apart from the people who were hunters themselves, there were probably very few people who would meddle in other people's business. At this time, Jing smiled, taking out a card. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Angel's breath, restore the injured people. Saying this, the card in his hand suddenly emitted an amazing light. A huge angel phantom appeared. She closed her eyes, just gently exhaling a breath, turning into a warm wind, enveloping the few people who had been injured just now. The other party was completely healed. This scene was simply too shocking for the ability users who had never come into contact with Greed Island. In just the blink of an eye, people who had been so seriously injured were saved. The ordinary nin users were in shock. However, the nin users with evil intentions looked at the card in Jing's hand, revealing greedy gazes. You idiot! Cheadle couldn't help but curse. At this time, Jing was showing off this kind of ability. Wouldn't that make others jealous? Is that card your ability? As expected, someone stood up on the stands asking Jing. But Jing answered without caring at all. Anyone who obtains this card can use the ability just now. Cheadle, are you crazy? Jing, you idiot, are you doing this on purpose? Kanzai questioned Jing sternly. Botobai, Mizaestum, Pion, and the others were also silently looking at Jing. Their gazes were also full of confusion. Why would Jing do such a stupid thing at this time? Wouldn't that be equal to actively standing out to attract these people to take action against him? Jing was very strong, but how many people were coveting the ability just now? Especially after Jing had said that anyone who obtained the card just now could use that ability. It was even possible that even those nin users who originally didn't have any ideas underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday. Off Chapter 334, HHES, Chapter 334 1581 words. We're starting to make calculations. Wasn't the patent of a part of the people? As long as they were human, they would have greed. But whether they could restrain it only depended on whether it was attractive enough. Jing didn't seem to care about this, just saying faintly, I'm telling the truth. That card just now can indeed be used by anyone to use that ability, but only within the Greed Island range. Hearing this, the members of the Zodiacs felt an urge to vomit blood. Why didn't you say the second half of the sentence just now? That sentence could have made at least a large portion of the people give up on coveting it. But it was too late to say anything now. On the stands, the nin users who had stood up one by one had fierce lights in their eyes. They were completely planning to snatch it by force. Although the terrain here was unique, all the buildings were floating in the air. The huge central platform was like this, and so were the stands. The place where Jing and the others were was also like this. The distance wasn't too far, but it was definitely not close either. Kanzai was somewhat nervous. It was a joke, with hundreds of nin users with not weak strength staring at you with burning eyes, anyone would feel a lot of pressure. These people shouldn't be able to come over, right? He asked somewhat uncertainly. Jing shook his head. If they have flying item cards, then they can. Flying item cards, you guys even made this kind of thing. Cheadle was speechless. The other members of the Zodiac's faces weren't looking too good either. Especially Tserednich. Not to mention compared to the Zodiacs, even compared to nin users with not very strong strength, Tserednich would have to spend a lot of effort to resolve them. Compared to first-class nin users, he was completely someone who would be killed in seconds. Jing, quickly use that ability from before to take us away. Staying here any longer won't be good. Tserednich's panic made the other members of the Zodiac's faces even paler. With so many people watching here, you, as a member of the Zodiacs, having such a scared and timid appearance was just losing the Hunter Association's face. Jing didn't care too much about Tserednich, just saying faintly, "Don't worry, those people shouldn't be able to come over, they can't possibly find flying-type items so quickly." However, as soon as Jing finished speaking, a nin user on the stands grabbed another person's collar. The person who was grabbed should be an old player of Greed Island. This is a flying item card. After a burst of white smoke appeared, what appeared in this person's hand was a bamboo dragonfly. A bamboo dragonfly with a suction cup. How do you use it? He looked at the other party saying timidly, "You should just need to wear it on your head." After putting the flying bamboo dragonfly on his head, it began to spin gently. This person had indeed obtained the ability to fly. This game looks quite interesting, but now. He looked in Jing's direction. The item card should be even more precious, right? The old player on the ground nodded with a face full of sweat. It should be. I think that's a unique item card that only the game's producers have, otherwise, ordinary item cards should disappear after being used once. Game producer. He looked up at Jing. Jing Freaks, one of the 5 greatest nin users, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. At the same time, there were dozens of other nin users who had obtained flying items. Watching as one nin user after another flew up, Kanzai's face instantly darkened. This is what you said about them not being able to obtain flying items. Jing shook his head helplessly. You also saw it, they snatched it. This doesn't count as obtaining an item. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. The key problem now was that the other party was already able to come over. And they had already done so. Watching as the nin users who were constantly flying up came towards Jing, these people steadily landed on the platform where Jing and the others were. I thought they were some boring things, but now it seems that they're quite interesting. You should have a lot of those cards in your hand, right? Be careful, since he's the game's producer, then he might have some powerful attack cards too. Hearing this sentence, Jing waved his hand. You can rest assured completely. We game producers don't have any item cards that can attack players. Cheadle. Kanzai. The rest of the people, at this time, you're still introducing your damn game, Jing, are you out of your mind? Hearing Jing's direct words, these people were stunned for a moment. Then they laughed wildly. Is that so? Then that's great, hand it over. The others also stretched out their hands. That's right. Since that's the case, then you should just hand it over, and we won't make things difficult for you either. The tricks you're playing are quite amazing, but we don't have time to play house with you. Greed Island game? Humph, laughable. Saying that after clearing the game, you can have a wish granted and realized, you can deceive ordinary nin users or those rookies, but you're underestimating us too much to say this kind of big talk to us. These people's strength wasn't ordinary. They were definitely first-class nin users. You could tell from the most basic aura form. They were all perfect forms that had been forged through countless trials. In terms of combat power, it was undeniable that these people were all first-rate powerhouses. Even Jing, or rather, all the Zodiacs, wouldn't have it too easy facing them. Not to mention that there were still constantly power users who were preparing to take action watching from behind. You guys have really gotten me into trouble again. Cold sweat broke out on Cheadle's face. They always encountered this kind of troublesome thing. They really shouldn't have let Jing and Loki mess around. Jing didn't seem to be listening. He lowered his head, calculating the time. Don't worry, if you want the cards, wait a moment, the time should be almost up. Hua 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 hua. What's that sound? Hua 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 hua. It's there. Someone suddenly looked up at the sky. It's in the sky. Everyone looked up. A red light descended from the sky, violently landing on the huge central platform, stirring up a violent fluctuation of Nen aura. The eruption of Nen aura caused the wind to howl, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. On the mountain floating behind Jing and the others, the black giant lung spread its wings, roaring in response. The lung's roar echoing in the sky appeared. A figure appeared on the huge floating platform in the center. Welcome everyone to Greed Island. In the center of the floating platform, Loki stood there straight, raising his eyes, lightly looking at the people in the audience seats around him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Welcome everyone to Greed Island. Loki's sudden appearance, the way he appeared from the sky, made people feel somewhat shocked. The reason was nothing else, just that Loki's falling speed was too fast. How terrifying the impact force that this kind of speed would cause, the people present were very clear about. However, this person in front of them hadn't released any aura to protect himself at the moment of landing. It seemed that he was completely relying on the strength of his body to resist such a terrifying falling impact force. What was even more surprising was that the central platform was actually unmoved. The square-shaped stone slabs didn't have a single crack. What kind of material was this? The huge impact force just now was enough to be comparable to a smaller cannonball exploding, right? It actually didn't have any effect at all. Not only was it floating in the air, but it was also so tough. You couldn't see anything special about it at all. They had thought that it was an ordinary stone slab. Greed Island seemed to reveal strangeness everywhere. Loki appeared. It was very quiet all around. At this time, Jing suddenly opened his mouth, looking at the people in front of him. All right, the prepared activity is about to begin, you guys should retreat quickly. The people on the platform where they were, the Zodiacs, and those ability users who were planning to snatch Jing's producer card, were all staring blankly at Jing. The Zodiacs, are you an idiot? If it was so easy to make these people obedient, would we be so worried? The group of ability users also looked at Jing strangely. Jing's tone just now was as if he was coaxing a child. It made anyone who heard it feel extremely awkward. The Nin user who had rushed out first, planning to snatch the card, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Jing. Who is that kid? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 335, HHES, Chapter 335 1482 words. However, he didn't need Jing to answer him. The others on the side immediately told him. You don't even know that kid. I heard that he seems to be the new chairman of the Hunter Association. Chairman of the Hunter Association. This person chanted, as if feeling somewhat unbelievable. The chairman of the Hunter Association was actually a kid. As if hearing some funny joke, this person couldn't help but laugh loudly. Is there no one left in the Hunter Association to actually let such a kid be the chairman? He was laughing, but someone reminded him, it's best not to underestimate this kid. In his battle with the Chimera Ant King, the combat power he displayed crushed most ability users. This person suddenly turned his head, looking at Loki's back. Just a kid, what bullshit Chimera ants, they're just a bunch of ants. Saying this, someone else laughed along. He does look very strong in the video, but the Battle of Nen isn't just about the strength of the aura. What kind of ability you have is the most important. Listening to these people's words, it seemed that they were planning to take action against Loki. Although Loki was very unreliable, and liked to mess around, he was ultimately the chairman of the Hunter Association. Cheadle and the others couldn't sit idly by and watch their own chairman be targeted by others. If you dare to take action against the chairman, you will be wanted by the entire Hunter Association. Cheadle said aggressively. Ordinary Nin users would naturally fear these words. But in front of these madmen, it made them even more excited. Wanted by the Hunter Association. That's great. If I kill the chairman of the Hunter Association, my wanted level will also increase, right? At this moment, Loki didn't care about the situation on the platform behind Jing and the others. Instead, he was saying the prepared opening remarks. I am one of the producers of this game. Loki's voice wasn't very loud, but it made everyone present hear it very clearly. When Loki's name appeared in everyone's ears, almost more than half of the Nen users stared at Loki with wide eyes. He's Loki. The guy who defeated the Ant King head-on in the Chimera Ant incident. It's actually a kid. I heard that the new chairman of the Hunter Association is also called Loki. Could it be him? Soon, a hunter opened his mouth, saying, Don't doubt it, he is indeed our new chairman. Don't look at him as just a kid. He not only resolved the Chimera Ant crisis, but also relied on his own strength to stop the volcanic eruption of Kukuru Mountain. The Chimera Ant incident had spread like wildfire on major underground intelligence websites, and almost all Nin users knew about it to some extent. As for the Hunter Association's new chairman, only some news had been spread. A new person, the chairman was called Loki. There was very little information about Kukuru Mountain. Apart from the hunters of the Hunter Association, other Nin users didn't know that it was Loki who had stopped the volcanic eruption of Kukuru Mountain. Now that this news was said by the hunters, it made those Nin users feel extremely surprised. Was the Snow City also caused by his power? It's too shocking. How could he have this kind of power at such a young age? The crowd was discussing. Loki continued to speak. This time, Greed Island has added a lot of game content. You can explore the specific details yourself. Raising his hand, Loki lightly snapped his fingers. Colorful lights shone in the sky. And today, I just want to show everyone the game's completion reward. The news of showing the game's completion reward made everyone who was hotly discussing Loki stop. Looking at Loki with horrified expressions, they felt that they might be hallucinating. Showing the completion reward. The game's completion reward said that it could fulfill the clearest wish. Not many people believed in this kind of reward. After all, it was too unbelievable. But Loki was actually saying now that he was going to show it. Show what? Help people fulfill a wish. It was extremely quiet all around. Only the sound of the wind blowing slowly was left. After a long time, a wild laugh came. A Nin user on the stands suddenly stood up. This kind of thing is impossible to achieve, a kid dares to boast shamelessly. Some people say that you're the strongest Nin user in the world. I like to hunt the strongest. I want to see what qualifications you, a kid, have to be called the strongest. Loki raised his eyebrows slightly. Today is the day that the Greed Island game is officially opened. I hope you don't make me unhappy at this time. This person's face calmed down instead. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. What will you do if I make you unhappy? Take action. Shwa shwa shwa. Nearly 1,000 people stood up on the stands almost instantly. These people were all looking at Loki with ill intentions. And on the platform where Jing and the others were, those dozens of people with good strength revealed smiles after seeing this scene. It seems that you're not the only ones who want to cause trouble for you. This is interesting. It's rare to gather so many Nin users. Why don't we go on a killing spree? As the voice fell, the others' gazes also suddenly changed. They were full of murderous intent. Cold sweat broke out on Cheadle's forehead. These madmen. There were so many NIN users present. And all NIN users wouldn't be willing to listen to other people's orders. In this way, a great chaos of NIN users was about to erupt. The most important thing was that the Hunter Association might suffer heavy losses this time. We definitely can't continue like this. Cheadle looked at Jing. She just called Jing's name lightly. And Jing instantly understood what Cheadle meant, but her worries were completely unnecessary. Because these NIN users' actions had made Loki unhappy. Having been with Loki for so long, Jing was quite clear about the subtle changes in Loki's aura when he was angry. He turned his head, revealing a look of reassurance to Cheadle. But how could Cheadle be reassured? With so many NIN users present, once chaos erupted, it would be an unprecedented melee. It was unknown how many people would die in this chaos. Most of the hunters of the Hunter Association had also come. For example, Morel, Menchi, and the others were also sitting in the audience seats. Even Pecunita and Baze were in the crowd. Once the chaos broke out, they might all die. This had nothing to do with the strength of their power, but rather, in a chaotic battlefield, no one could simultaneously pay attention to all the situations in all directions. Unless their strength was so powerful that it had already crushed everyone present. Even for Loki, Cheadle didn't think that Loki's power alone could deal with nearly 10,000 NIN users present. Because large-scale attacks would inevitably affect many hunters and innocent NIN users. So it was impossible to use that kind of attack move. But apart from this, wanting to resolve all the troublemakers, even if Loki took action, it would take a very long time. How many people would die during this time? Thinking of this, Cheadle felt a headache. Standing up from her seat, the noisy people began to activate their aura. One after another, colorful NIN aura lights bloomed. Countless murderous gazes were firmly locked on the figure. Feeling these people's gazes, Loki wasn't in a good mood now. Since you can't be quiet, then I'll help you quiet down. Loki's words made these people couldn't help but laugh loudly. You mean you want to take action against all of us? Just you alone? Just me alone? Suddenly, Loki raised his head. His gaze directly facing the person, with an exaggerated smile on his face. The other party was gazed by Loki's gaze, his smile suddenly stopped. His eyes were shaking slightly. What kind of power is this? Before the words in his heart could be spoken, plop. Suddenly, this person fainted. The guy who had been laughing crazily just now had fainted directly after being glanced at by Loki. How did he do it? There was no fluctuation of aura, and there were no attack movements. Why? The corners of Loki's mouth rose slightly. Do you want to know? If you want to know, then personally feel it. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 336, HHES. Chapter 336 12-19 words. Loki slowly opened his slightly closed eyes. The moment his words ended, an invisible fluctuation suddenly erupted from Loki's body. His wine-red hair rose to the sky. The white cloak on his body floated up. The next second, invisible ripples spread in the air. Suddenly darkened. A terrifying airflow actually spread out from Loki as the center, swiftly and incomparably towards the surroundings. In an instant, it penetrated everyone's bodies. Then the surroundings became very quiet. Gazes were firmly locked on Loki on the platform. A terrifying sense of oppression surged up, as if a huge pressure that appeared out of thin air was pressing on them at the same time. A drop of sweat across from a NIN user's forehead, dripping onto the ground. His throat moved slightly, swallowing his saliva. Peng peng peng. Sounds rang out one after another. One nin user after another fainted, instantly losing consciousness. Of the nearly 10,000 nin users, only 1/10, 10%, were still conscious. The air seemed to condensation at this moment. Time also seemed to stop. Morel, who was sitting in the stands, dropped the big pipe in his hand. He looked at Loki. What kind of power is this? So amazing. Knuckle, making so many people lose consciousness in an instant without even releasing aura, how is that possible? Compared to the noise of the second before, it was now terrifyingly quiet, eerily quiet. Jing and the others suddenly turned their heads. Serednich had also fainted. Is this also the power that Conqueror's Hockey possesses? Cheadle asked slowly. Jing nodded lightly. That's right. Even nin users. Cheadle had originally thought that this ability was only useful for ordinary people. But she hadn't expected that it would be equally useful for nin users. And watching it and personally experiencing it felt completely different. In that instant just now, she could feel the gap between herself and Loki extremely clearly. Under the suppression of this aura, although she hadn't fainted, if she were to take action against Loki, she would definitely not be able to display her full strength because of fear. Because Conqueror's Hockey had deeply engraved the impression of Loki's strength in her heart, if this impression couldn't be erased, she would never be able to display her true strength when facing Loki. In other words, he just relied on his own spirit to make so many people all. Jing nodded at Cheadle. You can understand it that way. The black figure in the sky was wandering, shuttling through the black clouds. The occasional flashes of lightning illuminated a part of its body. The moment the electric light flashed, a green body flashed past. It looks like a snake. That's not right, it's not a snake. The moment the strong wind blew, the figure shuttling in the clouds finally revealed its true face. Horns like a deer, head like a cow, eyes like shrimp, mouth like a donkey, belly like a snake, scales like fish, feet like a phoenix, whiskers like a human, ears like an elephant. I've never seen this kind of creature. How could such a terrifying monster appear? Is the reward for clearing the game just the appearance of a monster? Facing all kinds of questions, Loki opened his arms. This is the reward for clearing the game, the divine cat. Loki's voice echoed. The other nin users were all silently chanting the divine cat that Loki had spoken of. Divine cat. Daring to crown the name of God, what was the basis for it? Everyone felt somewhat disapproving in their hearts. However, Loki wasn't in a hurry. 3 people suddenly appeared in front. Suddenly, people retracted their gazes, looking at the huge platform in the center again. Looking at the 3 people who had suddenly appeared, these people felt somewhat puzzled in their hearts. After experiencing what had just happened, there were actually still people who wanted to provoke Loki. What's wrong with these 3 people? Are they really not afraid of death? They still want to provoke that perverted kid. However, they were completely wrong. Loki looked at the 3. Slowly opening his mouth, saying, "Long time no see." The 3 came to a stop in front of Loki. The people who had come weren't others, it was Killua, Leo Rio, and Kurapika. Hearing Loki say "long time no see," Leo Rio touched his head. Recalling the scene he had seen just now of Loki releasing Conqueror's Hockey, instantly knocking out everyone present, it made Leo Rio feel unnatural standing in front of Loki. The current Loki was already the chairman of the Hunter Association. His status and strength were completely beyond what Leo Rio could compare to. Moreover, adding to the fact that Loki had never had a very close relationship with him, it made Leo Rio feel a lot of pressure facing Loki now. Kurapika nodded instead. He looked up at the divine cat slowly descending in the sky. "Long time no see, Loki." Kurapika lowered his head, saying slowly, "The Chimera and incident. The Kukuru Mountain disaster. And the current Greed Island. Loki, you've been doing big things these days." Kurapika was considered to have the deepest friendship with Loki, so facing Loki, Kurapika was relatively relaxed and at ease. "It's all right. Loki also simply replied. He didn't think that these things were anything great. Killua didn't give the two much time to reminisce. Can we start? Rio only then opened his mouth, asking somewhat worriedly, Chairman Loki, is it really okay? Killua should be very clear about this point. Loki smiled. Nanaka's power, plus the restrictions and O's and my Nen, Jing's will, the final effect of these powers combined seems to be much better than expected. Just as the four were speaking softly, the divine cat in the sky opened its mouth. Human who summoned me, please state your wish. That dignified cat chant shouldn't have been a sound that humans could understand. But for some reason, hearing the sound made by the divine cat, everyone felt that they could understand what the cat was saying. This strange phenomenon made people feel very surprised. It was clearly a cat chant, why could they understand it? Killua looked up at the divine cat. Then I'll start. What wish do you want to fulfill, but you only have one wish? Killua smiled. I want to revive gone freaks. After Killua said his wish, the people on the left and right all widened their eyes. Was it real? Could they really revive the dead? However, just as everyone was nervously looking at the divine cat's eyes just suddenly emitted a burst of red light. There wasn't some terrifying scene that appeared as they had imagined. Just a faint flash of red light. Then the divine cat opened its mouth, making a low cat chant. Your wish has been fulfilled for you. Looking forward to seeing you again, humans. The 7 dragon balls that emitted a dazzling white light suddenly rose into the sky, turning into 7 streams of light, scattering in all directions. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 337, HHES, chapter 337. 1400 words like shooting stars, they flashed and disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Is it over just like that? Didn't they say they were reviving someone? Where's the person? Is this the completion reward? Compared to the various exaggerated and glorious scenes of Greed Island before, the scene of the divine cat helping people fulfill a wish was too ordinary. It made people feel somewhat disappointed. Killua also looked around. Where's the person? The people on the stands were also somewhat puzzled. They didn't see the revived person. However, the next second, Gon's figure appeared out of thin air. Without any terrifying fluctuations, he appeared in front of Killua silently. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Jing's body on the platform seemed to freeze. And Rio and Kurapika also looked at the suddenly appearing Gon, standing there blankly. Killua, looking at the two's expressions, suddenly turned around as he was looking around. In front of him, that figure that had disappeared for a long time had finally appeared. Killua's eyes began to moisten. The next second, Killua suddenly pounced towards Gon. Appearing in an unfamiliar place, Gon didn't understand what was happening at all. He was suddenly pounced on by Killua, falling to the ground. Gon, that's great, you were actually really revived. Gon looked at Killua, who was hugging him and crying, feeling somewhat at a loss. Killua, what's wrong? Seeing this scene, Loki was also very happy. It could be said that he was even happier than Jing. Because the mission was completed. The power of the Dragon Balls was indeed terrifying. But the thing that Loki felt somewhat regretful about was that because of their status as game producers, they couldn't make wishes on the Divine Cat. Because summoning the Divine Cat was also part of the game content. And Loki and the others as producers couldn't experience any of the game content. Gon's appearance to the Nin users who didn't know what was going on, apart from being somewhat sudden, there wasn't anything worth surprising about. But there were still many pro hunters present. They were very clear that Gone Freaks had been confirmed to have truly died in the previous Chimera and subjugation incident. He had been swallowed by the Ant King. He had been eaten into the stomach, and there was no possibility of surviving. This person who had appeared alive in front of them was really gone. Others might mistake him. But Jing couldn't mistake him, right? That was his child. Looking in Jing's direction, Jing was trying his best to maintain his composure on his face. But his unworthy eyes were constantly shedding tears. It was absolutely impossible to fake it. That was Jing, one of the world's 5 greatest Nin users. Although Jing's personality was very annoying, who had ever seen Jing cry? Jing shed tears. If it was at ordinary times, it would probably directly become explosive news. But now it was the best proof. That kid who had suddenly appeared out of thin air was really gone. It was absolutely impossible to fake it. Jing himself was also there. It was impossible for him to cooperate with the performance to the point of shedding tears in order to deceive everyone. The hunters all revealed extremely surprised appearances, making the other Nin users feel puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you making this kind of expression? Hearing this kind of question, the pro-hunters suddenly turned their heads. What's wrong? Didn't you see the person who had suddenly appeared there? These hunters raised their fingers, pointing at Gon on the stage. Didn't you see? Gon, Jing's son, has been revived. However, their surprise, the others still didn't care too much. You guys aren't colluding to deceive people, right? Reviving people, this kind of thing is impossible to do, right? That divine cat didn't show any power at all. Facing the questions, the hunters laughed instead. Faking it? Do you think faking it would make Jing shed tears? That's Jing. Although his person is very annoying, it has to be admitted that Jing is very strong. Do you think this kind of person would shed tears easily? That's right. Would a Nin user as powerful as Jing shed tears easily? What's more, he was also one of the producers of this game. There was no need to deceive himself, doing this kind of self-deceiving thing, right? Then it wasn't fake. Had he really revived a dead person? The hunters stood up to prove that Gon was indeed a person who had died a long time ago. But he was now standing alive in front of them, playing around. He was even crying and laughing. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem fake. Cheetle stood in place, unmoving, looking at Gon's figure. Her eyes were constantly flickering, looking at Gon, and then looking at Jing. Jing, is that really? Before she could finish asking, Jing opened his mouth. There's no mistake, my own son. I won't mistake his aura, it's definitely Gon, it can't be wrong. His appearance might be fake. But a person's aura was absolutely impossible to fake. Jing was very certain about this point. Gon had really been revived. Getting Jing's confirmation, Cheetle and the others all felt their brains go blank. Everyone didn't believe that there was really any method in the world that could revive the dead. But now Cheetle, he actually really did it. Kanzai, why? Even from the perspective of Nen, it's indeed possible to do this kind of thing, but how much of a price would need to be paid? Anyone who had a relatively deep cultivation of Nen understood. Nen had infinite possibilities, but it also adhered to an iron law. That was, the more powerful the power, the more price that needed to be paid. Like this, reviving a dead person, the price that needed to be paid wasn't just a little more. It was really hard to imagine. Mizaestum calmed his mood, letting out a long sigh. This kind of thing can be called a miracle. The others, listening to Mizaestum's words, didn't think it was an exaggeration, but nodded in agreement. It was indeed worthy of the 2 words miracle. If it wasn't for God, who else could revive someone who had already died? The members of the Zodiac's inner emotions were very complicated at this moment. However, below, the people on the stands began to ask loudly. Can you really fulfill any wish? They asked Loki. Loki raised his head. Not all wishes can be fulfilled. Hearing these words, the crowd's emotions dropped slightly. But then someone asked, "What if I wish for it to enhance my power? How much can it enhance it?" "It depends on how much potential you have." In other words, the divine cat can help people develop the potential hidden within their bodies, enhancing their power, right? Loki smiled as expected. What was most attractive to Nin users was still power. He raised his head, looking at that person. "You can understand it that way." However, soon someone asked, "Can I wish for immortality?" The whole place was in an uproar. It could actually fulfill even this kind of wish. This was too amazing. Loki smiled. "As long as you don't wish to destroy the entire world, for example, asking for wealth, fame, power, or strength, eternal youth, immortality, or reviving a deceased person, this kind of wish can all be fulfilled." After listening to Loki's words, everyone had an accurate understanding of what Loki had said earlier about not fulfilling all wishes. Perhaps it wasn't that the divine cat couldn't fulfill all wishes, but that Loki had set some kind of limit. If they made a wish that would destroy the world, then it wouldn't be fulfilled. Everyone's gazes became fiery, staring at Loki intently. 7 Dragon Balls, 1 wish. It was too attractive. They even wished they could start strategying the game right away. Loki was very satisfied with the current situation. Jing had already come down, and was hugging Gon. And the members of the Zodiacs were silently looking at him above, not saying a word. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 338, HHES, chapter 338. 1287 words. His expression revealed strangeness. It seemed that they were thinking about something. "He is the one who created miracles in this era," Cheadle said slowly. Kanzai was stunned for a moment, shaking his head. "It should be said that he is the one who creates miracles." Suddenly, Botobai opened his mouth. "A legend." Everyone looked at him. Botobai revealed an ugly smile. "This man is already a legend. A legend that has surpassed Chairman Netero. A legend, huh?" Kluk, Saksho, and Gel all looked at each other. This kind of word was indeed very appropriate to describe Loki. Looking back on Loki's experience, from when he participated in the Hunter exam, after Chairman Netero accidentally opened his Nen ability, he first spent only a month learning all the application moves of Nen. And he was also able to develop his own unique abilities in a short period of time. Annihilating the Phantom Troop. Violently destroying an entire building. That was the first time it caused a shock to the Nen users. Then he issued a challenge to the world. Anyone who dared to arrest Loki was resolved by him with lightning speed. A surprise attack on the Hunter Association, injuring Chairman Netero. And later he even completely defeated Chairman Netero in a fair duel. Resolving the Chimera Ants. Eliminating the strongest mutant biology and king that had appeared so far. Blocking the natural disaster that erupted from Kukuru Mountain. Even because of Loki's power, the climate there was permanently changed. Becoming the world's first spectacle. The volcano and the snow city restricted each other, forming a balance. Now it was a famous scenic spot. And related personnel were starting to transform it into a tourist attraction suitable for humans. Remaking Greed Island. Creating things like the Divine Lung as rewards for clearing the game. This kind of thing was no longer something that humans could do. One hand with flames, one hand with frost. This guy who was hailed as a monster kid was now a living legend. His power was something that even the top Nen users had to look up to. Cheadle smiled helplessly. It seems impossible to make him return to the Hunter Association to fulfill the duties of the chairman. The others looked at Cheadle. Not to mention letting Loki fulfill the duties of the chairman. What could be foreseen was that from today onwards, Loki's position among humans would be uniquely precious. Apart from Loki himself possessing super strong power, the divine lungs ability could even revive the dead. Once something happened to Loki, no one knew whether this ability would continue to exist. But with Loki around, as long as they cleared Greed Island, they would have the opportunity to fulfill a wish. Who would dare to let something happen to Loki? Probably everyone would want to protect Loki, not letting him encounter even the slightest danger. The current Loki wasn't just a legend. He was also the treasure of all of humanity, a treasure that couldn't be harmed in any way. Letting such an important person handle the Hunter Association's affairs, what if some ignorant guy hurt Loki? Although the probability of this happening was very low, there was still a chance of it happening, wasn't there? Cheadle looked at Loki. He probably won't leave Greed Island. Although she hadn't asked, that was how Cheadle felt after seeing Loki this time. That's good too, although we can't bring the chairman back, him staying on Greed Island is the best result. Botobai rarely spoke so much. Saying this, Botobai also glanced at Cheadle. I want to stay and cultivate by the chairman's side. Hearing this, the others were stunned for a moment. Botobai actually wanted to follow Loki to cultivate. His age was several rounds older than Loki. Although Loki was very strong, he was too young. Botobai was actually able to make the decision to follow someone who was younger than himself to cultivate. This was simply unbelievable. The festival for Nin users ended amidst the boiling of all the Nin users. Loki left. He came to the top floor of the floating building in the center of Greed Island, which was the legendary temple. Jing and Gon spent a few days alone, communicating a lot. Having experienced Gon's death, Jing cherished the time he spent with Gon even more, although he was relatively shy. And Cheadle and the others left. Apart from Botobai, who had stayed, the others went to do their own things. Hisoka stayed on Greed Island. Here, he didn't need to look for prey, the prey would come to his door on their own. Of course, he still needed to wait for a period of time. Pekunida and Baze left because they understood that the current Loki didn't seem to need their power. Baze received his reward, and Pekunida obtained freedom. She had also witnessed Loki's legend, although the way Loki lived might not be what Krallo wanted. But Krallo, who had entrusted everything to Loki, probably wouldn't feel that there were any regrets in this kind of life. Kurapika returned to the Nostrade family. He had met Pekunida. Loki let him make his own decision, but he ultimately chose to give up. Perhaps it was because Pekunida didn't plan to resist at all. Or perhaps it was because Kurapika himself had let himself go in his heart. Could probably be considered completed. And now, Loki only had one last mission left. The final hunt. He still needed to defeat an S-class character. The decisive battle between Jing and Loki would be held soon. Although Jing said that he wasn't Loki's opponent at all, and wanted to admit defeat, Loki still held a glimmer of hope. Hoping that Jing could meet the system's standards, and would be counted as an S-class character. Jing had no choice but to accept. But his request was to let him prepare for 3 months. Since they were going to have a formal duel, then Jing, knowing that his power wasn't Loki's opponent, naturally had to prepare well. At least he had to think of some ways to restrain Loki's abilities. Jing was very serious about duels. And Loki said that he didn't care. 3 months wasn't considered too long of a time. However, during these 3 months, Loki, the legend of humanity, the creator of miracles, had spread throughout the world. The game created by God. As long as you clear the game, you can fulfill a wish. Is this real? Can ordinary people also enter? But why hasn't the game released game consoles or anything like that? How can we enter? I heard that there's an invitation card. As long as you get the invitation card, you can enter the game. Ordinary people were discussing. And the Nin users were also discussing. However, the Nin users naturally knew the method to enter. At the same time, on the other side, Paris Tun had already left the Hunter Association. The news is indeed true. If you clear that game, you can make a wish. The restrictions on this wish don't seem to be particularly large. In a certain place, Paris Tun was speaking to the figure in the shadows. And this person smiled. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing as soon as I came back. Want to try it? Paris Tun smiled. The other party suddenly turned around, saying very certainly, of course. Congratulations to you three, for officially becoming pro-hunters. Cheadle was talking to this year's qualifiers. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 339, HHES, chapter 339 1463 words Tanpa, Ponzu, and a new person, Luke. After explaining the special rights given to hunters by the hunter license to the 3, as well as the 10 rules of hunters, the potential rules that hunters abide by, etc., they finally officially announced that the 3 had joined the Hunter Association, becoming pro-hunters. Tanpa and the 3 others took their hunter licenses and left the Hunter Association. And Cheadle also sighed, returning to her office. Mammoth Mion was organizing many documents. Seeing Cheadle come in, Mammoth Mion saw her dejected appearance and asked, "What's wrong, Miss Cheadle?" Sitting on the sofa, Cheadle sighed. I originally thought this year would be a bumper year, but I didn't expect that there would only be 3 qualifiers. In fact, in Cheadle's view, there were still many potential guys who shouldn't have been eliminated. But the chief examiner was Loki. The current chairman, Loki's orders were no longer something she could disobey. Currently, Loki not only had extremely high prestige within the Hunter Association, but also had extremely high prestige in the entire NIN user circle. Because he was a living legend. And he was a legend who was very likely to become more and more terrifying. His current age, in another 10 years, he would definitely become more terrifying than he was now. DDD. DDD. The phone in the office rang. Cheadle raised her hand, picking up the phone. Who is this? Mammoth Mion, who was organizing the documents, glanced at Cheadle. Her face was somewhat wrong. Although you're not a NIN user, you're very clear that the use of NIN needs to abide by certain rules. It's impossible to directly fulfill your wishes. Saying this, Cheadle hung up the phone. Who was it? Cheadle smiled faintly. Now Cheadle was able to speak with such confidence to the V5 entirely because of Loki. Although Loki wasn't in the Hunter Association, the Hunter Association's current development benefited from Loki's prestige. Everything was going smoothly. The internal cohesion had become stronger. At the same time, with Loki shielding them from the wind and rain, the V5 wouldn't dare to make things difficult anymore. Hearing the V5, Mammoth Mion didn't understand. You said fulfill wishes just now. Cheadle sneered. It's just a wish, the thing that anyone standing at the peak of power wants to obtain. Mammoth Mion scratched his head. What is it? Cheadle, of course it's immortality. Immortality. Loki and Jing's Greed Island is now attracting the attention of the entire world. I originally thought it would be quiet for a while, but now it seems completely impossible. As long as they cleared the game, they could realize a wish. No one would be unmoved by this kind of thing. Greed was the driving force behind human progress. Even the V5 couldn't help but call to ask her if they could directly obtain the ability of immortality through Loki's ability. It could be seen how powerful the attraction was. Not to mention that there were so many other people in this world. Greed Island. It would be an important place for NIN users to engage in fierce battles next. Everyone wanted to realize their wishes. Whether it was wealth, power, or individual strength, too many things were attracting people to Greed Island. The 2 words greed explained the original intention that the players of this game had. There was no lack of NIN experts. Since they couldn't directly obtain the things they wanted through a simple and direct method, then the V5 was very likely to send an experts to Greed Island next to the game in order to realize the beautiful dream of immortality. Cheadle frowned. What's strange? What's strange? Cheadle looked at Mammoth Meon. Why did the chairman display the reward for clearing the game in front of so many non-users? Looking out the window, Cheadle recalled the scene of the non-user festival that day. She had originally thought that Loki was just trying to show off the game, promoting the game. But now that she thought about it, it seemed that things weren't that simple. The reward for clearing the game seemed too attractive. Especially after even the V5, after getting the news, had put down their face to ask her if they could obtain immortality in advance. It could be seen that this matter wasn't that simple. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Cheadle guessed, could it be that the chairman is trying to attract a large number of non-experts to enter Greed Island? But why is that? Loki's goals had always been very simple. It was just to complete the mission. The duel with Jing was to complete the system mission. Remaking Greed Island was also to complete the mission. Displaying the reward for clearing the game was also to complete the mission. It was just that Loki had made an insurance policy. In case Jing didn't meet the system's standards for judging an S-class character, then Loki would have to find other S-class characters to defeat. So he had a sudden idea when making the game. Instead of spending his own effort to find S-class characters, it was better to wait for these people to come to his door on their own. That was why he had displayed the power of the divine lung in front of so many non-users. It was to wait for S-class powerhouses to be attracted and come to his door. And even if no S-class powerhouses came to his door, if someone could really clear Greed Island, then there would definitely be more than 60% chance of reaching the system's requirements for judging an S-class character. So in order to complete the final mission, Loki had come up with this method. Attracting S-class powerhouses to his door, or cultivating an S-class powerhouse himself. He just needed to wait, waiting to defeat the other party in the end. Apart from the system missions, Loki wasn't interested in anything else. And now, the divine lung that was summoned as the reward for clearing the game had an effect that far exceeded Loki's expectations. Tonpa, Ponzu, and Luke were talking. As same period, the three naturally had to get to know and familiarize themselves with each other. Tonpa, what are you planning to do next? Ponzu asked. Tonpa scratched his head. I originally just took pleasure in destroying the hunter dreams of the examinees, but now I've inexplicably obtained a hunter license, and I've also seen extraordinary power, so I want to go to Greed Island. You're also going to that game? Luke opened his mouth, saying. Tonpa nodded. If you want to go together, we can team up. Ponzu nodded. I also have this intention, leave the invitation card problem to me. The popularity of the Greed Island game had only just begun. The number of players who poured in during the first week exceeded 5,000. And after that, it was still increasing at an extremely terrifying rate every day. Fortunately, the current Greed Island had enough capacity to accommodate players. Although players were pouring in like crazy, there were still no signs of saturation. As more and more players entered, not only did the competition within the game become more intense, more and more players saw the true magic of Greed Island. For example, right now, a strategy team, composed of pro hunters, was a rare S-class card in the underground cave of Greed Island. Morel took the lead, walking in front. Knuckle and Shoot were also focusing all their attention on the dark tunnel ahead. According to the map's instructions, this should be the location of the S-class card, the Forbidden Gate stone statue. Morel said as he stopped. The dozen or so hunters behind him were also holding up lights, searching everywhere in the darkness. But they didn't see anything useful. This seemed to be an empty underground cave. There was nothing special. The crowd groped around in the dark cave. This cave, which was the size of a football field, was empty, very gloomy and strange. Suddenly, a hunter who was very muscular, accidentally discovered a strange mark on the ground with his light. Morel, come take a look at this. The group quickly gathered over. What is this thing? Morel frowned. I'm not sure, but I seem to have seen this pattern somewhere before. A strange oval shape, with a pattern like a windmill inside. Knuckle and Shoot also looked at the pattern on the ground, falling into deep thought. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 340, HHES, chapter 340 1409 words. Just as Morel couldn't remember what it was, Knuckle suddenly widened his eyes, standing up straight. Isn't this the pattern that appeared in the chairman's eyes back then? Chairman's eyes? The other hunters looked at Knuckle. What's wrong with the chairman's eyes? Morel also suddenly remembered, this was indeed that strange pattern that had appeared in Loki's eyes before. And this pattern appeared here. Morel instinctively felt that something was wrong. Loki's mysterious eyes had many unbelievable powers. And Loki had chosen to depict the pattern of this eye here, then it was likely that strategy this card wouldn't be simple. It might even lead to death. After thinking about it, Morel decided to tell the other hunters about Loki's eyes. Everyone, listen to me. Chairman Loki's eyes have many magical powers that don't belong to Nen abilities, but belong to the special physique or bloodline that the chairman was endowed with. The crowd was somewhat puzzled by this statement. What do you mean by special physique? Boom boom boom. Just as Morel was about to explain, the cave began to shake. Boom, flickering flames appeared. Boom boom. One flame after another bloomed out of thin air. Like blooming lotuses, floating on the surrounding walls. The flames illuminated this empty underground space. Morel and the others suddenly raised their heads. However, they ignored the mysterious kaleidoscope Sharingan pattern in front of them. This pattern began to spin. Scarlet light lit up under everyone's feet. Peng peng. 2 huge black shadows scurry out from it. The ground shook violently. Morel reminded the crowd. The 2 black shadows gradually revealed their faces in the flames. Huge heads, a scarlet eyeball. The pattern inside the eyeball was exactly the same as the pattern under everyone's feet. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Knuckle and Shoot were stunned for a moment. Shouldn't this eye be Loki's special bloodline ability? How could it suddenly appear on 2 monsters? Morel was also stunned for a moment. Don't just focus on the eyes, take a closer look at what these 2 guys are. Hearing this, Knuckle and Shoot only then fixed their eyes on the 2 monsters. Zenki and Goki. The other hunters, listening to Morel and his 2 disciples' words, couldn't help but become nervous. Morel, have you seen these 2 monsters before? Listening to other people's questions, Morel quickly replied, these 2 guys are Chairman Loki's Nen beasts. The people present were all 2-star hunters, not to say they were at the top of the hunters, but they were definitely first-class experts. However, the current Chairman Loki's position in the hunters' hearts was a super legend that couldn't be forgotten. These are really the Chairman's Nen beasts. Among the hunters present, it seemed that apart from Morel and his 2 disciples, the others hadn't seen Loki's Nen beasts. Zenki and Goki. Morel nodded. There's no mistake, these are definitely the chairman's Nen beasts. And why have their eyes turned into the chairman's unique bloodline ability, the kaleidoscope Sharingan? What's so special about this kaleidoscope Sharingan? The other hunters, looking at the 2 Nen beasts' eyes, just felt that they were somewhat strange. They didn't think there was anything special about them. However, Morel was very clear about the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. That black flame, the huge Nen aura giant, seemed to be unique abilities of this kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now that this eye had appeared on the 2 Nen beasts' bodies, he didn't know if the 2 Nen beasts would also possess that kind of power. If they did, then it would be terrible. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from behind. Following the team of the Hunter Association is indeed good, thank you for triggering this game event, So the matter of challenging the monsters to get the cards will be left to us. He didn't know when, but dozens of nin users had appeared behind them. These people all had fierce and evil appearances. Although in terms of individual strength, they might not be as good as Morel and the others' team, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Moreover, in this narrow space, the advantage in numbers was still very useful. Morel turned his head, looking at the other party. Appearing at this time, these guys are really good at calculating. Morel and the others' faces weren't looking too good. After all, they had been followed here. These people were all pro hunters, but they hadn't noticed that they were being followed at all. This was completely losing face. Judging from the other party's appearance, they were also all experts. Although their strength was slightly inferior to them, it wasn't as if they didn't have any real skills at all. With nin users who had reconnaissance and tracking abilities, it was still very easy to follow them. It was best not to underestimate everyone's nin ability. Suddenly, Zenki and Goki let out bursts of roars. Morel's expression froze. The top priority now is to deal with these two monsters. It's best if we don't start fighting at this time. Loki's nin beasts weren't easy to deal with. If they weren't careful, they might die here. Helpless, Morel could only compromise. However, in the eyes of these freelance organizations, Morel's compromise meant that these pro-hunters were afraid of them. I didn't expect pro-hunters to be so timid. The leader had an arrogant appearance. Because Morel's words had made all the vigilance in his heart towards the pro-hunters disappear. Didn't you see these two monsters? They're the game producer Loki's nin beasts. Everyone looked at each other with wide eyes. If he was here himself, I would still be afraid, but you're saying his nin beasts. What's there to be afraid of about mere nin beasts? Hearing this, Morel sneered in his heart. A bunch of idiots. However, at this time, Zenki suddenly moved. It rushing towards Knuckle, who was closest to it. Punching towards Knuckle fiercely. And in this instant, Knuckle also launched a counterattack at the first time. After a loud bang, Knuckle's body flew backwards quickly. And Zenki stood firmly in place. Knuckle, who had spun a few times in the air, landed steadily. Looking at Zenki with a shocked expression. What strong power, master, these nin beasts must not be underestimated. Morel nodded. Of course I know, but these guys who had suddenly barged in clearly didn't plan to join hands with them. The power that Zenki displayed made these freelance organizations who had barged in somewhat surprised, but they didn't care too much. With so many of them, were they still afraid of not being able to handle a game monster? The leader looked at Morel. I'll give you two choices now. If you want to live, then give us one S-class card each. If you don't give it, then we'll directly kill you and the game monster together. The other party looked at Morel with a look of confidence. Morel's face was livid. Hearing these words, Morel couldn't wait to beat the other party up. But now, Zenki and Goki's primary attack target seemed to be them, who were closer. Not that group of freelance organizations who had suddenly barged in. With them being attacked from both sides, Morel and the others' current situation wasn't optimistic. Hiss hiss. Morel slowly inhaled. The super-large lung capacity made Morel's inhalation seem very terrifying. It seems that you still plan to take action. Saying this group of freelance players immediately took a fighting stance. After all, they were all experts. There couldn't be a situation where they didn't use nin after discovering that something was wrong. Morel suddenly spat out endless white smoke. It instantly spread to the entire underground cave. Morel's move stunned the freelance players. But in this instant, Morel and the others rushed out at the fastest speed. Are we just leaving like this? Shoot, who was tightly following behind Morel in the smoke, and the other pro-hunters were also closely following behind. Morel smiled. Of course not, we're just letting them test the combat power of those two nin beasts first. They came to the entrance of the cave. The freelance players inside were all shrouded in white smoke. underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 341, HHES, Chapter 341. 1362 words. Not noticing at all that Morel and the others had quietly come behind them. Boss, they're gone. Damn it, everyone be careful, these pro hunters are all very cunning. Morel, who was at the entrance of the cave, was smiling as he listened to these people's voices. And the few hunters behind him were somewhat strange. Morel, are we just letting these guys have the S-class card that we finally managed to get? Morel turned his head, looking at them. No, it's just that those 2 monsters, we might not be their opponents yet. Hearing these words, the few people's expressions became somewhat unnatural. They're just 2 game monsters. Is Mr. Morel being too vigilant? We're all pro hunters, how could we not be able to beat 2 game monsters? Although the chairman is very strong, they're just 2 game monsters, we can't possibly not be able to beat them, right? Holding a skeptical and somewhat unconvinced attitude, the few people looked at Morel with strange gazes. However, at this time, a miserable scream came from inside the cave. My leg is broken. It hurts so much, this guy tore off my arm. The smoke gradually dissipated. Blood was dripping from Zenki and Goki's hands. When the smoke had shrouded the crowd, they had taken action, killing 2 players. The dozens of Nin users were confronting Zenki and Goki. The leader looked at Zenki and Goki. What strong game monsters, to actually take advantage of the fact that our vision was blocked just now to launch a surprise attack on us. I'll leave these 2 monsters to me. A player stood out, he was enhancement type Nin user. His combat power was very strong. He walked out of the crowd, rushing straight towards Zenki. Nin aura was gathering on his fist. Damn game monsters, to actually injure our people, making us have to spend more money to buy 2 Angel's Breath cards, damn it. He punched out with all his strength, making an ear-piercing roar in the air. The power of this punch, which was gushing with Nin aura, was undoubtedly very strong. However, suddenly, Zenki raised his arm, grabbing this person's fist. His body didn't move an inch. Morel and the others, who were hiding in the cave entrance, had their faces suddenly darken. To directly receive this kind of attack, Zenki's figure didn't even shake a bit. This didn't seem like an ordinary game monster at all. There's no mistake, these are indeed Loki's Nin beasts, Zenki and Goki. What kind of monster is this? These Nin users, watching Zenki receive this enhancement-type Nin user's attack without any damage, were stunned in place. The monsters in the game. As players, they had seen quite a few these days. In the past, no matter how unbelievable the monsters they had encountered were, they didn't have much power. This was the first time they had encountered a monster as terrifying as Zenki. Damn it, I don't believe that a mere monster in the game would be that strong. Saying this enhancement-type ability user concentrated all the Nen in his body again. However, at this time, Zenki lightly waved his hand, slapping this Nen user away in an instant. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out. This enhancement-type Nen user lay on the ground with a pale face. Did that monster see him concentrating the aura in his body just now, and take the opportunity to attack when other parts were weak in defense? This statement made cold sweat break out on people's backs. What a joke, the actions of the monsters in the game should all be preset. How could they understand that when players were concentrating their own aura, the defenses of other parts of their body were weak? If that was really the case, then this monster would be difficult to deal with. Just as everyone was stunned, Goki moved. Its huge body was like a huge tank, charging directly towards the crowd. The Nin users who didn't have time to react were instantly knocked away. Even with Nin aura defending their bodies, the huge impact force still made them feel their internal organs surging crazily. Something's not right. How could these two monsters' combat power be so strong? The leader was somewhat surprised, judging from the combat power that the two monsters had displayed. It had already exceeded the power of most monsters in the game. They weren't on the same level at all. They're just game monsters, watch me resolve them. Two transformation-type nin users took action. Their nin emitted a powerful aura. The two's attack moves were very exquisite. Although their aura wasn't enough to shake Zenki and Goki, they had actually suppressed Zenki and Goki for a time with their exquisite moves. This situation made the other nin users breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the monsters in the game were just monsters, these two were just somewhat special, but they weren't that terrifying. However, this idea lasted for less than 10 seconds. The poses that Zenki and Goki made this group of nin users widen their eyes. Looking at the starting stance that Zenki and Goki were making. This is my wolf-killing fist. What a joke, how could a monster know my wolf-killing fist? Zenki took action. Its movements were exactly the same as the two nin users who had taken action before. Not even a bit different. And it occupied a stronger advantage in speed and power, defeating the two with one move. Instantly breaking the two's arms, sending them flying out. The remaining people silently swallowed their saliva. What's going on? Why are the monsters in the game learning the players' moves? The leader's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His body staggered back somewhat. Those hunters said just now that these are that Loki's nin beasts, could it be true? Hearing this, the others also remembered what Morel had said before. These weren't monsters in the game, but one of the creators of this magical game. The world's recognized strongest nin user. The most monstrous chairman in the Hunter Association's history. His nin beasts. If that was really the case, then the pervertedness of these two monsters wouldn't be so hard to accept. These people's legs were somewhat weak. Zenki and Goki charged into the crowd. Not using any weapons. Just simply imitating the players' attack moves, they resolved their people one after another. Unmatched powerful. Damn it, taste my nin bullet rocket launcher. A nin bullet that emitted a dazzling light shot straight towards Zenki from the crowd. And at the moment when the nin bullet was about to hit Zenki, a similar nin bullet shot out from Zenki's hand. The nin bullets collided with each other, erupting with amazing commotion. The entire underground cave was shaking crazily. Everyone couldn't stand steadily, falling to the ground. Looking up at Zenki, who was approaching step by step in front. It can even imitate the use of aura. What perverted nin beasts are these? Help, don't come over. What followed was a one-sided massacre. At the cave entrance, Morel and the others' faces were very ugly. Did you see? These are the current chairman's nin beasts. Even two nin beasts have such powerful combat power. The others thought with some lingering fear, if they had insisted on taking action against the two perverted nin beasts just now. Their current outcome probably wouldn't be much better than these freelance players. What's powerful isn't the two nin beasts' combat power but those eyes. Morel said very seriously. The others didn't understand what was so special about those eyes. Apart from the pattern being very strange, it didn't seem to have any other use. Looking at these people's questioning gazes, Morel knew that they hadn't heard of it at all. Those eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is a special physique like the Kuda clan's scarlet eyes. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 342, HHES. Chapter 342 1291 words. However, the kaleidoscope Sharingan can give people with this physique super strong insight, as well as some special abilities. Morel thought about how Zenki and Goki were able to easily imitate the enemy's attack moves and aura moves just now. Perhaps these Tunen beasts' super strong imitation ability comes from their powerful insight. Several pro hunters silently lowered their heads after hearing Morel's words. Just on the Nen beasts, this magical eye had such terrifying power. Then on the chairman himself, would this ability be even more terrifying? The answer was yes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan would naturally become even more terrifying on Loki. Like Jing, with striking-type abilities, Loki didn't need to use the kaleidoscope. He could perfectly imitate them after seeing them just once with the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Are we still going to studying the hidden item card here? A pro hunter asked. Morel suddenly turned his head. Of course. These Tunen beasts were so perverted, it didn't seem worth spending time here just for an S-class card, and even risking their lives. Knuckle and Shoot looked at that person. The chairman's Nen beasts are here. Do you think there's really only one S-class item card hidden here? Hearing this, everyone's eyes began to flicker. Could it be that there's a Dragon Ball? Shoot and Knuckles' words made the other hunters' expressions suddenly change. Their eyes revealed excited emotions. Dragon Ball. It could almost be considered one of the most important items on Greed Island. However, since the game started, despite the fact that there were so many players, they had raided many events in the game, and found the collection methods for 20 rare cards, there was no news about the Dragon Balls that Loki had shown before. Some people said that they needed to collect a specified 112 cards in their pocket to trigger the event to obtain the Dragon Balls. However, they hadn't expected that Dragon Balls might appear here. The significance of the Dragon Balls for the entire game was self-evident. Knuckle, Shoot, are you saying the truth? The hunters asked. Morel snatched the words to answer. There's a high possibility. He looked at Zenki and Goki, who were about to end the battle. Chairman Loki's Nen beasts would definitely not appear here for no reason. Morel, are you really sure that these are the chairman's Nen beasts? Could it be that he imitated his own Nen beasts, creating game monsters? Morel had also thought about this point. But if they were just game monsters that imitated his own Nen beasts, Loki shouldn't have left the Sharingan pattern on them. Moreover, judging from the power that Zenki and Goki had displayed, they were definitely Loki's Nen beasts. Putting his own Nen beasts here, this was obviously an important location in the game. Otherwise, Loki wouldn't have sent his Nen beasts out. In short, we'll know if we try. There's a high possibility that Dragon Balls exist here, even if there aren't any Dragon Balls. Morel clenched his fist. It's definitely impossible to just get an S-class card. More valuable game items or Dragon Balls. It would definitely be one of the two. Morel turned his head, looking at the crowd. All right, there's no time for us to think too much. Are we going to take action? Perhaps the Dragon Balls are really here. The others looked at each other. No one could resist the temptation of the Dragon Balls. They nodded in agreement. Although Zenki and Goki's power was very strong, everything was for the Dragon Balls. Since we've decided, then let's take action. Saying this, Morel took the lead, rushing up first. Loki's Nen beasts won't be easy to resolve either. It seems that we have to prepare for a protracted war. After Morel and the others took over from the freelance organizations, launching an attack on Zenki and Goki, in the temple, Loki was training his aura. He was sitting cross-legged, raising his hand in front, making a grasping motion. Flames turned into a long line, slowly appearing in Loki's hand. The flames were burning, seeming to condense something. However, just as Loki was concentrating all his attention and energy, through the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Loki sensed that someone was challenging Zenki and Goki. Loki smiled. It's finally about to start, huh? Zenki and Goki were the first step in opening the Dragon Ball collection. The Real Greed Island would be opened after the first Dragon Ball appeared. Loki closed his eyes. Through the connection between the kaleidoscope Sharingan and Zenki and Goki, Loki could directly obtain the scenes they saw. However, when he saw Morel and the others, he hadn't expected that it would be Morel, and the others who had triggered the acquisition of the first Dragon Ball. Since it was Morel and the others' battle, Loki wasn't interested in continuing to watch. Loki was naturally very familiar with Morel and the others' abilities. Withdrawing his mind, he immersed himself in cultivation again. It's still so difficult to even condense the Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Inside the cave, Morel's face was extremely ugly. The battle had already passed 30 minutes. The power of Zenki and Goki in front of him was still strong. Although the two nin beasts were stained with a lot of dust, not as mighty and fierce as before, their power still made it difficult for them to breathe. These are the chairman's nin beasts. Just the nin beasts are so terrifying, then how strong is the chairman himself? Being able to persist until now, these hunters were completely convinced of Loki's power in their hearts. As expected of the chairman who has created one miracle after another, just the two nin beasts he left behind are actually so terrifying. Don't be distracted, these two nin beasts' strength is no less than top nin users. Morel reminded. The battle continued. After an hour of hard fighting, the three hunters' joint attack finally killed Goki, who had perverted defense. And Zenki had long been resolved by Morel, who had designed a joint attack 10 minutes ago. Goki fell. The Sharingan pattern on the ground began to spin. Morel and the others lay on the ground, panting heavily. Is it finally over? Knuckle and Shoot also didn't have any strength left at all. Having spent so much effort, they hadn't expected that they had only resolved two nin beasts. It was truly despairingly strong. The other hunters were also lying on the ground in disarray, panting heavily. It's finally resolved, we should be able to get the reward now, right? Is it really a Dragon Ball? The Sharingan pattern on the ground was spinning. The red light suddenly erupted. Everyone barely supported their bodies, standing up. Suddenly, a red light instantly filled the entire underground space. Then, the sound of crows cawing. Everyone slowly opened their eyes. A dense mass of black crows in front of them. Their eyes were all red kaleidoscope Sharingan. The dense mass of crows stared at Morel and the others. The crowd silently swallowed their saliva, retreating a step somewhat fearfully. The crows converged into a black figure. The black figure condensed. Apart from those scarlet eyes, the body was completely black, only the rough outline could be seen. Morel, looking at the person in front of him, couldn't help but exclaim, "Chairman Loki." The other hunters were stunned for a moment. Chairman? Has the chairman come? After a long time, the black shadow didn't say anything. He raised his hand. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 343, HHES, chapter 343. 1467 words. A one-star Dragon Ball was in his hand. But along with the appearance of the Dragon Ball, there was also a terrifying nin aura fluctuation that impacted the mind. Almost making Morel and the others, who were already exhausted from the battle, faint. What terrifying pressure, is this also the aura that the chairman deliberately left behind? Under this pressure, Knuckles' legs felt as heavy as if they had been poured with lead. Master, are you all right? After those people left, Knuckle and Shoot came up, asking about Morel's condition. However, Morel kept looking in the direction of the cave entrance. Not reacting for a long time. It gave people the feeling that he had been too shocked by the Dragon Ball that he had obtained being snatched away, and couldn't accept it. Just as Knuckle wanted to wake Morel up, Morel suddenly turned his head, looking at the crowd. Did you see that person's appearance clearly just now? The crowd all shook their heads. The light here wasn't very strong to begin with. Adding to the situation at the time, who would have the mind to pay attention to what the other party looked like? Morel lowered his head, saying, "Among those people, I saw a familiar face." He raised his head, looking at the crowd. Paris-Tun. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, this name was really too unexpected. Paris-Tun, the vice-chairman of the Hunter Association. If he was really with that group of people just now, then it wouldn't be a small matter. Master, are you sure? Morel nodded. In short, let's go out first. We need to ask the Hunter Association about this matter. I always feel that this matter isn't simple. If it was just simply snatching game items, then it was nothing. This was a means that was allowed in the game itself. It was just that as the vice-chairman, snatching something that a member of the Hunter Association had already obtained was somewhat unreasonable. However, at the same time, a voice was echoing. Congratulations to the player for successfully obtaining the first 1-star Dragon Ball, triggering the acquisition event for the second Dragon Ball. All players who have collected more than 40 cards in the specified pocket have the opportunity to trigger the acquisition event for the second Dragon Ball. Since the first Dragon Ball has been collected by a player, the game's weather change system will be triggered. Please explore the functions of the weather system yourself. The voice echoing on the island disappeared. The players were boiling. It had only been how long? The first Dragon Ball had already been taken by someone. Wasn't it that they had to collect all the cards in the specified pocket before they could trigger the event to obtain the Dragon Ball? He hadn't expected that they could trigger the event to obtain the Dragon Ball without collecting all the specified cards. This was a very important piece of news. In the temple, Loki had also obtained a lot of information through the information announced by the system. For example, judging from the news that they only needed to collect 40 types of designated port in order to trigger the acquisition event for the second Dragon Ball, many players would soon understand. The number of cards in the specified pocket had an absolute relationship with whether they could trigger the Dragon Ball acquisition event. Now the players would probably collect the cards in the specified pocket even more crazily. However, the limited number of some rare cards would make the players start killing each other. Wanting to select the person who best met Loki's conditions wasn't the best way to let them kill each other. Directly using battle to select the strongest. On the other side, Morel and the others had obviously missed this news. But they were looking for a Den Den Mushi. Den Den Mushi. A prop used to contact the outside of the island from within the island. But it was a one-time use item. Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining it was B-class. So in general, unless there was something particularly important, no one would want to look for a Den Den Mushi to contact the outside world. Miss Cheadle, I want to ask about some news. It's about Paris-Tun, is he? Morel was contacting Cheadle outside the island through the Den Den Mushi. Before he could finish speaking, Cheadle began to roar. That bastard Paris-Tun, what are you asking him about? He has already announced his withdrawal from the Zodiacs, resigning from the position of vice-chairman, and Jing too. He suddenly said he was going to withdraw from the Zodiacs the last time he came back. These two bastards are always causing me trouble at key moments. If I meet them again, I will definitely make them look good. After listening to Cheadle's complaints, Morel was somewhat puzzled, withdrawing from the Zodiacs, resigning from the position of vice-chairman, but Paris-Tun had come to Greed Island. What did he want to do? Was his goal also the game's completion reward? But something wasn't right. In that group of people, Paris-Tun was clearly not occupying a leading position. With Paris-Tun's strength, he couldn't occupy a leading position. It could be imagined how dangerous that group of people was. Morel told Cheadle the news that he had seen Paris-Tun. Would that guy also be interested in the completion reward? The two analyzed for a while but still didn't understand what Paris-Tun's purpose was. If he was just simply interested in the completion reward, he shouldn't have withdrawn from the Zodiacs and resigned from the position of vice-chairman. He always felt that Paris-Tun was very strange. After ending the call, Morel looked at the elite hunters of the strategy team. Paris-Tun's sudden appearance, this matter not only involves the Dragon Ball that should have been ours, but the identity of that group of mysterious people must also be investigated. This is a mission from the association, are you going to accept it? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Of course, not only because of the association's mission, but also the Dragon Ball that belongs to us, we must also get it back. Then let's set off. Morel had a serious expression. They shouldn't have gone far yet, and our strength has recovered almost completely. The hunter who was good at reconnaissance among the hunters began to lead the way. Paris-Tun and the others, who were resting by a lake, were eating dry food. The person sitting cross-legged by the water suddenly laughed loudly. "Lord, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at this interesting notification. It seems to be inducing the players to kill each other." His eyes looked at the constantly fluctuating lake surface. If there wasn't this kind of notification, the players should still be very calm, but once this notification appears, then the competition in the game will become more and more fierce. Just as these people were speaking, a cloud of white smoke floated over the lake. Looking at the smoke that was slowly spreading over, everyone resting by the lake suddenly perked up, paying full attention. "They've come after us. They're really courting death." Morel and the others, who were hiding in the grass, looked in the direction of those people. Morel looked at the other party's face, feeling very familiar. "Master, are we going to take action?" "Wait, I always feel that this guy looks somewhat familiar." Morel was thinking, the other party's face always felt somewhat strange. "He seems to look somewhat similar to Chairman Netero." After saying this, the air instantly solidification. Shoot's words seemed to awaken everyone. Looking at it this way, the other party did have a magical similarity to Chairman Netero's appearance. And it always felt like he was the young Chairman Netero. There are many people who look similar, there's nothing strange about that, right? Indeed, there were many people who looked similar. But the problem was that this was different. It didn't give people the feeling that it was a coincidence. If they had to say what the reason was, everyone had an unbelievable answer in their hearts, but no one dared to be certain yet. The person sitting cross-legged by the lake disappeared. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Before they could even react, a figure had already appeared in front of them. The guy who was crossing his arms, looking down at the crowd, wasn't he the person who had been sitting cross-legged by the lake before? How could he have discovered us? Morel felt puzzled. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day, Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 344, HHES, Chapter 344 1454 words. While the other people were also very surprised. Not reacting at all. Approaching them so quietly, if this person had launched an attack just now, these people would probably not have been opponents at all. They might already be dead. Morel wanted to get up. The sound of water droplets falling rang out all around. He didn't know when, but the other party's people were already standing full. And Paris-Tun was staring at Morel intently in the crowd. To actually dare to chase after us, Mr. Morel seems to have a lot of confidence in his strength. Paris-Tun didn't avoid Morel at all. Paris-Tun, it really is you. Who exactly are you people? Such a powerful group of people shouldn't be unknown. How did they suddenly appear? Everyone had this question in their hearts. But Paris-Tun actually answered Morel's question directly. You guys actually don't know yet, this lord is very well known. Paris-Tun smiled, squinting his eyes. Lord Beyond is Chairman Netero's son. Chairman Netero's son. These words not only surprised Morel, but the other hunters were no exception. They had never heard that Chairman Netero had a son. How did a son suddenly appear? This was too sudden. No wonder Beyond looked somewhat similar to Netero. How could they not be similar? The surprise on Morel and the others' faces made Beyond very satisfied. After all, there was no use in hiding Beyond's identity. It would be discovered sooner or later. There wasn't much difference between saying it proactively and waiting for others to find out. Beyond smiled. Since you've come, then hand over all your cards. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Drops of cold sweat slid down Morel and the others' faces. Beyond's aura was too strong. Resisting didn't seem to have much of a chance. Morel took the lead, taking out his card book. The others followed suit, honestly handing over the cards in the specified pocket that they had painstakingly collected. You've actually collected more than 20 types of cards in such a short period of time. You're quite capable. Beyond smiled very happily. Suddenly, his gaze became cold. But as punishment for you guys following me, you can die. A fierce killing intent suddenly erupted. Beyond's subordinates launched an attack fiercely. Knuckle and Shoot launched a counterattack at the first time. But 2 long cuts were left on their bodies. And Morel himself was punched away by Beyond, directly smashing a huge hole in his chest. One punch, instantly knocking down a nin user of Morel's level. The powerful strength was shocking. However, at the moment when Morel was punched away, Morel took out a card in his hand. Before losing consciousness, he chanted the spell. Use accompany, Macedora. The current accompany had been upgraded, adding a function to identify friend or foe, so there was no need to worry about taking Beyond and the others along. Morel, Shoot, and Knuckle, along with 2 hunters who had luckily not died, instantly rose into the air, flying quickly towards Macedora. Beyond, who was on the ground, looked at Morel leaving. Not bad, you were actually prepared. Should we chase? Pariston asked. Beyond smiled. No need, there's no need to care about a bunch of trash. Morel and the others, who had come to Macedora, at the first moment after landing, Knuckle and Shoot took out Angel's breath to heal Morel. The 5, who had survived a catastrophe, were panting heavily. What terrifying power, the chairman's son is actually so strong. Knuckle felt a burst of lingering fear. At the moment of the exchange, he couldn't even calculate how much aura the other party had. Knuckle, who was good at digitizing the enemy's aura, had never encountered another enemy whom he couldn't calculate the amount of Nen aura on, apart from Loki and the Chimera ants. We must leave Greed Island immediately, and report this matter to the Hunter Association. In order to prevent them from chasing after them, Morel and the others immediately left Greed Island through a special item card. Cheadle was looking at the documents that Mammoth Meon had sent over. These things were all Chairman Netero's belongings that Mammoth Meon had organized recently. Looking at the cassette tape placed at the top, with the chairman's unique strange writing on it, Cheadle took it out to play. I think the one who would take this out to play without permission would either be Jing or Cheadle, right? The first sentence that Netero said after appearing on the screen made Cheadle very unhappy. You old fart. Alright, let's get down to business. If I die, you must be careful, my son Beyond will make a lot of crazy moves. But if little Loki successfully becomes the chairman, then there's no need to worry about this kind of thing. My son Beyond is completely a replica of me, he's even stronger than I was when I was younger. If he causes trouble, I'm afraid only little Loki can stop him. Alright, that's it. The top priority now is to find a way to get little Loki back on the right track. Just at this time, the phone rang. Cheadle casually picked up the phone. Does the chairman have a son named Beyond? Do you know? It was Morel's voice. However, the first sentence surprised Cheadle somewhat. Was this guy monitoring her? How did he immediately know that the chairman had a son named Beyond, just as she had just found out? Are you monitoring me? Cheadle's question stunned Morel for a moment. But he quickly opened his mouth, saying, What monitoring? What I'm telling you now is that Beyond, he has appeared on Greed Island, and Pariston is with him too. Cheadle had only just found out about Beyond. But the other side was actually saying that the other party had appeared on Greed Island. But Cheadle quickly calmed down. It wasn't too surprising that Beyond had appeared on Greed Island. After all, the reward for clearing Greed Island, which Loki and Jing and the others had remade, had an absolute attraction for anyone. Not to mention someone like Beyond. Beyond has appeared on Greed Island, I know about this. Morel frowned tightly. Cheadle, I always feel that this matter isn't simple. Beyond is Chairman Netero's son. It seems that no one has ever heard of such a person existing. And he's appearing together with Paris Tun this time. These two are very strange. Beyond's strength is terrifying. He has already personally killed several hunters in order to snatch the rare item cards in the game. Paris Tun is also among them. Things were no longer that simple. Beyond had already started making trouble. Just for snatching items in the game, he had killed the Hunter Association's hunters. This was already provoking the Hunter Association. What's more, Paris Tun was also among them. If it was just for the items in the game, there didn't seem to be a need to kill people, right? Cheadle, who had hung up the phone, had a somewhat dignified expression. Why haven't I seen Beyond's information at all before? When Cheadle had just taken over the authority of the acting chairman, and was handling the association's affairs with Paris Tun, she should have seen the information about Beyond. However, she had only found out now. Now, combining the fact that Paris Tun was currently by Beyond's side, it seemed that Paris Tun had hidden Beyond's news. Cheadle began to search for information about Beyond. Soon, a large amount of information appeared in front of her. Of course, these were just some unimportant information about Beyond. The important things had long been erased by Paris Tun. Cheadle saw a noteworthy piece of information. The news of Chairman Netero's coma spread, and Beyond disappeared. Then the information about Netero prohibiting Beyond from going to the Dark Continent was also found by Cheadle. After thinking for a long time, Cheadle guessed. Could it be that after the chairman fell into a coma, Beyond went to the Dark Continent? So there was no information about him during this time. And interestingly, after the Chimera ants appeared, Beyond appeared. The Dark Continent, Beyond, Chimera ants. Cheadle had always been very strange, why the Chimera ants had appeared in the human world. Even if they mutated, they shouldn't have suddenly mutated to such a terrifying degree. Now, combining these situations, could it be that Beyond had explored the Dark Continent without permission, bringing back the Chimera ant creature? Cheadle thought for a while. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 345, HHES. Chapter 345-16, for words directly opening Paris Tun's account. As the vice chairman of the association, Paris Tun had permission to view too many documents and information. After logging into Paris Tun's account, there was nothing. All the data had been cleared. Cheadle slammed her hand heavily on the desk. That damn guy, he must have done something shady. Picking up the phone, Cheadle contacted a hunter under her who was proficient in computers. With your ability, can you recover it? The other party: no problem, I can get it done in half an hour. This hunter who was proficient in computers wasn't just proficient in various computer skills, but his ability was related to computers. For example, recovering deleted data from a specified account out of thin air. It was very simple for him, who possessed this kind of an ability. The files were sent to Cheadle. Paris Tun's actions over the years as the vice chairman of the Hunter Association, almost all of them could be found on his account. One of the chat logs shocked Cheadle. The gift for the old man has been brought back, find a way to make him accept this gift alone. Looking at the time, it was just when the Chimera ants had appeared in the human world. Could it really be his doing? No, I have to ask clearly. But Paris Tun was currently on Greed Island. Cheadle couldn't contact him at all. Helpless, she could only contact Loki by phone. On the top of the huge central floating building, Botobai picked up the phone. Cheadle, what's the matter? Where's Chairman Loki? The chairman said that he wants to develop his abilities. He has already entered the center of the temple. He won't come out before the duel with Jing starts. Cheadle was somewhat anxious. Botobai, go call the chairman out. Botobai was somewhat strange. He felt that Cheadle seemed to be very anxious. But he couldn't do the thing of calling Loki out. Sorry, I can't do it. In the center of the temple, the only people who have permission to enter are the chairman and Jing. No one else can enter. Cheadle didn't understand why only Jing and Loki were qualified to enter that so-called center of the temple. Then what about Jing? Botobai thought about Jing's words before he left. Jing seems to have gone to do secret training with his son. Can you contact Jing? I'm afraid it's impossible. Jing also said before he left that even if something happened to the association before the duel started, don't look for him, he won't bring a contact phone. Jing and Loki couldn't be contacted now. This made Cheadle feel that she had a headache. Why did it have to be at this time? Now that she had discovered the culprit who was suspected of creating the Chimera and invasion incident. The Hunter Association had to find a way to investigate this matter clearly no matter what. However, Loki couldn't be notified, and neither could Jing. Apart from Loki and Jing, who else on Greed Island could arrest them? Suddenly, Cheadle thought of Razor. After having Botobai help contact Razor, the answer she got was, I'm very sorry, the game producers can't interfere with the players in any form, this is the rule of the game. Of course, the only people who can ignore this rule are Mr. Jing and Mr. So what Razor means is that on the entire Greed Island, as the game producers, they don't have any means to deal with the players. Botobai listened to Cheadle's words. That's probably what he means. Cheadle didn't understand, why did they make such a big game, but as the game producers, they didn't have a way to deal with the players. Botobai explained because as players, if they take action against the game producers, they will definitely be expelled from the game at the first moment. So they don't need to do anything to the players at all. Cheadle had originally thought that these two people running to Greed Island would be easily caught by Loki. However, the situation now didn't seem to be like that. Is there no other way? Botobai thought for a while. There is. What way? Cheadle asked quickly. As long as they trigger Razor's game event, then through a fair game duel, Razor can attack them. Was this method even a method? They had to wait for the other party to trigger the game event that Razor was in charge of. Wasn't this a joke? Cheadle was helpless. But no matter what, she had to catch Paris Tun and beyond, and thoroughly investigate the cause of the Chimera and incident. Botobai, you're not considered a game producer, right? Hearing this question, Botobai denied it faintly. Of course not. Then can I trouble you to take action to arrest Paris Tun and beyond? After Cheadle finished speaking, she added, of course, it's not just you alone. I will also have Kanzai, Mizaistum, and Morel, and Nobunaga cooperate with you. I can, but once I leave here, I won't be able to return to the temple again. Cheadle hesitated for a moment. If even Botobai wasn't by Loki's side, then it would seem even more difficult to grasp Loki's actions at that time. But right now, Loki and Jing couldn't be contacted. Loki was in the center of the Greed Island temple, but without the permission that Botobai had spoken of, it was basically impossible to enter this kind of place. Unless they violently broke through the defense mechanism that Loki and Jing had made. But was that possible? Cheadle thought for a while. In short, let's catch Beyond and Paris Tun first, and investigate the Chimera and incident thoroughly. Since Cheadle had said so, Botobai didn't have much to say. But suddenly, Botobai thought of something. You said that Jing and Paris Tun had withdrawn from the Zodiacs, right? Cheadle, that's right. Then let me recommend two people. Cheadle was somewhat questioning. Botobai, who never cared about this kind of thing, actually took the initiative to recommend people to join the Zodiacs. Who are you recommending? Kurapika and Leo Rio, the two of them seem to be acquaintances of the chairman. Kurapika's ability is very strong. I met him once last time, and he left a deep impression on me. And Leo Rio also has a lot of potential, plus they're acquaintances of the chairman. It would be very beneficial to have them join the Zodiacs to help you, I believe. This was Botobai's suggestion. Cheadle thought about it carefully. It was indeed a good method to find two of Loki's friends to join the Zodiacs. In the future, if there was anything she needed to find Loki for, she wouldn't be so passive. After all, if they had a friend relationship, then even Loki wouldn't refuse so casually, right? Alright, I'll contact them, and also have them join this operation. After making the decision, Cheadle hung up the phone. The temple was the only place on the entire Greed Island where they could contact the outside world by phone. Perhaps it was because the terrain was relatively high. There wasn't anything special set up. But it was easy to contact the outside world by phone here. While Cheadle was trying to find a way to catch Beyond and Paris Tun, and thoroughly investigate the cause of the chimera and incident, Beyond and his group were frantically collecting cards. Collecting 40 types of cards in the specified pocket can trigger the acquisition event for the second Dragon Ball. Paris Tun was analyzing calmly. According to the number of specified pocket cards that Morel and the others had when they triggered the acquisition event for the first Dragon Ball. The trigger requirement for the first Dragon Ball was 20 cards. According to this pattern, collecting 60 cards in the specified pocket can trigger the third Dragon Ball. Paris Tun looked at Beyond, who was snatching cards from other players. 80 cards is the fourth Dragon Ball. 100 cards is the fifth Dragon Ball. A total of 112 cards need to be collected in the specified pocket. 12 is an even number. Exactly 100 cards later, the 106th card, and the 112th card, should be the conditions to trigger the collection of the 6th Dragon Ball, and the 7th Dragon Ball respectively. Beyond casually threw the bodies of several players to the side. These bodies disappeared on Greed Island along with the Nen light. Beyond clapped his hands. Not bad analytical ability, but the trigger conditions are easy, but how to trigger it is the key. Hearing this, Paris Tun smiled. Leave this matter to me. I'm still better at intelligence gathering. Very good, then I'll leave it to you. Now there are 3 cards left before the trigger condition for the second Dragon Ball. Beyond raised his eyes, looking towards the west. It's good to have a lot of players, there's no need to look for the cards myself, just snatch them. The other Beyond subordinates all revealed sinister smiles after hearing these words. Paris Tun smiled, squinting his eyes. This is also thanks to everyone's yearning for the reward for clearing the game. The players' enthusiasm is very high, and the strategy for collecting all kinds of cards have also been explored quickly. At this rate, we should be able to clear this game in 3 months. Beyond smiled. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 346, HHES, chapter 346 1027 words. I just don't know if the final completion reward can really satisfy my wish. Paris Tun smiled. It definitely can, that kid Loki, although he's just a greenhorn, he does have extremely terrifying talent. Due to Hanzo's adventure, he triggered the event to obtain a prop that could help ordinary people awaken their Nen abilities. The entire Greed Island was boiling over. Whether the matter was true or false was temporarily not mentioned. But no one would not be excited after hearing this kind of information. Once there really was this kind of prop, then here, this Greed Island that had been remade under Loki's leadership, would really become a place that everyone flocked to. Even ordinary people would definitely not be an exception. With such a big event happening, no one could calm down. For a time, Greed Island was full of undercurrents. Beyond was stepping up the collection of cards. Compared to props that could help ordinary people awaken their Nen abilities, his goal was only the Dragon Balls. There might actually be this kind of prop. I'm more and more wanting to meet that kid. His smile made people feel chills down their spines. The manpower that the Hunter Association had sent out had also gathered together. Botobai stood outside the temple, looking at the tightly closed door. I hope leaving here wasn't the wrong choice. On the entire Greed Island, apart from Jing and Loki, who could freely enter and exit the temple, no one else could enter this area. Whether it was players or Hisoka and the others who had participated in the production, they couldn't arrive at the temple at will either. After saying this, Botobai walked towards the edge of the temple without turning his head. This was a floating building. It was also very simple to leave. Just jump down. Botobai glanced at the distance from here to the ground. Even he had to be very careful, at the moment of landing, using special techniques to dissipate the terrifying falling force. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be unscathed. Without too much melancholy, Botobai jumped. His figure instantly disappeared on the temple. In the center of the temple, Loki suddenly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by scorching flames. The temperature here was terribly high. Even if Jing rashly barged in, he would probably be instantly burned into nothingness by this terrifying high temperature. Loki was sitting cross-legged in this strange room that seemed like purgatory. The flames in his hand were constantly converging, but they still couldn't form a fixed shape. It's still a little short. Loki had a hunch that as long as he succeeded in condensing it once, it would definitely not be so difficult to use it again. The reason why condensing this Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, was so difficult wasn't to say that Ryujin Jaka was absolutely stronger than Shinso. How much the Zanpakuto could display depended entirely on the strength of the individual. This was Loki's view. But there were still differences between Zanpakuto. Shinso's starting point was very low, the upper limit depended on the individual's strength. But Ryujin Jaka was different. Ryujin Jaka's upper limit depended on the individual's strength, but the starting point was very high. So the difficulty of condensing Ryujin Jaka was 100 times more difficult than when Loki first took out Shinso. Possessing such terrifying power, but not being able to use it, Loki was very unwilling. But although Loki was in the center of the temple, his control over Greed Island was still there. Beyond and Paris Tun landing on the island, how could Loki not know? He knew, and even knew that Cheadle wanted him to take action to resolve Beyond. And Loki felt that Beyond's power might be able to reach the system's evaluation of S-class. But this was just a possibility, it wasn't a 100% thing. So Loki now had some thoughts about Cheadle looking for powerful Nen users to encircle and suppress Beyond. We definitely can't let this guy die like this. A flash of light appeared in Loki's eyes. If he gets the final completion reward, and makes a wish on the divine lung, then he will definitely be able to reach the S-class level, right? Then it seems that it's necessary to guide this guy well. If he just waited blindly, waiting for Beyond to clear this game, get the completion reward, that would take too long. At the very least, it would take 4 or 5 months. Loki couldn't wait. After thinking about it, Loki suddenly thought of a way. But this method had some drawbacks. That was to summon the fire spirit, and let it transformation into an independent individual to help Beyond. But in this way, the time to condense the Zanpakuto would be greatly increased. Moreover, the power of Ryujin Jaka and the fire spirit seemed to echo each other, there were many wonderful places. With the fire spirit around, Loki felt that the power of the Ryujin Jaka he condensed would become stronger. The fire spirit wouldn't work. Then were there any other ways? Loki closed his eyes, looking at the two-tailed Matatabi sleeping in his body. The power of the two-tailed Matatabi wasn't weak. But unfortunately, Ryujin Jaka wasn't very interested in the power of the tailed beasts. Looking at it this way, if he could strip the two-tailed Matatabi out of his body, use the Sharingan to control it, and then go to guide Beyond, it should be the best choice. But the two-tailed Matatabi was now just in the form of chakra. It didn't have a physical body. If he wanted to strip it out, he had to find a body that could accommodate it. Loki lowered his head, frowning slightly. On Greed Island, it was still very simple for Loki to create a body. It was just very fragile. Even if he put the two-tailed Matatabi into it, it wouldn't be too strong. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 347, HHES, Chapter 347. 1335 words more likely, it would collapse because it couldn't withstand the power of the two tails. If there was no way to solve this problem, then creating a clone to carry out the mission would be impossible. After thinking for a while, Loki thought through all his methods. It seemed that there was no way to make the body that he could create withstand the power of the two tails. If Nanika was still around, then it would be very simple. But even if Nanika was around now, it would be useless. Nanika's power had been absorbed by the Dragon Balls. Nanika was now just a useless unknown object residing in Aluka's body. Of course, this was also the result that Killua and Aluka wanted the most. Nanika, who had lost her power, didn't have any threat, and this also allowed Aluka to see the outside world. Killua should be traveling around with Aluka now. Could it be that I have to use the power of the Dragon Balls? Loki, as the person who had created the Divine Lung, couldn't make a wish. Even if he gathered the Dragon Balls, it would be useless. Loki sighed softly. Suddenly, in Loki's system storage space, the Shirkan jewel fragment that had been drawn out before flashed with a strange light. Loki sensed the Shirkan jewel, taking it out. If I use the Shirkan jewel to enhance the body's ability to withstand, and then inject the two tails, maybe I can. The Shirkan jewel, which he had originally thought was useless, seemed to still have some use. Loki smiled. Closing his eyes, holding the Shirkan jewel, he began to separate a part of his aura, preparing to create a clone. A body that was very similar to Loki, but had an essential difference, was created with an aura. Just like Yo Asakura and How Asakura, they looked very similar but had a great difference. The body was created. Loki raised his hand, embedding the Shirkan jewel into the forehead of this body. Suddenly, the Shirkan jewel bloomed with a strange cold light. A strange power shrouded this body. Loki looked at this change. The Shirkan jewel fragment actually has such strong power, it seems that it's necessary to collect all the Shirkan jewels. Loki even couldn't help but think about what kind of scene it would be if he were to create a world, fusing the Shirkan jewel and the Hogyoku together. The power would probably be even more terrifying. Smiling faintly, he would definitely try this in the future. Loki was going to start stripping out the power of the two-tailed Matatabi. Using the kaleidoscope Sharingan to control it. Injecting it into this new body. Red chakra constantly emerged from Loki's body. Flowing into this new body. When everything was completed, the new body opened its eyes. The Shirkan jewel fragment that emitted an evil light was perfectly embedded in its forehead. A fair face, looking somewhat pale. So this is the feeling of a clone. Loki could feel that in his field of vision, there was his own vision, and there was also the vision uploaded by the clone. Feeling the power of the clone, who only possessed the two-tailed Matatabi's chakra, was much weaker than Loki's main body. But this strength was enough. Then I'll leave the things outside to me. The clone Loki, who had the power of the Shirkan jewel fragment and controlled the two-tailed Matatabi's chakra, turned around, walking towards the outside. Loki, in the center of the temple, slowly closed his eyes. Now I can start focusing on controlling the power of Ryujin Jaka. The clone disappeared. In this unique space, raging flames began to burn again. I'm somewhat looking forward to what kind of surprise Ryujin Jaka will give me next time I go out. Outside the temple. Loki's clone looked around. It's very stable, as long as the Shirkan jewel fragment isn't taken away, then this clone won't be so easy to destroy. With the Two Tails chakra protecting it, plus the blessing of the Shirkan jewel fragment, the clone's power was definitely not weak either. Loki's consciousness was controlling this body. As long as he didn't leave the range of Greed Island, no matter where he was, Loki could freely control this new body. And at the same time, he had to carry out the development of Ryujin Jaka. Doing two things at once. It should be considered very normal for Loki. Loki came to the edge of the temple. Like Botobai before, he jumped straight down. Jumping down at this height, the impact force of the fall was quite terrifying. Just descending half the height, Loki had already felt that under the traction of gravity, the impact force had increased to a terrifying degree. There was no way, in order to be safe, he still had to use the tailed beast chakra to defend. Red chakra surged out, forming a chakra cloak. Two tails were fanning behind Loki. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of the wind rushing past his ears. Loki looked at a large forest directly below. The two tails that had turned into chakra shot straight towards the bottom. Like the landing gear of an airplane. Loki controlled the tails that had turned into chakra, landing first, then supporting his body to decelerate. Pang pang. Two huge roars rang out. The chakra landing gear was quickly bent. But it also reduced most of the impact force. Loki's body landed steadily, making an astonishing roar. A cloud of dust rolled up. Loki tightened his black coat, putting on the hood. Raising his eyes, he looked into the distance. If I remember correctly, it should be in this direction. Let's hurry over there. All right, the last member has been found. It's this guy, he's called. This yellow-haired person turned his head, looking at Loki. By the way, what's your name? Loki almost said his real name. Loki, huh? Somewhat of a strange name. The yellow-haired guy shook his head. Whatever, this is Loki, our last member. Of the remaining 4 people, there were 2 men and 2 women. There was even a little boy. These 2 beautiful ladies are Cindy and Mabel. Cindy had a very sweet appearance, but her figure was average. Mabel was the opposite of her. Her appearance was ordinary, chewing gum, with curly hair, but her figure was very good. The 2 women's aura wasn't very strong. A little better than beginners, right? Loki wasn't interested in paying attention to these 2 people. Turning his head, he looked at the other side. Is also a hunter like me, he's called Wing, and this is his disciple Zushi. After saying this, Loki suddenly raised his head, looking at Wing. This person should have been the teacher who taught Gon and Killua Nen in the Heavens Arena. But later, because of his intervention, Wing and Zushi had completely disappeared. He hadn't expected that they would actually run to Greed Island now. Moreover, Wing had actually brought the kid Zushi along. Seeming to have noticed Loki's questioning gaze, Wing smiled. Is it strange that my disciple and I came here? It's not to strategize the game, but just to cultivate. Why are you saying this? Loki suddenly opened his mouth, asking. Wing smiled. Because I didn't see any malice in Mr. Loki's eyes, so I said a few more words. Zushi, seeing that his master had a good impression of Loki, also stepped forward, saying, My name is Zushi, I study the Shinjin Ryu, the person I admire is Chairman Loki. Looking at Zushi's outstretched hand, Loki instinctively shook it, but after listening to Zushi's second half of the sentence, Loki felt very strange. Had he met his fan? Why do you admire Loki? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 348, HHES. Chapter 348 1573 words. Zushi didn't expect Loki, who seemed to talk very little, to actually take the initiative to ask him this question. But when it came to Loki, Zushi completely had a 100% adoring look. Is there even a need to ask, look at here. Hunter Association Chairman Loki created Greed Island, and also gave people the opportunity to realize their wishes. The most important thing is. Zushi suddenly raised his hand. Chairman Loki is the most outstanding cultivator of Shinjin Ryu, the disciple most valued by the previous chairman, and his talent is also incredibly amazing. Chairman Loki's life is a legend. After listening to Zushi's series of words, Wing smiled. Sorry, once my disciple opens his mouth, he will have endless words to say. Zushi smiled embarrassedly. By the way, if possible, I also want to clear this game, that way I should be able to see Chairman Loki. Saying this, Zushi had a very yearning look. What are you going to do after seeing him? Ask him for advice on the cultivation methods of Shinjin Ryu. Chairman Loki can have his current strength, in addition to his terrifying talent, he must have unique insights. However, Loki secretly thought about it. Did he have any unique insights into cultivation? Absolutely not. He just needed to honestly cultivate his Nen aura, and then complete the system missions, and he could quickly become stronger. You're thinking too much, there's no such thing. Zushi shook his head very firmly. You're not a cultivator of Shinjin Ryu, you wouldn't understand, Mr. Loki, why did you come here? Is it also for the reward for clearing the game? This time, Loki didn't reply. Instead, he turned his head, looking at the yellow-haired guy. He was currently paying attention to Hanzo and Pakkel's situation in the crowd. Not long after he came back, smiling and saying, all right, those two guys have compromised. So this action for the new item in the game should be the largest action with the most people participating since the game started. There are more than 100 people, it seems that failure is absolutely impossible this time. However, Loki just smiled coldly faintly. More than 100 people. Then you're doomed. The difficulty of obtaining each item in the game was increased, or decreased based on the number of players in JIT. More than 100 people were inged an item that triggered the pre-event for the second Dragon Ball at the same time. Loki had a smile in his eyes. With so many people acting together, it seems that a new game monster will definitely appear. Just as Loki was thinking, the two women on the side, Cindy and Mabel, shook their heads lightly. What prop that can help ordinary people awaken Nen abilities? This kind of thing can't possibly exist. Why do you idiots think it might exist? Wanting to awaken Nen without going through arduous cultivation is wishful thinking. The two women completely didn't believe that this kind of ability existed in the world. The yellow-haired guy smiled. Who cares? As long as we investigate it clearly, we'll make money. In other words, whether the prop is real or fake has nothing to do with us. However, Zushi wanted to stand up and say something. Wing grabbed him. Zushi, don't be impulsive. But Master, they're actually questioning Chairman Loki's power. The two women seemed to have heard Zushi's words, starting to mock Zushi. Stupid kid, do you think that what's his name Loki is a god? That's right, saying that you can make a wish on the divine lung and revive a person. Who knows if it was all prearranged, faking it to deceive people. Although Zushi hadn't seen it with his own eyes, his master Wing had seen the hunter named Gon being revived with his own eyes. Now, two guys who didn't understand anything actually dared to question the person he admired. All right, Zushi, there's no need to argue with others. Wing adjusted his glasses. Nen is a very magical power, it can do a lot of things, you can't expect everyone to understand the mysteries of Nen abilities. The two women listened to Wing's words, snorting coldly. Four Eyes, you think you're very strong just because you've been a teacher for 2 days. You're just an ordinary hunter. Everyone is treating this game as a place where they can fulfill all their wishes, this is just a game. Cindy and Mabel had a condescending posture. It seemed that they hadn't learned Nen for long. They had some talent. They had made some good progress. And they thought that everyone else was just like that. Even Loki, who had such a big name, was just a slightly more powerful guy in these two people's eyes. He wasn't as magical as he was rumored to be. Loki glanced at the two faintly. He didn't want to pay attention to these idiots who were immersed in their own world at all. Seeming to have noticed Loki's contemptuous gaze, the two turned their heads, glaring at Loki fiercely. "Kid, what are you looking at?" Loki cracked a smile, saying faintly, "Your luck today probably won't be too good." Originally, if these two people hadn't talked to him, Loki wouldn't have paid attention to them. But since they were courting death, then Loki wouldn't show mercy. He didn't even need to take action, the two of them would soon know that today would be an unlucky day for them. All right. Everyone, say less. What's important is to complete the mission and get a generous reward. The yellow-haired guy looked at the four, discovering that if they continued, this temporary team would fall apart. The two snorted coldly faintly, turning around, following the crowd that had already started moving forward. All right, let's go too. The yellow-haired guy looked at Loki, Wing, and Zushi, then strode towards the front. A group of 5, following the player's team, went ahead. The ones leading the way were the V5's non-ability user troops, and Hanzo and Pakal were surrounded by them. They looked very helpless. Greed Island wasn't big, and it wasn't small either. Everyone was a NIN user. After traveling for 2 hours, they came to the edge of a huge inner lake on the island. Hanzo, controlled by a group of fierce-looking NIN users, walked to the edge of the lake. "It's here. How do you open the event to obtain the prop?" Hanzo was somewhat hesitant. He spoke for a long time, but didn't say anything useful. Several guys who looked very fierce stared at Hanzo. "If you don't tell us what you know, then I'll break your bones inch by inch." Hanzo shivered violently. Actually, I don't know how to open the event to obtain this prop." Hearing this, one person directly picked Hanzo up. "You dare to play with us?" Hanzo looked at the giant in front of him, who was half a head taller than him. His aura was also frighteningly strong. I said before that I don't know how to trigger it." Hanzo was caught, and Pakal wasn't doing any better. His figure was even thinner. He was picked up like a chick. The two's screams quickly came. In the player's team, the yellow-haired guy looked helpless. "What's going on? They wasted so much time, but they don't even know how to trigger the method to obtain the prop." TCH, it was fake news after all. Cindy sneered. Mabel said faintly, "Only you idiots would believe that this kind of thing exists." Seeming to have started a trend, most of the players were already suspecting whether the matter was true or false, and now they felt even more that it was fake. "It was that idiot who spread the news, making me happy for so long, it turned out to be fake. Thinking about it carefully, we shouldn't have been deceived by such false information, games are just games after all." But the reward for clearing the game, doesn't it say that it can fulfill the clearer's wish? Even this kind of thing can be created. Before he could finish speaking, he was ridiculed by the other players. Now it seems that even the final reward for clearing the game might not be real. We might have all been deceived. If there really was that kind of ability, what purpose would that kid chairman have in making a game like Greed Island? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy such magical power alone? The reward for clearing the game was very distant to begin with. The reason why it made people believe it firmly was largely because of the various magical things on Greed Island. The players had adapted to the magic of Greed Island. It seemed that they had forgotten. Not to mention the huge buildings floating in the sky, even those ordinary game monsters, and the NPCs, who were almost like real people. It was extremely difficult to create things like this. As for the things that they were used to, it seemed that no one would think about what kind of power it would take to achieve this effect. What kind of strength is needed to do this? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 349, HHES, Chapter 349-14-11 Words Zushi, seeing that everyone was slandering Loki, who had created this magical island, suddenly began to feel somewhat anxious. Master, why are these people like this? Clearly Chairman Loki has already created a miracle, but these people still. Wing smiled. Zushi, humans are animals like that. When they encounter problems that they can't solve, inertial thinking will prompt them to find a scapegoat. So it's all Chairman Loki's fault. Zushi didn't understand, he had clearly already done so perfectly. Why did they still have to say bad things about Chairman Loki? Bullshit Greed Island, wasting this daddy's time. Looking at the players who were cursing, Loki shook his head helplessly. As expected, after there were more players, the quality of the players couldn't be guaranteed either. If they were all guys like this who complained when they encountered a little difficulty, they probably wouldn't be able to clear the various headaches that Jing had designed in their entire lives. It seems that if I don't take action, these guys are already going to give up completely. In fact, the hint was already very obvious. As long as someone carefully observed the lake surface, they would discover that the water flow fluctuations on the lake surface were very strange. A faint crack appeared in the center of the lake surface. Such an obvious hint was still the setting that Loki had made after rejecting Jing's other ideas. If he had agreed to Jing's proposal at the time, these guys would probably need 100 years to trigger the level to obtain the game item. Saying this, Loki picked up a stone. Facing the water surface, he quickly threw it out. The rotating stone skipped on the water surface. It quickly passed through the entire lake. Let's go, these two guys probably just wanted to attract attention, deliberately spreading false information. Loki, what are you doing? Hearing Zushi's voice, Loki turned his head, responding faintly, skipping stones. Zushi felt somewhat strange. Someone like Loki would actually do this kind of childish thing. This was completely different from Loki's temperament. However, before Zushi could say these words, Cindy and Mabel laughed. A kid is just a kid, he still likes to play this kind of childish game, just like that Loki who made this game that you guys are talking about, a kid is just a kid. Loki hadn't even had time to throw the second stone that he was holding in his hand. He was interrupted by these two people's words. The corners of Loki's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't anyone observe the condition of the water surface? Looking at the two, Loki spat out two words faintly. After saying this, the second stone was thrown out, leaving a long trace on the lake surface. This time, Loki's force was very great. A small stone directly cut through the lake surface, not bouncing up in the water, it rushed to the opposite shore. Someone was attracted by the stone that Loki had thrown. However, they still didn't think of paying attention to the lake surface. Instead, they looked in Loki's direction. What skillful means? Throwing stones into the water, many people would do this when they were young. But to do it to Loki's extent, what was needed was huge force and super high skill. The others also glanced in Loki's direction. This kid can throw stones with this kind of skill, or the kids these days contacting this kind of boring thing all day long. Similar sounds came. Loki took a deep breath. If it wasn't to help these idiots trigger the event to obtain the second Dragon Ball, Loki guaranteed that he would definitely kill everyone present. These idiots were wasting air by living in the world. Loki suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder. Looking up, Cindy. This woman had actually taken action. Directly grabbing his shoulder. You little brat, you actually dare to scold me. She punched towards Loki's face. Loki frowned slightly. Courting death. However, at the moment when the fist was about to land, Wing steadily grabbed the woman's wrist with one hand, blocking her attack. Four Eyes, you want to be beaten too? Wing smiled politely. You're not his opponent. Hearing Wing's words, Loki was somewhat surprised. Wing was actually able to sense his power. The power of the two tails should have been perfectly fixed in this body by the Shirkan jewel. It shouldn't have leaked out any aura at all. How did he make this judgment? Cindy's smile gradually became exaggerated after listening to Wing's words. You're saying that I'm not this little brat's opponent, a little brat whose aura cultivation might not even be completely learned. You're actually saying that I'm not his opponent. Wing still maintained his original smile. That's right, you're not his opponent. Four Eyes, if you keep blocking me from teaching this rude little brat a lesson, I'll clean you up too. Mabel slowly stood next to Cindy. The two women's aura wasn't too weak. Wing glanced at the two, turning his head, looking at Loki. It seems that I can't block the trouble for you. I never need others to block trouble for me. Saying this, Wing stepped aside helplessly. It wasn't because he was afraid of these two people, but because he had sensed Loki's cold gaze. That terrifying gaze made Wing's back feel cold. He felt his spine was shivering. Zushi looked at Wing, who had pushed away. Master, are you just going to ignore him like that? Don't worry, Zushi, don't underestimate any Nin user. Wing looked at Loki's face, which only looked about 2 years older than Zushi. It revealed a powerful aura everywhere. Even he, at the moment when he was stared at by Loki's gaze just now, felt his body was trembling faintly. This wasn't a feeling that came from his body, but his aura, just being glanced at by Loki, was running unsteadily. Just a casual gaze could bring so much pressure. It could be imagined what terrifying power was hidden in Loki's body, which had never leaked a trace of aura. This Loki's talent far exceeds Zushi's. As far as Wing was concerned, he had once thought that Zushi's talent was already rare to see. But now, compared to this perverted kid like Loki, Zushi seemed to be an ordinary person. Loki confronted the two. The players around also noticed. That kid is going to get beaten up. It's best to get beaten up. I get annoyed whenever I see kids now. Everyone is saying how powerful that Hunter Association chairman Loki is. I'm already tired of hearing it. The kids these days completely don't put us adults in their eyes. Do they all think they're perverted freaks like Loki? Cindy and Mabel's Nin aura was surging on their hands. They didn't intend to use Rin at all, seeming to indicate that it wasn't even necessary to use Rin to deal with an enemy like Loki. Kid, let me teach you the proper etiquette for talking to adults. That face, which was originally not bad, now had an expression that Loki extremely loathed. Loki's black robe fluttered faintly on his body. A faint purple light flowed on Loki's face. Loki opened his mouth. Noisy woman. You should shut up and learn how to be quiet. Let me shut up. A kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm going to make you never dare to talk to me with this posture again. Cindy suddenly waved her hand towards Loki, slapping straight towards Loki's face. If it was a punch attack, Loki would have thought about letting her off. But now Loki's eyes became incomparably cold. Looking at Cindy's Nin aura, which was considered powerful, wrapped around her hand, if this strike hit Loki, he might die directly. Zushi wanted to take action, but Wing firmly grabbed his hand. Zushi looked at Wing with a puzzled expression. Looking at Wing's face, Zushi was somewhat surprised. Master, why are you covered in cold sweat? Wing's forehead was covered in dense cold sweat. He stared at Loki's gaze. How terrifying. At that moment just now, that degree of killing intent. No good, these two people are going to underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 350, HHES. Chapter 350. 1640 words quiet all around, only the sound of the wind could be heard. The wind blew across the cold lake surface, gently caressing everyone's faces, bringing a faint damp and cool touch. However, the cool breeze, which was so comfortable at this moment, became as cold as the north wind, making people feel cold in their hearts. Their hands and feet trembled. Just now, the scenes that had happened in front of them made these players, who usually prided themselves on being extraordinary, stunned on the spot. Loki's attack. Apart from the superfast speed, which made it impossible for people to react, the most shocking thing was his exquisite technique. At the moment of digging out the heart, his hands didn't get any blood on them. His slender fingers were like a magician's arms, full of magical aura. His cold and stern face was evilly imposing. Now looking at Loki's cold face, everyone could feel a terrible chill rising on their backs. What an exquisite technique, taking out the opponent's heart without shedding a drop of blood. How many people has this? This guy killed to have trained such a skilled technique. Loki easily took the enemy's heart, and didn't cause too bloody a scene. It didn't just show Loki's powerful strength. What was even more chilling was that to be able to train this kind of technique, he had probably killed more than 100 people. Someone silently swallowed their saliva. The Loki in front of them seemed like a little kid. But in reality, he was a murderer. His movements were so skilled that it made people feel extremely terrified. Zushi looked at Loki, his eyelids twitched a few times. No wonder Master wanted to stop me. Mr. Loki doesn't need my help at all. Master had already seen through it. As expected of Master. But Wing hadn't actually anticipated that Loki's strength would be so strong. Although he didn't think that Loki would lose to two women who had just learned Nen, he hadn't thought that he would win so easily. He had almost resolved the two Nen ability users, who had decent strength, in a crushing manner. This kind of power was far beyond what Zushi could compare to. Although the two seemed to be about the same age. Wing habitually adjusted his glasses. What exactly is this kid? If I didn't see wrong with the attack just now, he didn't even use aura to resolve those two women. Terrifying. In Wing's heart, Loki's danger level had rapidly risen to the highest point. What an artistic attack technique, what an eye-pleasing strike. One person walked out of the crowd of players. He clapped his hands as he walked towards Loki. The others silently stepped aside, making way for him. The people who dared to take the initiative to talk to Loki at this time were either crazy or monsters of the same level. Ordinary players didn't dare to provoke him at all. Loki raised his eyes, gazing at him. Thank you for the compliment, I just dug out their hearts. The other players' mouths obviously twitched slightly at Loki's words. Although he said it very simply, just digging out the target's body part. But after digging it out, there wasn't a drop of blood on his hands. This kind of technique wasn't something that could be done so simply. Loki's answer made this person smile faintly. I'm Ken, the captain of the 17th squad of the V5's Nen ability user troops. May I ask what your name is? Loki answered faintly. Loki, huh? I sincerely invite you to join us in studying this game. You can get an exceptionally generous reward. The captain of the 17th squad, so there were other squads. Loki squinted his eyes, looking at this group of V5 people. Each one wasn't weak. If Nen ability users were divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, the V5's people were at least at the middle level. And the Ken in front of him was a top-notch Nen ability user. Seeing the leopard through the tube, just by looking at the personnel configuration of a small squad, one could deeply understand the power of the V5. At least there were quite a few Nen ability users with powerful strength under his command. Loki was somewhat unexpected to receive an invitation. However, before Loki could answer, a player who was also top-notch in strength suddenly walked out of the crowd. What generous reward, for us Nen ability users, money is the thing with the least value. This person glared at Ken, turning his head, looking at Loki. Joining V5 can bring a lot of convenience, but it will make you lose your freedom, mister. Loki, I don't think you like being restrained either. Why not come to our freelance alliance? Everyone helps each other. We're the largest player organization in the entire game. We have information on many rare item cards. So the freelance alliance players had actually formed this kind of force on their own. Loki also suddenly understood. The increase in the number of players was far more than the original Greed Island players. And with the number of people increasing, many players like to stick together for warmth. and would naturally form various teams. Although there wasn't a system like guilds on the current Greed Island, it didn't affect the players from forming alliances with each other at all. With a powerhouse like you, we have several consortiums supporting us behind the scenes. If you want money, we're definitely the force among all the game organizations that can best meet your requirements. He hadn't expected that there would be hiring players to strategy the game. Hey. You dare to oppose us V5, are you looking for death? Ken was immediately unhappy when he saw others jumping out to divide the cake. He was an ability user troop under the V5, although they rarely showed their faces outside. Once they said their origins and the people behind them, no one had ever dared to compete with them for anything. Now all kinds of monsters and ghosts were jumping out, wanting to get a piece of the action. However, bringing out the name of V5 clearly didn't work well on Greed Island. This is Greed Island, didn't you see it before you entered the game? There's nothing special here, no matter who you are, you're no different from us. Ken stared at these people, not a single one of them was afraid of him. Everyone was the same on Greed Island. No matter what kind of person you were, good or bad, there was only one identity here, a player. Because this was Loki's territory. The rules specified by the world's strongest ability user. A humanoid nuclear bomb, even an organization like V5 had no way to deal with a powerhouse like Loki. What's more, Loki had now created the Dragon Balls, and was also the current chairman of the Hunter Association. His powerful strength and important position had created Greed Island, as if it had become a corner outside the world. Such Greed Island, plus the tempting reward for clearing the game, only strength was talked about here. Everyone was a ability user, who would really be afraid of who? There were so many ability users gathered on Greed Island now. They had realized an even more important problem early on. That was that they could take the opportunity to recruit ability users with powerful strength. Those ability users who had previously been elusive were now gathering in large numbers on Greed Island. Recruiting a group of ability users in this kind of situation was much easier than before. If they didn't seize this opportunity, and someone else formed a powerful force on Greed Island, it would be a huge threat to V5. They had realized this problem very early on. But the others' reactions weren't slow either. The process of the game was also related to the redivision and designation of world interests. In the past, V5 was dominant, and the Hunter Association was aloof. Now, the Hunter Association couldn't be shaken. And whether they could accumulate more power, and seize more benefits from the hands of V5, was what other countries, or a certain big consortium, or some ambitious guys, had as their fundamental goal. As for the reward for clearing the game, it was of course also a very important goal. Loki looked at these people who were arguing, seeming to be planning to take action. He sighed helplessly. There was still no one paying attention to the condition of the lake surface. Weren't these guys here to strategize the game item? He had already hinted so obviously, did he have to open it himself? That would be too eye-catching. Loki looked around. In the crowd of players, Loki wanted to pick out someone to let him open the event to obtain the item. In the end, Loki locked his target on Zushi. There was no one younger than Zushi present. Letting him trigger the game event was definitely the best way. Although Zushi had some talent, his strength wasn't strong, and it didn't seem too difficult for people to accept if he triggered the game event by accident. Just as Loki was making his decision, the few people who were arguing over there were already on the verge of drawing their swords, seeming to be planning to take action. With the situation changing to what it was now, Loki could only say that it was because you were too idle. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 351, HHES. Chapter 351 1536 words. After spitting out the 2 words coldly, Loki walked towards Wing. Greeting Wing. Thank you for your help just now. Wing smiled forcefully after hearing these words. Actually, Mr. Loki didn't need my help at all, right? He felt that Wing seemed to be somewhat rejecting him. Loki was stunned for a moment. It was the strange reaction that was produced in his psychology after being able to sense the danger. Staying by his side would be very dangerous. Perhaps Wing had this kind of thought in his heart. But it didn't matter. Anyway, Loki didn't plan to keep contacting Wing. He just nodded lightly, then looked at Zushi. Are you afraid of me? Zushi's gaze wasn't as clean and clear as before but was somewhat evasive. Afraid to meet Loki's gaze. Zushi heard Loki's question, denying it, shaking his head. How could I be? It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. After seeing such a terrifying scene, Zushi might have nightmares tonight. But facing Loki himself, Zushi didn't dare to show it. Loki smiled. If you're really not afraid. Saying this, Loki raised his hand, taking out a small stone, throwing it to Zushi. Let's try it together. Zushi was stunned for a moment, looking at the stone in his hand. He thought somewhat shamefully. Could it be that Loki wanted him to skip stones with him? What a joke, he was an ability user, not some kid. Loki, how did you throw the stone so far? 10 seconds later, Zushi and Loki were standing by the lake, doing a boring game. Pay attention to the changes on the water surface, grasp the timing, the shot must be steady, it's probably that simple. It seemed pretty simple to listen to, but grasp the timing, what timing should he grasp? The shot must be steady, did that mean his shot wasn't steady now? Zushi was thinking about these questions. Wing glanced at Loki. Zushi, try to exert force from your legs, instead of just your wrist. Exert force from his legs. Zushi understood as soon as he heard it. Relying on the force of his arms alone, the source of power was far less than exerting force from his legs, concentrating the power of his whole body at one point, and throwing the stone's force. Wing's hint made Zushi understand the key points at once. It had to be said that Wing might not be very strong in Nen, but he was very suitable to be a teacher. Loki also nodded. At this time, a person suddenly walked behind Loki. Touching Loki cautiously. Loki, give me your account number now. This mission is considered completed. I'll have someone transfer the money to your name as soon as possible. Loki turned his head, looking at this person. Who are you? Hearing this, the yellow-haired guy's expression suddenly froze. Loki actually asked who he was. Was the presence of him, this temporary squad leader, so weak? Loki actually didn't know his name, or rather, he hadn't remembered that there was such a person at all. Wing smiled. This is our captain, do you remember the previous mission? The temporary team that we 5 formed. After saying this, Loki couldn't remember at all. Loki's memory seemed to be very short for things that weren't very important. Or rather, he hadn't put this matter in his heart at all. Looking at Loki's blank expression, the yellow hair smiled more and more awkwardly, finally revealing a polite smile, slowly retreating, preparing to leave. Ken and the others, who were confronting each other on the side, seemed to have finally taken a step back, reaching some kind of agreement. Letting Loki make his own choice. However, when they turned their heads to look for Loki, Loki was already standing with Wing. Just as Ken was preparing to step forward to ask Loki if he wanted to join the V5's Nen ability user troop, Zushi, holding a stone, suddenly shouted towards the lake surface. Master, look, the ripples on the lake surface seem somewhat strange. His voice wasn't small. Soon, the players around looked towards the lake surface. The water ripples that were constantly spreading towards the distance changed shape when they passed through the center of the lake. As if a gap had appeared. All the players looked at the water ripples that had been smashed out by the stone. They all stopped instantly. The water ripples have changed. There's something underwater. Zushi's discovery made more and more players notice the strangeness of the lake surface. At the center of the lake, the flow of water had obviously changed. So it caused the shape to change when the water ripples spread to that location. It made it seem like a section of the water ripples was missing out of thin air, as if a gap had appeared. But in reality, it was a phenomenon caused by the acceleration of the water flow, causing the water ripples to disappear. After the players looked at it from the shore, someone jumped directly into the lake, swimming quickly towards the center of the lake. However, after he swam out 20 meters, he suddenly stood up. The water only submerged to his ankles. The others widened their eyes, staring at him. Ken and the others also stopped looking for Loki. What was most important now was to study this game item. The large and small teams that were formed by the freelance people and the consortium all came to the lake, looking at the person who had jumped into the water first, standing in the center of the lake surface. "What did you find?" Ken asked loudly. The other party's strength wasn't bad, but he was probably not Ken's opponent. So Ken asked directly, without the slightest consideration. The other party was silent for a few seconds before slowly opening his mouth. "There seems to be a layer of something like glass here, hidden in the water surface in a very shallow place, so you can't see it from a distance." After saying this, he continued to look at the situation of the water surface with his head down. Wing came to Zushi's side. "Zushi, it seems that you've discovered something amazing." After saying this, he secretly sized up Loki. "Is it a coincidence?" The yellow-haired guy walked up again. "There's actually something hidden, and it's hidden in the center of the lake. With such a secret thing, who would be able to discover it if it wasn't by chance? The game producer is simply insane." Loki's cold gaze instantly swept over. The yellow-haired guy shivered. Turning his head, he looked at Loki somewhat fearfully. "Loki, sorry, was I too noisy?" Loki frowned. "If you know, then shut up." Yes. Sorry. He glared at him fiercely. "If I hadn't strongly opposed Jing's anti-human setting, do you think you would have been able to trigger the game event so simply? So you still call it difficult?" These people hadn't encountered the truly insane settings. After they encountered the game events that Jing had designed, they would truly understand what it meant to have a level that you could never think of even if you racked your brains. While Loki was despising these players in his heart, a part of the players were excited. "Great, the information wasn't fake. It seems that there's a lot of hope. Deliberately hidden under the lake, it's estimated that no one could discover it. Whether the prop that can help ordinary people awaken then is real or fake will soon be known." The players' confidence returned. Suddenly, something triggered a mechanism in the center of the lake. Blue light lit up from under the water surface. A blue pillar of light that shot into the sky flashed past. The players standing in the center of the lake were so frightened that they quickly retreated, returning to the shore. After that light disappeared, the lake surface began to surge. Buzz buzz buzz. A deafening roar rang out. Everyone quickly retreated. "What's going on? Is this an earthquake?" Ken stood at the forefront. Aura had already been activated to protect himself. He stared at the lake surface. "It's not an earthquake, it's going to appear." "What's going to appear?" The others looked at Ken. However, Ken just revealed a mysterious smile. Hanzo and Pakal, who had long been forgotten in the crowd, also revealed excited gazes. Although there were many players gathered here, who would be able to get that prop in the end was not certain. Holding this kind of thought, the two didn't leave immediately. Rumble rumble, the roar continued to ring out. The lake surface was also rolling more and more violently. Like boiling hot water. Something rose up. It was a door. A door lying flat on the lake surface. Buzz buzz buzz. The giant door, which had an ancient aura, slowly opened. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit Patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 352, HHES. Chapter 352 1472 words. The seawater began to pour in along the cracks of the door. This scene also made everyone understand why the water ripples that had appeared before had strange changes. It was probably because a small amount of water was pouring in along the cracks of the door, causing subtle changes in the water flow at the center of the lake. Is the door about to open? The rising door was as big as half a football field. And the 2 doors slowly opened. A burst of blue light erupted from the cracks of the door. The dazzling blue light shone, making it almost impossible for everyone to open their eyes. They used their hands to block their eyes, looking at the scene behind the door from between their fingers. As the roar gradually stopped, the lake water that was pouring into the door crazily also stopped. The lake's surface returned to calm again. The blue light also gradually became softer. Everyone reopened their eyes, putting down their arms. All eyes looked towards the inside of the door. What came into view was a piece of upside-down wall. The wall emitted a blue light. A road leading to the bottom of the lake. The players said with trembling voices. They hadn't expected that there would actually be a road leading to the bottom of the lake. As expected of the game made by Lord Loki, such an amazing scene, although it's not the first time I've seen it, it's still shocking. I heard that Lord Loki and Jing, and the others only spent about 2 months to remake Greed Island. In just 2 months, not to mention those extremely perverted game monsters, it would probably take about half a year to complete such a building with manpower. To open up space at the bottom of the lake, and then build a huge door, hiding it in the lake. Neither of them was so easy to accomplish. After spending so much effort, that prop that allows ordinary people to awaken and abilities should be real, right? The players' expectations were rekindled. And Zushi clenched his fists tightly. Great, Master, for such an important prop, Chairman Loki will definitely design extremely difficult levels to wait for the players to challenge, right? Wing nodded. Of course, the more important the game item, the more difficult it will be to obtain. Loki, who was on the side, heard the conversation between the two. You're thinking too much. With only 2 months of time, there wasn't that much energy to design such difficult challenges, and helping others awaken their abilities was as simple as eating and drinking for Nanika. However, now Wing and Zushi, and even the other players, after a burst of joy, all revealed solemn expressions. It seemed that not only Wing and Zushi thought that what followed would definitely be an extremely difficult process. Everyone thought so. Loki didn't understand, why did rare game items have to be very difficult to obtain? The door lying flat on the lake's surface had been completely opened. All the players revealed yearning expressions. Ken turned his head, glancing at his companions. Let's go. The V5's non-ability user troops entered first. There was no way, although they had few people, their overall strength was the strongest. And the V5 had dispatched quite a few teams. These people were very strong. They were organized and disciplined, which wasn't something that ordinary freelance players or other forces could compare to. After the V5's people went in, other player organizations, freelance players, lone wolves, or 3-person squads, also followed in one after another. Loki and Wing and Zushi didn't rush to set off. Those impatient players seemed to be worried that the game item would be taken away by the people in front. That they would return empty-handed. This kind of worry was completely unnecessary. Such a huge door was obviously not just to create such a sensational momentum, but to accommodate enough players to enter at one time. So the levels inside must have also made corresponding preparations. This was Wing's guess. But he glanced at Loki, who was unmoving. I hadn't expected that this child called Loki, apart from being powerful, his thinking was also quite agile. Regardless of his brain, or his strength, Wing felt that his disciple Zushi was being crushed. The genius Zushi in his eyes in the past, Wing now felt was just average. Although there were very few children who learned Nen at this age, compared to Loki, who wasn't much older, and the rumored chairman Loki, Zushi was far from being just a little bit behind. Zushi looked at his master. "Master, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Looking at Zushi's innocent appearance, Wing sighed in his heart. "Zushi, it's not that you're not outstanding enough, but the people of your generation are too excellent. You were born at the wrong time." Wing thought, feeling sad for Zushi. Not to mention the Loki in front of him, and the Loki who had already become a legend. Even the other kid he had heard about in the association, Kilowazoldik, Gone Freaks, these two children were about the same age as Zushi, and they had already participated in the Chimera and subjugation. Even those two children steadily overwhelmed him. Seeing Wing's worried face, Zushi even comforted Wing. "Master, what are you frowning about? Let's study the game first." Wing smiled. "Then let's go in." The master and disciple began to take action. Loki, who was on the side, seemed to have been ignored by the two. Zushi had forgotten to call Loki because of Wing's worried face. And Wing was intentionally avoiding Loki. When the two took action, Loki had originally planned to go in too. However, a person suddenly appeared behind him and raised his hand, grabbing towards his shoulder. Loki's footsteps moved lightly, dodging the other party's hand. After his figure swayed, Loki asked without turning his head, "Is there something?" Not expecting that Loki would dodge his hand, the other party was silent for a moment. "Impressive, what high vigilance. Your whole body is full of flaws, but you're actually paying attention to your surroundings at all times. Even the triggering of the rare item game event didn't distract you, not bad." Hearing this series of words, Loki was somewhat curious, turning his head, glancing at him. It was a person with an extremely ordinary appearance. The kind of character who would definitely be a passerby if you threw him into a crowd. But it was just this person, who had an ordinary appearance to the extreme. The aura that was accidentally leaked out of his body made Loki somewhat surprised. This person's aura seemed to be much stronger than the previous Ken. This kind of person was also considered a first-class expert among non-ability users. But he looked so ordinary. This appearance was naturally easy to ignore. The other party raised his hand, smiling. "Don't rush to ask who I am, seeing your methods of killing people just now. I think you're very suitable to join us." The key question was, what organization was this us? The other party smiled. "If you want to know, if you can get out of this game event alive, I'll recommend you to join us." After saying this, the other party jumped past Loki, walking towards the giant door on the lake's surface in front. Loki felt somewhat amused. He didn't introduce the name and origin of the organization, or even his own name. Was this considered inviting him? But the more inexplicable the thing, the more interesting it was. Loki also wanted to know what kind of organization this guy was from. He seemed very mysterious. As for whether the other party was lying, whether he was bluffing, Loki's clone couldn't sense it. If Loki himself was here, relying on his super intuition and spiritual vision abilities, anyone who lied, or the changes in their emotions, would be grasped clearly by Loki. Unfortunately, a clone was just a clone. It didn't have as many strange abilities as Loki's main body. Loki followed the last batch of people. These players only had a few with powerful strength. The other players were weak, not daring to compete with the people in front. They could only enter last. Thinking that if they were lucky and happened to start the game, they would definitely make a big profit. Whether the props inside could help ordinary people awaken their abilities, as long as it was the above item card, it could be sold for a very good price. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 353, HHES, Chapter 353 1400 words. This money wasn't the money inside Greed Island, but real money that was traded in the real world. After the last player stepped into the giant door, the door on the lake's surface closed instantly. Compared to the slowness when it opened, the speed when it closed could be said to be extremely fast. However, the closing of the door didn't attract the attention of any of the players. Everyone was staring ahead. A wide tunnel. The water flowed, forming an arched tunnel. However, what was most amazing was that there was no glass blocking it, there was nothing supporting it. The water didn't seem to fall down at all. A huge underwater space that appeared out of thin air. Master Yu. He hadn't expected that his powerful master would actually be slapped by a C-class monster. It was difficult for people to hold back their laughter at this kind of scene. Looking at Zushi, who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, Wing's face turned red and white. Loki looked at Wing with a calm expression. Why would a mere C-class monster scare people like this? Seeing that Loki didn't have any intention of laughing, Wing felt a little better. He adjusted his glasses, saying seriously. The herd effect. After a part of the players were scared, the other players also instinctively produced a sense of fear, so that even powerful players were affected. Loki stepped forward. People who can be affected by this kind of thing can't be considered strong at all. After saying this, Loki walked away without turning his head. Zushi looked at Loki with an adoring expression. Loki's will is so firm, from the beginning until now, no matter what he encounters, he maintains absolute calmness. Master, how was Mr. Loki's will tempered? Zushi's question stunned Wing. At this age, this firm and unwavering will, how many dangerous battles would he have to experience to slowly temper it? The tempering of will wasn't something that could be done with 1 or 2 days of cultivation. What was important was experience. What kind of experience could allow this child, who looked not much older than Zushi, to have such a firm will? Wing didn't dare to think about it. Apart from experiencing countless battles, there was also the possibility that Loki's background was very tragic. Wing didn't want to think about either possibility. He silently sighed. Let's go. The three could be considered companions, but they weren't companions. Inside the long underwater tunnel, Bite fish would jump out from time to time. And Loki stared ahead the whole time. Attacks from any angle, Loki seemed to be able to sense them, without turning his head, without taking action, just controlling the speed of his advance. He dodged all the bite fish that were constantly attacking him. In the rear, Zushi was responsible for dealing with the bite fish that suddenly rushed out of the shadows. Although dealing with this level of game monster could be done with one punch, compared to Loki, Zushi felt very frustrated. Even Wing hadn't expected it. Without using N, he can easily dodge attacks from blind spots. This kind of sharp observation isn't something that ordinary people possess. The more he observed Loki, the more Wing felt that Loki was unfathomable. He was clearly not old, but his strength was absolutely strong. Who exactly are you? Wing thought secretly in his heart. He had never heard of the name Loki before. In the end, he could only attribute everything to the association's chairman Loki. Because the magical game that Loki had created had attracted too many non-ability experts that he had never heard of before. Passing through the long underwater tunnel, they came to the huge underwater space at the bottom of the lake. The size of this underwater space was as big as a birdcage. But the surrounding area, like before, had the water pushed out, revealing such a large space. He didn't know if there would be even more terrifying game monsters appearing in the dark water. Inside the dim space, a large group of players was standing in the center. In front was a spring that emitted a blue halo. That spring was dripping water that emitted a blue light. At this moment, without anyone reminding them, everyone understood. That blue liquid was the rare item of this game event. Ken and the others looked at the blue water that was constantly dripping down. Their eyes sparkled. There didn't seem to be any danger around. Then it seemed that the reward was within reach. Ken suddenly stepped forward. He was bold because of his skill. He thought that with his strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if a powerful game monster suddenly appeared. The others saw Ken rush over. They instinctively wanted to follow. Who would want to fall behind at this time? However, before the crowd could walk forward, the blue water bloomed with a dazzling light. Ken, reflecting the light, instantly knelt on the ground. His face was pale, his face full of horror. What's going on? What did that blue light do? The players didn't understand what had happened. However, Ken stood up again, shouting loudly. It's just a mere nunchak, I don't believe you can stop me. Taking another step. The blue light suddenly burst open, this time the light was even stronger. Ken fell to the ground again in response. His face became even paler. His face was covered in cold sweat, constantly flowing down. Captain Ken, what's wrong? The others from V5 wanted to go up, but they were stopped by Ken. Don't move, this spring seems to actively release a nunchak to the players who want to get close to it, you can't withstand it. Nunchak. All the players were stunned for a moment. Just a nunchak made the top-notch Nen ability user of V5 fall to the ground. How is that possible? Nunchak is just infusing your will into Nen, and then releasing it. Can this kind of thing hurt people? Everyone present was a Nen ability user. Everyone understood how weak the attack power of nunchak was. But even this kind of weak attack actually made it impossible for a top-notch Nen ability user to get close at all. This was too terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying nunchak? Zushi asked. I think it's normal. Wing said. Don't forget that the person who created this place is our chairman. The chairman's power can even fight against the power of nature. His Nen, even if it's just an ordinary nunchak, is definitely not something that ordinary people can block. After Wing finished speaking, several players with equally good strength in the crowd stood up. They were all top-notch Nen ability users. If it's just a Nen shockwave, I don't believe it will be that terrifying. The chairman himself is very strong, but I don't believe that we can't even block his Nen shockwave. Saying this, these people all rushed over fiercely. However, the blue light that bloomed from the spring once again made these people stop in their tracks. The Nen aura fluctuations on their bodies were very unstable. Just being hit once, these people all felt a tearing pain in their internal organs. Just relying on nunchak to stop us, is this the power of that hunter chairman? This isn't even the power of the person himself, it's just the power he left here. How terrifying would it be if he released nunchak himself? Are we just going to watch the item in front of us, but not be able to get it? A team of nearly 100 players. However, the few players with the strongest strength could only take a few steps, and couldn't continue to move forward. As long as they had the idea of continuing to move forward, the power that erupted from the spring would make it impossible for them to move an inch. Even the strongest batch of players was like this. The other players didn't think that they could succeed even more. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 354, HHES, Chapter 354 1463 words. I didn't expect that in the end, there wouldn't be any game monsters guarding it, and the reward would be placed in front of us like this, but we can't get it. The players said with mournful faces. If there was a powerful game monster blocking them here, they wouldn't be so uncomfortable if they couldn't beat this game monster. But it was precisely this kind of level that made people feel extremely desperate. Clearly the reward had already been placed in front of you. You just needed to walk over. According to the usual practice, touching that spring should allow you to obtain the corresponding reward item. The process could be said to be extremely simple. Just this simple thing made people feel extremely difficult. Using the simplest and most brutal method, it made you desperately feel the gap that you could never overcome. Why don't we all try together? Someone made this suggestion. The players nodded. Then let's all try together. Saying this, the players gathered together, forming a triangular formation, activating aura to protect themselves, selecting enhancement type and an ability user to block in the front. Everyone pushed him forward step by step. The blue light burst out again. However, although this time people felt a huge force sweeping past their bodies, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't move forward. There's hope, this is working, let's continue to push forward. Ken and the other forces who had their own teams saw that this method of the freelance players and the small teams was effective and followed suit. Everyone formed triangular formations from different directions, pushing forward. However, after advancing about 10 meters, the blue light burst open violently. Instantly, this space was filled with blue light. The dazzling blue light made people's eyes go dark. Everyone was blown out by the huge impact force. The formations that had been formed by so many people were all scattered. Bang, 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 bang. The players who were flying backwards, falling on the ground, all felt their internal organs churning crazily. Their internal organs seemed to have suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. Everyone fell to the ground with pale faces. Some even had scarlet blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Is this the power that geniuses possess? How strong is the chairman of the Hunter Association? So many of us can't even fight against the aura that he left behind. What a monster! Ken and the others from the V5's non-ability user troops were also sighing in their hearts. It's good that the order wasn't issued back then, otherwise, if we had dealt with this kind of evildoer, I'm afraid all the brothers would have died. Zushi stood in the distance with Wing, looking at the players who had fallen in pieces. Zushi said with an excited expression. What strong power, the chairman of the Hunter Association, the most outstanding cultivator of Shinjin-Ryu, is this his power? Wing nodded. This is the chairman's power, but this is probably not his strongest power. I know, Master, just a wisp of aura left here can simultaneously block so many non-ability users, he himself is definitely stronger. The shock and despair on the players' faces made Loki feel helpless. It wasn't difficult to obtain this prop at all. You just needed to use the Zetsu form, walk up, and then you could obtain the prop. As long as you ensured that your own aura, in the Zetsu form, had a strength that wasn't lower than the baseline, you could safely obtain the prop. But these idiots, each one released their strongest aura. The spring, sensing the powerful aura, would release an even stronger non-shock based on the aura it sensed. It could be said that the more powerful your aura was, the less you should think about approaching it. Of course, if your aura was strong enough, then you could approach it no matter what. It seems that it's impossible for us to obtain this prop card this time. We have to go back and find stronger players to study this place. Let's collect more useful information first. Right, collect as much information as possible, and go back to organize stronger players to this prop. The ordinary players, feeling that they couldn't prop, immediately turned their target to collecting information. And Ken and the other powerful teams seemed to have made the same decision. Ken also looked helpless. As expected, this kind of rare prop card won't be easily obtained by the players. Captain, are we going to give up this operation too? His companion asked, and Ken could only nod. There's no way, it seems that if you want to study this prop, it's absolutely impossible to do it unless your strength reaches a certain level, so we. Just as all the players were discussing how to study this prop next time, Loki walked out. He walked towards the spring step by step. The players, who were in the midst of a heated discussion, turned their heads one after another. What is that person going to do? Does he want to taste some suffering? Wanting to study this prop alone? Foolish, so many of us have failed, what can one person do? The players looked at Loki. Ken was also stunned for a moment. Loki, there's no need to try, you definitely can't block that degree of non-shock. However, Loki didn't listen to Ken's words. He still walked up step by step. Wing looked at Loki. Zushi was looking at the departing Loki blankly on the side. Master, is Mr. Loki still preparing to try? Clearly everyone has failed. Why is he still going? Pay attention, Zushi. Have you discovered anything different between Loki and the others? Wing's words made Zushi somewhat puzzled. What was different? What could be different? Where is he now? Hearing this question, Zushi instinctively answered. He's already. Saying this, Zushi also reacted. How could it be? Why is Mr. Loki alright after entering the range of the spring's shock? The other players also suddenly discovered this problem. They had also stepped into the same position as Loki just now, but they had suffered a terrifying shock. Looking at Loki, nothing had happened. Why was this? Is he going to succeed? Ken widened his eyes. He swore that it was definitely not easy to get close to this spring. He had personally experienced the power of that terrifying Nen shock. Loki's strength was indeed very strong, but Ken didn't think that Loki would be stronger than him. But now why could Loki easily approach the spring, while they would cause the Nen shock to blow them all away? Could it be that the power of the spring had disappeared? Ken wanted to try if the power of the spring had really disappeared. However, Loki didn't give him this kind of opportunity. Loki had already arrived in front of the spring. Reaching out, he gently scooped up the spring water that was emitting a blue glow. A card appeared in Loki's hand. Card, Spring of Life. Loki, holding the card in his hand, turned around very casually, looking at all the players below. His calm gaze seemed to be saying, "Such a simple thing, you can't even do it." He actually succeeded. Why didn't the Nen shock erupt? Why did he just walk up so simply and obtain the prop card? Loki's calm and composed appearance when he obtained the prop made all the players feel unbalanced in their hearts. Because this process not only made Loki seem very mysterious, but also made the other players feel extremely stupid. Plus, Loki was alone now. And below was a group of people. Everyone's goal was this prop card. Then Loki obtaining this prop card made it even more difficult for the other players to accept. He must have discovered some method, otherwise why didn't he trigger the spring's shock, and obtain the prop card so simply? Damn it, he discovered the method to obtain the prop, but he didn't tell everyone. Everyone worked together to arrive here. The information should be shared. Not only the information, the spoils should also be shared. The crowd's emotions underwent some changes. Wing looked at the players around, pulling Zushi back 2 steps. Zushi, let's step aside a little. Zushi didn't understand, why did they have to step aside? Wasn't it very safe here? Looking at his innocent disciple, Wing smiled. You'll understand soon. A man is innocent but possessing a treasure is a crime. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 355, HHES. Chapter 355 1582 words. It was better to let Zushi understand this kind of principle himself. The players surrounded him aggressively. However, when they stepped into the range of the spring's shock, the blue light erupted again. A terrifying Nen aura shock made all the players retreat one after another. Their faces were very ugly. And Loki, who was standing next to the spring, didn't seem to be affected at all. Damn it, we can't approach that guy standing in that position at all. Someone pointed at Loki. You tell us quickly, how can we approach that spring, otherwise you definitely won't be able to walk out of here. The other players also had an appearance that they wouldn't let Loki off easily. Ken also frowned. It would be very hopeful to open his mouth now to continue recruiting Loki. But it would also cause the other people to besiege him. His squad was very strong, but it would be difficult to escape in the face of so many enemies. He could only wait for the others to be the first to take the lead for now. Players who were organized and had teams were certainly stronger than freelance players. But their numbers were always less than the freelance players. No one was stupid, but everyone wanted this card. So almost all the player squads didn't rashly interrupt. They just watched Loki confront that group of freelance players. "You're not going to talk. Kid, although you have some strength, in the face of so many people, I think your best way is to hand over the card in your hand, or tell us the way to approach the spring, otherwise." "What bullshit, he's just a lucky guy, hand over the card, otherwise we'll kill you." He hadn't expected that these people would go crazy so quickly. As expected, it was right to design such a large space in the first place. Obtaining the prop wasn't difficult. What was difficult was taking the prop out. Here, any prop cards and spell cards couldn't be used. You could only use the cards normally after leaving the bottom of the lake and reaching the shore. If a player obtained this card, they would have to face the snatching from their companions, or other players, if they wanted to take it out. Loki hadn't expected that he would actually be the first person to obtain this prop card. Now he seemed to have become the target of everyone. Originally, Loki wanted to casually give this prop card to a lucky player. But now Loki gave up this idea. Because these players weren't qualified enough. They were too weak. A group of people couldn't even see through the secret of the spring. It was ridiculous that this kind of guy was also a Nen ability user. Loki now understood why many Nen ability users didn't get a hunter license. As a Nen ability user, a hunter possessed a basic ability. That was the most basic hunting ability. Sharp observation, information analysis ability, were all conditions that an excellent hunter needed to possess. And ordinary Nen ability users might be able to use aura, but they didn't necessarily possess these abilities. Raising his hand, putting the card into his pocket, Loki raised his head. The black hair on this body fluttered slightly. "If you want to kill me, you can try. If you can really kill me, the card will naturally be yours." He hadn't expected that Loki would not only not back down in the face of so many people, but would instead be even more arrogant. This was completely beyond Ken's expectations. Is he crazy? He wants to deal with so many people alone. It's one thing not to compromise, but he actually wants to mock these people. These are all Nen ability users, not one of them doesn't have a strange temper. However, Loki even provoked them. Wasn't this courting death? Ken shook his head secretly. This little guy's strength is very good, and he has some talent, but it's a pity that he doesn't know how to retreat. The other teams that had wanted to recruit Loki before silently equated Loki with death in their hearts. He's so arrogant, even if his strength is strong, he'll die sooner or later. It's a pity that the little brat's strength was originally not bad. The freelance players stared at Loki. The killing intent in their eyes was very strong. A mere person actually dared to despise so many of them. So what if your strength was good? Could you deal with everyone at the same time? Did you think you were a monster too? You actually dare to be so arrogant, do you think you're still in the outside world? This is Greed Island, if you don't hand over the card, you'll only die. It seems that you haven't completely understood where you are now. The freelance players glared at Loki, looking at Loki as if they were seeing a dead man. The players in their teams also sighed. His strength was not bad, but it was a pity that he was a brainless guy. He had wasted that not bad strength for nothing. "Captain, after that guy dies, are we going to take action?" Ken's team member asked him. Ken answered without hesitation, although the scene of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind, was very good, there weren't many who were really stupid among the other squads present. It was estimated that they all had this kind of thought. So for teams like them with strong strength, it was impossible to wait until the end. The teams formed by other forces would definitely be staring at them. Instead of being stared at all the time, it was better to take action first. Perhaps they could seize the card in one fell swoop and rush out. At least taking action first and waiting, taking action first could still occupy the upper hand. If they waited, they would be the first to be attacked by the other squads when they could take action. After saying this, Ken looked at Loki, who was walking down step by step. Although he also understood that Loki couldn't stay there motionless all the time, but staying next to the spring could at least live a little longer, right? He was actually taking the initiative to walk out. This kind of behavior was equal to courting death. It's a pity, this guy's strength was originally not bad. If he could join us, our squad's strength could at least be improved by a notch. Ken felt very sorry. The other team members didn't say anything. They didn't think it was a pity that Loki died. He had just killed 2 guys with average strength, and they were women. It didn't mean that he was very powerful. Loki walked out of the spring's attack range step by step, standing in front of everyone. Looking up, with his chest puffed out, he looked at the dozens of freelance players in front of him. Take action. As soon as the words fell, someone took action instantly. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. This player took out a particularly strange weapon from who knew where. It looked like a huge trumpet, but it wasn't a trumpet. He slammed it towards Loki. Loki glanced at him. A materialization type ability. Being seen through his ability system by Loki at a glance, this guy's movements paused slightly. To actually see that I'm a materialization type ability user at a glance, not bad. The other party smiled sinisterly. But you still have to die. He struck towards Loki. When his movements suddenly stopped. Holding the strange weapon, his eyes suddenly widened. On his weapon, 5 slender fingers were gently placed on it. A force that he couldn't shake blocked his attack. And even shook his arm numb. How is it possible? Without the fluctuation of aura, he blocked my attack with just his body. This person's hand trembled slightly. And also, he looked at Loki in disbelief. Unscathed. The other players who were preparing to take action all stopped suddenly. It was already surprising enough that Loki had blocked 2 players with average strength without using aura before. Now Loki had blocked this guy, who seemed to have very strong strength, without using aura either. This was simply outrageous. Even a body cast from steel could never block such a powerful aura attack unscathed. He swallowed his saliva. The expression on his face changed from the sinister and ruthless look of the previous second to being filled with fear. What strange ability is this, to actually be able to easily block my attack without using aura? Loki held the weapon that the other party had materialized. I didn't use any special ability at all, it's just that, what was it? Everyone looked at Loki. You're too weak, a piece of trash like you will never understand. This guy is actually so arrogant. He actually dares to despise us like this. Loki's words weren't just directed at the idiot in front of him, they were also directed at the others behind him. The extremely arrogant Loki made the anger in the hearts of these freelance players even stronger. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 356, HHES, chapter 356. 1281 words. Since you really want to die, then we'll fulfill your wish. Another freelance player jumped out. He held a huge long tube high, pointing it at Loki in the air. Aura was gathering in the long tube. Boom. A bright and dazzling aura light shot straight towards Loki. A emission type ability. Loki shook off the guy in front of him with one hand, raising his hand, his 5 fingers facing the aura bullet flying in the air. Looking at Loki's appearance, it seemed that he wanted to catch it with one hand. This action stunned everyone. He's actually arrogant to this extent. He actually plans to catch the aura bullet with his hand, and he doesn't even plan to use aura. Is he looking down on us ordinary players so much? This guy's right hand will be ruined. Not only his right hand, he'll soon know how ridiculous his naive thoughts are. The aura bullet in the air rapidly flew towards Loki. In the next second, the aura bullet slammed into Loki's body. The aura bullet exploded. Loki was instantly swallowed by the aura bullet. Zushi called out with some worry. But Wing interrupted Zushi. Don't make noise, Zushi, watch quietly. Zushi wanted to say something, but he was glared back by Wing. He used his body to take the aura bullet attack without aura. It's impossible for this guy to be unscathed. The person who attacked Loki also smiled. I'm an emission-type ability user. The power of my aura bullet attack is comparable to the power of a rocket. It can even blow up a tank. It's impossible for a mere human to block it without using aura. Ken shook his head. Prepare yourself. It's my turn to take action next, everyone remember to. That really hurt. The aftershock of the aura bullet's explosion gradually dissipated. Loki's figure slowly emerged, accompanied by his faint voice. For Loki, killing these few wastes in an instant was a normal operation. If he couldn't kill them in an instant, that would be embarrassing. But for the other players, it wasn't the same thing. They had to spend a lot of effort to solve their opponents one-on-one. And killing 5 people in an instant, this kind of combat power was something they didn't dare to even think about. The entire lake bottom space was silent. Loki's tail, which emitted a blue light, swayed gently. What's wrong? Are you very surprised? It's just 5 pieces of trash, there's nothing to be surprised about. Loki's disdainful appearance made those who were still in shock look at Loki with anger. The meaning was that it wasn't that Loki was too strong, but that they were too weak. It was too much. These people seemed to have forgotten that they wanted to snatch the card, so they attacked Loki. It wasn't that Loki had taken the initiative to attack them. Now they felt that they were the ones who had been humiliated. However, although they were very angry, no one rashly took action. The tail behind Loki that was constantly swaying was formed by the shape of flames that were transformed from blue aura. It looked extremely strange. That blue aura emitted a terrifying aura that chilled people's hearts. Utter darkness. The biting cold spread throughout their bodies. Loki looked at the players in front of him. You don't plan to take the initiative to take action. Then I'll take the initiative to attack. His voice echoed. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Loki. Too arrogant. He actually dared to say that he would take the initiative to take action. Did he really think he was invincible? Even if 5 people had been resolved, there were still nearly 70 or 80 freelance players now. Although their strength was very average, they couldn't stand the large number of people. Didn't they see that even V5 hadn't rashly taken action in this situation? They were the strongest, but they also knew that facing so many enemies at the same time would definitely not end well. You alone. What made you so arrogant? Moreover, listening to Loki's words, it seemed that he wanted to resolve all the freelance players alone. Very good, you've completely angered me, even if your strength far exceeds mine. I'm going to tear a piece of flesh off of you. One freelance player was angry. The other freelance players were obviously also angered. It was also normal. If their tempers were good, and they were willing to accept constraints, they wouldn't still be freelance players now. The angry group of freelance players looked at Loki with uncontrollable anger. It seemed that they couldn't wait to tear a piece of flesh off of Loki. Loki crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at these people with cold eyes. An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating itself. One player let out an angry roar. Even if there are more ants, they can still bite an elephant to death. Moreover, you're not an elephant, at most you're just a slightly bigger ant. Do you think there's that big a difference between you and us? Saying this, he stomped his feet fiercely, his body rushing towards Loki like a cannonball. In the air, all the aura was instantly poured into his fist, punching out a burst of intense air explosion. This movement made Loki blink his eyes slightly. Not bad, the power is all right. The other party rushed to Loki's face suddenly. Arrogant brat, my power isn't for you to evaluate, you won't. The blue tail waved lightly. The other party's right face was instantly struck. Fresh blood gushed out of his mouth. The other party's figure was knocked away in an instant, crashing into the cold lake water. This kind of power made the players who were rushing up behind him slow down a little. What fast attack! What strong power, is this kid's strength that strong? While they were shocked in their hearts, too insignificant. With this kind of power, the cultivation of Nen is completely not up to par. The ground shook intensely. Loki's figure seemed to disappear suddenly like a phantom. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. He wasn't at full speed when he took action before. In the next second, in the crowd, Loki's figure suddenly flashed out. The blue aura, like a flame, was burning, filled Loki's entire body. Loki's eyes turned white. He was now calling upon Matatabi's chakra. The chakra should now have also turned into the form of aura. The rising of the chakra made Loki's hair shoot up into the sky. The blessing of the tailed beast chakra allowed Loki's body to increase all aspects of his abilities again. The Shirkan jewel fragment bloomed with a bewitching light on Loki's forehead. A purple light lit up on Loki's forehead. Two different colors of light converged together, making Loki now look evilly imposing. The terrifying killing intent that was emitted was pure to the extreme. Ken, who had always thought that Loki wasn't much different from him, was now completely stunned in place, staring at Loki without moving. This kid's power far exceeds mine. Even top-notch ability users are probably not his opponents. Feeling the powerful aura that was spreading out from Loki's body, the invisible fluctuations swept out one after another. The ghostly figure flickered. Each time it appeared, it would definitely be accompanied by bloodshed. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 357, HHES, chapter 357. 1,400 words. The players who had taken action now understood. Loki wasn't someone they could suppress with numbers. He was an uncontrollable beast. A murderous beast. Fresh blood bloomed in the air like lotus flowers. The players in the rear, looking at the bodies falling one after another in front, their brains went blank. The players in the rear began to turn around and flee. However, the people in front had already died 6 or 7 people in one encounter. In the next second, Loki's figure flashed again. The necks of the 7 or 8 people closest to him instantly had a scarlet blood stain. The pungent smell of blood spread out in the air. Loki grabbed one person's throat, twisting it off casually. Turning his head, looking at the fleeing crowd of players, the blue aura suddenly surged, instantly spreading to Loki's whole body. As the aura, like blue flames, burned and enveloped Loki's whole body, a huge cat demon covered in blue flames appeared. Had completely transformed into a tailed beast. Opening his huge mouth, was gathering. The 2 tails, Matatabi, mastered fire release. A huge fireball appeared in Loki's mouth, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast. The red light illuminated the entire lake bottom space. A player who was planning to escape knelt on the ground. That attack, that kid actually has such terrifying power. Emitting scorching high temperatures. The firelight filled the entire lake bottom space. Loki, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, launched the flames in his mouth with a bang, blasting towards the group of players who were fleeing for their lives. The huge fireball flashed in the air, sweeping over with a terrifying momentum. The group of players who were firmly locked on suddenly felt a scorching heatwave sweeping over their backs. They couldn't help but turn their heads at the huge flames attacking in the air, rapidly magnifying in their eyes. He can actually use fire too. Everyone knew that fire was the Nen ability possessed by Loki, the legendary figure who created this game. But this kid in front of them could actually use fire too. Before the attacked players could figure out why, the flames suddenly exploded, instantly swallowing dozens of players who didn't have time to dodge. The hissing sound of flesh and blood being scorched appeared as they were burned by the flames. The players' screams echoed one after another. A huge field of purgatory appeared on the ground. On a large piece of land that had been eroded by the flames, one could see, from the burning flames, one figure after another that had been burned beyond recognition. These players all fell to the ground, having long lost their lives. One strike resolved dozens of Nen ability users. This power made the hearts of everyone present jolt. Ken and his team members moved their gazes from the ground that had been scorched by the flames to Loki. The huge cat demon that was burning with blue flames, Loki in this form, was bursting with an endless evil aura, filled with endless slaughter and destruction, making people couldn't help but shiver. Just one strike resolved so many people. Ken swallowed his saliva. We must never provoke this guy easily. His team members heard Ken's words and nodded firmly. To be able to kill so many Nen ability users with one strike, if they were to provoke Loki, it would be actively courting death. No one had expected that such power was actually hidden under Loki's seemingly not-so-powerful body. The freelance players who were lucky enough not to be affected sat down on the ground, looking at the flames in front of them with a terrified look, and then looking at Loki, who was staring at them in the distance. These guys actually cried. One by one, tears and snot were flowing horizontally. They no longer had the arrogant appearance they had before. They were very embarrassed. We were wrong. Lord, please let us go. Don't kill me, I won't dare to do it again. As Loki's gaze stared at them, similar pleas for mercy were heard. Loki, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, had originally planned to take action. But for opponents like this who had completely lost their fighting spirit, Loki felt bored. He didn't even have the desire to take action. His figure gradually returned to its original state. Loki looked at these people with cold eyes. This one word made these freelance players leave the lake bottom space at the fastest speed of their lives, rushing towards the dark tunnel without turning their heads. Whatever monsters were in the tunnel were 100 times better than staying here and looking at Loki, this monster. The freelance players disappeared in the blink of an eye. What was left were only the Nen ability user squads that were formed by various forces. Loki's gaze swept over them one by one. Want to try? Hearing Loki's question, these people's eyes suddenly shrank. The strike just now and the terrifying killing intent that was emitted by Loki in that strange form were still vivid in their minds. If they were to take action against Loki at this time, even if these people were a little stronger than ordinary players, they wouldn't be Loki's opponents. Moreover, the shock brought by the strike just now was too strong. Loki alone had resolved half of the players who had participated in strategies this prop card. How could they try? These people couldn't help but take a step back, revealing ugly smiles on their faces. We won't be like those ordinary players, we definitely don't have any thoughts about the prop card that you rated. Yes, yes, yes. How could we be like that group of ordinary players? Whoever rated the prop card, of course, it belongs to them. Loki, please go ahead. Looking at these people's ugly smiles, Loki felt even more bored. However, he had no use for the prop card either. In short, the first player to make it look like a card collection book would trigger the event to obtain the second Dragon Ball. Loki's body didn't belong to a player, so he naturally didn't have a card collection book. If he kept the prop card on his body, it would soon turn into a prop. Loki glanced at Hanzo. The bald Hanzo was stunned for a moment, pointing at himself. Are you calling me? Who else is bald here besides you? If it was anyone else calling him Baldy, Hanzo would have made them look good. But if Loki called him that, Hanzo didn't have any intention of dealing with him at all. What do you want? Before he could finish his words, Loki raised his hand, throwing the prop card to him. Hanzo, who caught the prop card, was stunned for a moment. I'm not interested in the card, you discovered this event, so I'll give you the card. After saying this, Loki turned around, preparing to leave. The sudden surprise made Hanzo not know whether to be happy or worried. He was happy that being able to get this prop card was definitely a great thing. There were so many people here, they didn't dare to take action against Loki, but it didn't mean they didn't dare to take action against him. Thinking of this, Hanzo had a flash of inspiration. Mister, please wait a moment, you seem to be called Loki, right? Thank you so much. As a reward, please let me do something for you to repay you. Saying this, Hanzo pulled Pakal, following Loki, preparing to leave. The people in his squad watched with itchy teeth. Originally, with the prop card in Hanzo's hands, they had rekindled their hope. But they hadn't expected Hanzo to react so quickly, directly following Loki. With Loki around, who would dare to take action? If they angered Loki, they wouldn't be a match for him at all. The players from the other squads looked at each other. What do we do? Follow him. Follow him to court death. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 358, HHES, chapter 358 15-16 words. Then what do we do? Are we just going to let that Baldy get this prop card so easily? Ken looked at the players from the other squads. Don't worry, let's try this prop card again. There should be a lot of S-rank prop cards. As for that card being in the hands of that guy called Hanzo, as long as we know his name, we can make him spit it out at any time. Loki left, Hanzo and Pakal followed him shamelessly. After Loki and Hanzo and Pakal left, Wing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing his master call him, Zushi looked up at Wing. You have to work hard, although you're very talented in the cultivation of aura, there are too many more monstrous existences than you. If you don't work hard, you'll be left behind very far. Although they were words of comfort and encouragement, Zushi felt that he was a bit unworthy of the word genius. Looking at the flames in the distance that hadn't been extinguished, Zushi looked at Wing. Master, why can Mr. Loki also use fire? Does he have some relationship with the chairman? Hearing this, Wing shook his head. It's normal for non-ability users' abilities to have similar aspects, and judging from the ability that Loki used, he's obviously also a transformation-type ability user. His fire isn't used directly, but it's used after being transformed into another form. Wing thought for a while. Perhaps he has a unique expectation for aura, causing the aura to change, allowing him to transform it into some legendary or non-existent creature. And this creature happens to be able to control fire, so although he can also use fire, there's still an essential difference between him and the chairman. With this explanation, Zushi nodded, understanding roughly. Then Master, is it possible for me to develop an ability like the chairman's? Wing looked at him. Zushi, when did you start liking to fantasize? Zushi hadn't expected that Wing would directly deny his idea. Whether it's Chairman Loki, or that person called Loki, the process of them developing such terrifying abilities must have been very difficult. According to your aptitude, Zushi, if you want to do the same thing as them, 10 years. If you work hard for 10 years, it might be possible. Wing said very seriously. But he didn't know how big a blow these words of his were to Zushi. He needed 10 years to develop an ability. And the others only looked a few years older than him. In other words, his aptitude was completely ordinary to the extreme compared to others. Zushi's mood was a bit low. Wing smiled. Everyone has a path that suits them, Zushi, didn't you want to try to challenge the challenge that the chairman left behind? Now that the prop card had been obtained by Loki, Although it was ultimately handed over to Hanzo, there was no danger for Zushi to challenge now. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Few people pay attention to the birds that take off later. Hearing the challenge that Loki had left behind, Zushi cheered up again. Master, then I'll go try. Looking at Zushi walking towards the spring, Wing smiled wryly helplessly. Although that's what he said, the level of talent also largely determined the height that a non-ability user could reach. Zushi, this genius kid, was too ordinary compared to the chairman and the Loki who had already left. Wing looked at the colorful water patterns shining above. Why do I keep meeting monstrous guys? While Wing was sighing, Zushi's challenge failed. Without a doubt, Loki's Nunchak wasn't something that Zushi could resist. Especially when he fully activated his aura. Just taking one step, Zushi was instantly knocked back. In the crowd, the strange person who had spoken to Loki outside the lake also left. Passing through the long tunnel, he came outside. His strength is powerful, his aura is full of evil, and his goal isn't to clear the game, he meets the boss's requirements very well. That kid called Loki, I believe the boss will be very satisfied. Saying this, he summoned the card collection book. Use magnetism, target Mori. The aura shocked him, instantly being supported, looking into the sky, flying towards the player called Mori. After Loki left, the players who remained in the lake bottom world tried the prop again. However, they still couldn't get close to the spring in the end. Although Loki said that this was just a C-rank prop card, only one player possessed the C-rank prop card now. That was Hanzo. And did this prop card have the effect of allowing ordinary people to awaken non abilities? Many people wanted to know. After the players left, detailed accounts of this process quickly spread on Greed Island. However, Loki wasn't the most eye-catching. The one that people cared about the most was Hanzo. Because he held the only prop card in the entire game. Almost everyone was stared Hanzo. Wanting to snatch that card from Hanzo's hands. Receiving Cheadle's order, Kurapika and the others, who had entered Greed Island to capture Beyond and investigate the truth, had also successfully gathered together. In the town at the starting point, Leo Rio, who had just entered the game not long ago, pushed open the door of the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he saw Kurapika sitting in the corner, studying something while holding the card collection book. And around Kurapika were all the celebrities of the Hunter Association. Almost half of the Zodiacs had gathered. Mizaestum, Crazily, and Botobai were all experienced and powerful members of the Zodiacs. And Kurapika, Nobunaga, and Leo Rio himself were considered newly joined members of the Zodiacs. Morel, who had once participated in the Chimera and subjugation, and was a meritorious person. Leo Rio thought that this kind of lineup was a bit of an overreaction just to deal with one person. You're Leo Rio, right? You're still in the observation period, and you're actually the last one to arrive. Crazily didn't quite agree with Leo Rio, although he was the person recommended by Botobai. He always felt that Leo Rio and Kurapika had become members of the Zodiacs by chance because they knew the chairman. Leo Rio frowned when he heard Crazily's words. Leo Rio, sit down. Kurapika closed the card collection book, glancing at Leo Rio. For Kurapika's sake, Leo Rio skimmed his mouth lightly, sitting down. Crazily looked at Leo Rio, who seemed unconvinced and continued to provoke him. Unconvinced, newbie. Just as Leo Rio couldn't help but want to stand up, Kurapika held him down with one hand. At the same time, he stood up, looking at Crazily. If you still want to complete the mission, we'd better directly skip some meaningless words. Hearing Kurapika say this, Crazily looked at him unhappily. What mission are you talking about? We don't have a plan now, we don't have the target's whereabouts, where should we start? Kurapika answered him without hesitation. Hearing these words, Mizaestum and Botobai were somewhat surprised. A mere newbie, haha. Crazily said sarcastically to Kurapika. However, Kurapika didn't plan to argue with Crazily. Open your card collection books. Kurapika said coldly. The others looked at each other. However, Kurapika summoned his own card collection book first. According to Mr. Morel's words, major events in the game will only be displayed in the notification bar at the bottom of the card collection book. Saying this, Kurapika turned his card collection book over, facing everyone. There's a message here. There's only one sentence on it. Congratulations to the player for successfully obtaining the prop card Spring of Life. However, Mr. Morel told me that it seems that a group of players recently went to study a magical prop. Kurapika paused. And the effect of this prop seems to be able to help ordinary people awaken an abilities. So in the game, it's considered a relatively noteworthy event recently. Crazily called a stop to Kurapika. You said that the prop that can help ordinary people awaken an abilities is a gimmick. Is there anything worth caring about in this kind of thing in the game? However, after Crazily finished speaking, Kurapika looked at him disdainfully. Do you understand him? This sentence made Crazily somewhat puzzled. But he felt even more that Kurapika was showing off his relationship with Loki. I heard from Cheadle that you're friends with Chairman Loki, so what? Do you understand the chairman because of that? Although he still had many dissatisfactions with Loki, Crazily also admitted that Loki's strength was very strong. The whole person was completely an unsolvable mystery. Of course I understand Loki, Kurapika said with certainty. You just said that the prop card that helps ordinary people awaken an abilities is a gimmick. I think it's real instead. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 359, HHES, chapter 359 1608 words, things that you think are impossible can't be absolutely denied when it comes to Loki. Morel looked at the two of them. What does the prop card that helps ordinary people awaken an abilities have to do with our goal? This question was the key point. Nov, Botobai and the others, who hadn't spoken, all nodded. Kurapika smiled. Of course it's related. There are so many props in the game, but how many special props like this are there? So this prop should at least be related to the next Dragon Ball. The next Dragon Ball. Crazily smiled. Newbie, I have to remind you that our goal isn't conquering the game. Please let me finish. Kurapika interrupted Crazily's statement. Turning his head, he continued speaking to the others. Beyond's goal in entering the game is to go for the clear reward, so for him, the important prop cards and the Dragon Balls are his most important goals. Now that Beyond has obtained a Dragon Ball, then no matter what, if we get that Dragon Ball first, we can easily lure him to take the bait. Saying this, Kurapika pointed to the announcement on the card collection book. This prop card is definitely a very important link in conquering the Dragon Ball, so now that we can't find Beyond's whereabouts, we just need to get what he wants, and he'll come to us on his own soon. After hearing Kurapika's words, Botobai and Mizaistum couldn't help but nod. The entire island area was too large, and they couldn't look for Beyond ostentatiously. The difficulty of finding him in the vast sea of players wasn't ordinary. So instead of wasting their energy looking for the target, it was better to think of a way to make the target take the initiative to come to them. And all they needed to do was to get one of the 7 Dragon Balls. Conquering the game prop, although it also had difficulty, it seemed easier than looking for Beyond. With the Zodiac's strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to obtain even an S-rank prop card. Morel nodded. You analyzed it very reasonably. The prop card that helps ordinary people awaken an abilities should indeed be a very important card. Saying this, Morel took out the communication magic card, and after using it, contacted Knuckle and the others. Knuckle, do you know about that event that's been going around recently? Knuckle's voice came from the card collection book. Of course I know, Master. Who obtained that card? A player called Hanzo. Hearing the name Hanzo, Kurapika and Leo Rio were stunned at the same time. Hanzo, he's a hunter, right? Kurapika snatched the card collection book, asking. Knuckle hesitated slightly when he heard the unfamiliar voice, then answered. Yes, he's a hunter. Kurapika clapped his hands. Very good. I know that guy, can you contact him? Of course, wait a moment, let me see if I've encountered him before. Saying this, Morel began to check the list in his card collection book. While the subjugation team was carrying out their next action, on the other end of the island, Beyond was sitting cross-legged on a large stone, smiling. There's really such an interesting guy. Yes, boss. Do you want to meet him? Beyond suddenly opened his eyes. Of course. The reason why Beyond wanted to recruit troops was to prepare for clearing the game. This was a rare good opportunity. Greed Island had gathered so many Nen ability users, taking this opportunity to gather a group of experts. After clearing the game, he would get what he wanted, then with the help of a group of Nen ability users with good strength. Beyond would definitely be able to conquer the unknown dark continent smoothly. This idea was Beyond's initial thought. However, now he had some new changes. Boss, do we need to go look for that person called Hanzo? The card in his hand is currently the only card in the specified pocket. Hearing this, Beyond smiled. There's no need for now, find more people for me now. Beyond stood up from the stone. A new era will be opened by me, Beyond. Beyond's subordinates, looking at Beyond in this state, although they didn't understand what Beyond was saying, finding more powerful people to join them was also a good thing for them. These people nodded respectfully to Beyond, then turned around, leaving. Let's go. Pakal pulled Ponzu, saying to Tonpa and Luke. They turned around and ran away quickly. The trial players around hadn't reacted yet, and the four of them had disappeared. The trial area wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, it would be difficult to find them. All the trial players looked at each other. In this game, there's a method that can allow ordinary people to awaken Nen. There's actually such a magical prop. This trial player knelt on the ground suddenly. The chairman of the Hunter Association is indeed a person full of miracles, he can even create something like this. Looking at his excited appearance, the other trial players also revealed smiles. As long as this kind of game prop existed, then for them, they just needed to pay a certain amount of wealth to exchange it with formal players. Then they would be able to get this kind of card. This was simply too easy compared to them trying to find a way to pass the trial in the island in darkness. The chairman of the Hunter Association is simply our god. These ordinary people who had come to Greed Island had strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rashly participated in the game of Nen ability users. However, because of their respective reasons, they clearly knew the existence of Nen, but they couldn't use Nen. This was a pain that had troubled them for many years. Now this pain had been relieved by a prop card. The hope of learning Nen abilities had appeared. Even if they were ordinary people, even if they didn't have talent, as long as they got that magical card, they would be able to awaken Nen abilities. These trial players, after being delighted, frantically wanted to get all the information about the card that helped Ponzu awaken Nen abilities. Soon, all the players in the trial area returned to the real world. Compared to the closed trial area, it was easier for them to obtain information by going to the outside world. Some people also wanted to contact the players inside through the outside world, asking them to help investigate the matter of that card. The news spread quickly. Like last time, this news was like a huge bomb, making all the underground intelligence points in the world crowded with people. There were many powerful guys in the world, but there were few Nen ability users. Among 100 people walking in the underground world, perhaps only one was a Nen ability user. Then the remaining 99 people could only helplessly accept the things that the Nen ability users had left over. If they wanted to cultivate Nen, they needed enough aptitude, a good teacher, and even if they gave enough money, there wasn't necessarily anyone who was willing to accept this kind of teaching and cultivation task. For most ambitious people, this was a matter of luck. Now hope had appeared. The previous clear reward had attracted a small number of ordinary people, mostly non-ability users. But now it was attracting more ordinary people. The invitation cards, which were already difficult to obtain before, had now become even rarer. The information about that card, the prop card Spring of Life, was also quickly found. On the black market, a Spring of Life card had already been copied to more than 50 billion jenny, and this amount was still constantly increasing. Inside the game. Masha Dora, this was where the department store in the game was. Here, you could buy some prop cards and magic cards. Loki was sitting at the entrance of the store, listening to the players coming and going, talking. Have you heard? That Spring of Life card has already been sold for 50 billion jenny outside. Damn it, where can I get that card? I didn't enter the game to conquer the game, I just wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Now the opportunity is right in front of us, as long as we get even one Spring of Life card, we can make a big fortune. Hearing the content of the conversation of the players passing by, Loki revealed a smile. It's finally starting, this way, Greed Island will have a steady stream of players supplementing it. However, the Spring of Life, helping ordinary people awaken non abilities, wasn't without a price. If they had enough aptitude, then the Spring of Life was a genuine card that could help players awaken non abilities. But if their aptitude was too poor, then the card would, based on the user's specific situation, help ordinary people awaken non at the cost of overdrafting their lifespan. Because this condition existed, this card was successfully created. However, Loki hadn't introduced this point in the card's description. Because even if it overdrafted their lifespan, it would only overdraft it by 10 years at most. For those with particularly poor aptitude, Loki thought that it was a completely worthwhile trade for them to gain powerful power by overdrafting 10 years of their lifespan. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 360, HHES, Chapter 360 1378 words. Loki's goal was just to have a steady stream of players enter Greed Island. And what he didn't know was that this card called Spring of Life was opening a new era. While Beyond was gathering manpower, after listening to Pariston's report, he suddenly stood up. That Spring of Life card can really help ordinary people awaken then. Pariston nodded. I'm sure of it. Ha 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 ha. Beyond laughed wildly, his eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at Pariston intently. Pariston's expression was changing uncertainly. He was obviously thinking about some major issue. But Beyond suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Pariston, you should understand what this represents, right? Pariston nodded with difficulty. This represents that in the near future, the number of non-ability users will increase explosively. Beyond directly denied Pariston's statement. He looked at the sky, laughing wildly. This is the key to opening the door to a new era. Beyond raised his finger, pointing at the sky. Humanity is about to usher in its most glorious moment. It's too wasteful to have something like this in the hands of that brat chairman. The aura on his body was spreading wildly. This powerful aura made the birds in the surrounding jungle suddenly scatter in shock. Only I can truly bring out the effect of something like this. Hearing what Beyond said, Pariston guessed in his heart. Could it be that Beyond is preparing to form a non-ability user army? However, Beyond suddenly lowered his head. Facing Pariston, who was guessing randomly, he opened his mouth, spitting out a few words. Pariston's eyes shrank instantly, looking at Beyond in shock. He hadn't expected that Beyond would want to implement such a crazy plan. Pariston hadn't expected that Beyond would actually have this kind of crazy idea. Are you serious? Pariston, you don't like this kind of future? Beyond asked in return. Pariston lowered his head, saying, I'm also looking forward to it. Now, his evaluation of Beyond was only 2 words. He had originally thought that Beyond, who had always been unwilling to give up on wanting to venture into the Dark Continent, was already very crazy. But now, hearing Beyond's new idea, Paris-Tun felt that compared to now, the previous Beyond wasn't that crazy. Then what are you going to do next? Beyond smiled. There's only one of that card now, right? It's in the hands of a player called Hanzo. That's good. Beyond clenched his fists. Find that guy, I must get this card. Although that card was just a card, there was only one card. But there was another way in the game to increase the number of cards. Apart from conquering to get it, you could also create a copy through another prop card in the game. However, there was a limitation here. That was that the copied card, although it had all the abilities of the original card, it couldn't be increased through the copy magic card again. Only the original card could be copied. Since Beyond planned to obtain the only card, it seemed that he planned to monopolize it. In this case, apart from Hanzo, who needed to be paid attention to, there was another person who needed to be paid attention to. That was the other player who had successfully obtained the prop card, but had thrown it away. The first time he had heard this name, Paris-Tun had felt that it was too much of a coincidence. The name sounded very similar to Loki. Who exactly was Loki, Paris-Tun had long wanted to see. As for that Loki, Beyond smiled. That guy obtained the prop card but didn't keep it, instead throwing it to someone else. He's a very interesting guy. If he's not willing to join us. Beyond's words had already let Paris-Tun know what he was thinking. Sometimes uniqueness was the most important thing. He looked at Beyond. I understand, I'll find that guy called Hanzo first, then look for Loki's whereabouts. I'm counting on you, Paris-Tun. After saying this, the two separated. Time passed bit by bit. And the Spring of Life prop card event gradually intensified. Ordinary people's attention to this card, the market price of 50 Jenny, made many players very excited. And the result was Hanzo was helpless. He had originally thought that he was lucky. In fact, he was indeed lucky. Having the only prop card in the game, he could use the copy magic card to create more Spring of Life cards continuously. One card was 50 billion, he could become a complete millionaire with just a few copies. However, he soon discovered that things weren't that simple. Many players knew the method to conquer the Spring of Life. And countless players had tried it. But without exception, they were all knocked dizzy by that terrifying shock. Conquering it was impossible to succeed. Although if they waited for a period of time, someone might find the correct conquer method, but when there was no way to conquer more prop cards, everyone's eyes naturally fell on Hanzo. The intelligence trading points that the players on Greed Island had formed themselves had opened the price of Hanzo's whereabouts to 5 S-rank prop cards. If they traded with money, it could reach 10 billion Jenny. This made Hanzo very scared. Hiding in a certain cave, Hanzo looked at Pakal, Ponzu, and Tonpa in front of him. Damn it, when will I be able to go out? If this continues, I feel like I might be killed at any time. Pakal wanted to try to comfort him. Don't worry, Hanzo, no one will be willing to kill you. Once you die, that prop card will also disappear. This is the only card in the game now. Although that's what you said, I'm still in danger. If I'm caught. Embracing his shiny bald head with both hands, Hanzo looked terrified and uneasy. I'll be tortured until I hand over the card, right? And in the end, I'll still be killed. You're right. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from the entrance of the cave. Hanzo shuddered, turning his head suddenly. Damn it, I was actually found. However, the person Hanzo saw when he turned his head made him stunned for a moment. You are. Suddenly remembering Kurapika's name, Hanzo breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was in the same batch as him, and they were both hunters. He shouldn't attack him. Kurapika. Hanzo breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was in the same batch as him, and they were both hunters. He shouldn't attack him. Kurapika. Hanzo breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was in the same batch as him, and they were both hunters. He shouldn't attack him. Kurapika stepped forward, introducing himself politely. I'm Kurapika, a member of the New Zodiacs. I'm here this time to ask Hanzo to help the association complete a mission. Hearing Kurapika's self-introduction, Tonpa felt uneasy. He had once scammed Kurapika. And now the other party was a member of the Hunter Association's Zodiacs. His status was too much higher than his, and his strength was definitely stronger than his. If Kurapika had any thoughts of wanting to take revenge on him, then he wouldn't have any power to resist. However, although Kurapika noticed Tonpa, he didn't have any intention of paying attention to him at all. Instead, he was briefly introducing the association's special mission. After Hanzo and the others finished listening, Pakal and Ponza looked at him. Hanzo himself frowned. Can I not accept it? Listening to you, that guy called Beyond is very strong. I don't think I'm a match for him at all. Joining this mission, I'll definitely die if I encounter him. Kurapika wasn't surprised by Hanzo's answer. Instead, Kurapika smiled. You don't seem to be very clear about your situation, Hanzo. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Kurapika. Kurapika opened his mouth. Thanks to you personally testing the effect of that card, now the entire world, as long as people who are well informed, have noticed Greed Island. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 361, HHES, Chapter 361 1508 words. Our Hunter Association's chairman has once again created a legend, and at the same time, you've become the target of everyone. Even if you don't have to face Beyond, you'll have to face the players who are tirelessly searching for your whereabouts everywhere. Inside the cave, Kurapika was analyzing Hanzo's current situation. According to the information from the Hunter Association, due to the appearance of this magical card on Greed Island, countries around the world are paying attention to Greed Island, and they're all preparing their own manpower to enter Greed Island to obtain this prop card. There are even more people in the real world who have power. I won't say much about them. Who among these people wouldn't want to master NN abilities, such a powerful force? People with money, power, and influence, they already had a high enough status. However, they could only hire strong people to protect themselves. Compared to being protected by others, no one didn't want to master this powerful force themselves. Kurapika pointed at Hanzo. You've been targeted by people all over the world. As the words fell, Hanzo sat down on the ground in despair, looking at Kurapika in horror. Damn it, I didn't expect getting this card to be a good thing at all. Looking at Hanzo, who was scared half to death, Pakal was also somewhat afraid. Actually made the whole world go crazy. Although the ordinary people at the bottom didn't know about these things, anyone with some status probably knew about the existence of Greed Island. And also knew about this card with magical power. And even more knew about Loki. This person who had created many miracles for the entire world. If the clear reward of Greed Island had only made NN ability users go crazy, then now everyone would go crazy because of it. Those who hadn't mastered NN abilities before wouldn't think that they had much of a chance to get this reward. But they saw hope. As long as they awakened NN abilities, they would also have the power to try to conquer the game. Don't be too scared, at least if you act together with us, the Hunter Association will guarantee your safety to the greatest extent. Because the influence of the card in your hand is too great. Kurapika's expression was solemn. If we're not careful, if it falls into the hands of others, it will cause huge turmoil. Ponzu was stunned for a moment. What turmoil? Kurapika turned his head, looking at her. The invitation card and the Spring of Life card, when combined, can allow anyone in the world to awaken NN abilities. Non-ability users possess a powerful force that far exceeds ordinary people. Once the number increases because of this card, the order of that world will be completely rewritten. Saying this, Kurapika stared into the darkness. A new era might be opened because of this. A new era? Tonpa was stunned. They hadn't thought of this at all. Thinking about it now, that was indeed the case. Once the number of non-ability users increased, and ordinary people could easily awaken non-abilities, then would the people who originally ruled the world be overthrown by others? What would this world ultimately become? The reason why non-ability users and ordinary people could coexist peacefully was because the number of non-ability users was small. And the number of ordinary people far exceeded the number of non-ability users. But if this situation was reversed, non-ability users ruled the world, then what would this kind of world become? The entire world, all countries, all people, would face a situation of reshuffling. A situation where interests were redivided. Might be opened because of this. Seeing that they also understood the seriousness of the matter, Kurapika smiled. Fortunately, we haven't reached that step yet. Because there are limiting conditions, even if ordinary people want to awaken non-abilities, they also need to get an invitation card, and then they need to have enough wealth to buy the Spring of Life card. Only when the two are combined can they become a non-ability user. Speaking to here, Tonpa suddenly opened his mouth. But as time passes or as the number of cards increases, the limiting conditions will become simpler and simpler, and the number of non-ability users will also slowly accelerate the increase. Kurapika nodded, raising his hand, extending 2 fingers. After the Zodiac's discussion, there are 2 very important tasks. First, capture Beyond, because he's also one of the uncertain factors. After this, Kurapika turned his head, looking at the huge building floating in the sky outside the cave. We need to find a way to see the chairman. See the chairman? The chairman is missing. Hanzo blinked his eyes, asking. Kurapika shook his head. It's not that the chairman is missing, the chairman is there. Saying this, Kurapika pointed to the huge building floating in the center of Greed Island. But if we want to see the chairman, using the difficulty of the association's mission to divide it, it should be at the SSS level, it might even reach the SS level. Why can't you Zodiacs contact the chairman either? The 3 of them were very puzzled. It was one thing if ordinary hunters couldn't contact the chairman, the Zodiacs should be able to contact the chairman very easily, right? Kurapika smiled helplessly. After the game officially started, the chairman entered a state of cultivation, completely in a state of no contact with the outside world. Saying this, Kurapika sighed. And if we want to see the chairman, there's only one way now. Find the hidden event in the game. It seems that there's a hidden event that can allow players to go to the temple, and after passing the test, they can enter the core of the temple, which is where the chairman is now. He hadn't expected that seeing the chairman would actually be so troublesome. But the 3 of them quickly understood one thing. All the game content of this Greed Island could probably only be modified by the chairman himself. And the appearance of the Spring of Life card had endangered the safety of the world. So it was necessary to have the chairman delete this card, or limit the number of cards. The Spring of Life was AC card, and Hanzo had seen the maximum number. The maximum number was 50. With such a huge number, even if only 1/5 of it could be used in a day, helping 100 ordinary people awaken non-abilities, then it would be a terrifying 3,000 people a month. Adding 3,000 non-users a month. This number, although not much compared to the ordinary people in the entire world, was not a small matter either. If they helped ordinary people awaken non to the maximum extent, 550 people a day, it would be 16,500 people a month. The appearance of so many non-ability users would definitely make the entire world a chaotic mess. Chairman Loki. They had to find a way to see him, and have him modify the game. Although Kurapika and the others had roughly imagined it, how terrifying the impact behind this card could be. They were still mistaken about one thing. The maximum number of cards was indeed 550, not bad. But it didn't mean that only 550 cards could appear in a day. But that once a card was used, it could immediately be obtained again. As long as the number didn't exceed 50. The Spring of Life card could continue to appear continuously. As long as a player mastered the real conquer method. Then while using the card on ordinary people, they could also continuously obtain this card. The only limitation was the invitation card. Compared to the Spring of Life, obtaining the invitation card was more difficult. Because the invitation card was a task that required some time to complete. But the larger the base, the more invitation cards there would be. The maximum number of invitation cards was a staggering 200. Letting 2,000 people enter the island at once. After turning all of these people into non-ability users, they would let the next batch of people enter. If they followed the most ideal state, they could carry out 4 times a day. That meant that they could let 8,000 people become non-ability users a day. This number far exceeded Kurapika and the others' calculations. However, they didn't know this yet. Now Hanzo, Tonpa, Ponzu, and Pakal had all understood the seriousness of the matter. Compared to capturing Beyond, seeing the chairman was instead a more important task. I didn't expect that one day, even seeing our own chairman would be a task that might reach SSS level difficulty. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 362. HHES, Chapter 362 1436 words. Tonpa recalled the scene of seeing Loki not long ago. The task of finding the chairman has a difficulty of SSS level. It actually feels quite normal, right? Pakal and Ponzu nodded in agreement when they heard him say this. After all, Loki was no longer an ordinary non-ability user. He could be said to be a legendary non-ability user. Wanting to see someone like that, wasn't it normal for it to be very difficult? The chairman is a legend among non-ability users. The difficulty of seeing the chairman feels quite normal, right? Ponzu said lightly. Hanzo looked at her in surprise. Although the chairman was very powerful and a very special person, but just meeting him had become an SSS level task. This was too much. Is there really no way to contact the chairman? Hanzo asked again, unwilling to give up. But Kurapika said impatiently. If we could contact the chairman, then we wouldn't need to take action at all. Would Cheadle still need the Zodiacs? Now Hanzo didn't know what to say. He seemed to have asked an idiotic question. Are you now willing to accept the association's help? Hanzo nodded. Kurapika raised his hand. Okay, summon your card collection book. What are you doing with the card collection book? Although Kurapika had said a lot of dangers, Hanzo still didn't want to hand over this card so easily. Seeing Hanzo looking like he thought he wanted to snatch the card, Kurapika rolled his eyes helplessly. I don't want your card, I just want to see if there's anything different about your card collection book. Different? Different how? If you don't take it out again, I'll beat you up. Kurapika suddenly became very fierce, scaring Hanzo. He quickly summoned his card collection book. Kurapika took Hanzo's card collection book. A gleam flashed in his eyes. As expected. Just like I thought, the announcement on your card collection book does have clues that others don't have. The 4 of them looked at each other. They had never paid attention to the announcements on the card collection book. They all gathered around Kurapika, looking at Hanzo's card collection book. Congratulations to player Hanzo for successfully obtaining card number 045, Spring of Life. Rumor has it that the Spring of Life was formed by absorbing the endless lifespan of the Millennium Dragon. Those who drink it will gain the power of a hero. What's so special about this? Isn't this just a normal introduction to the card's origin? Hanzo said dismissively. Kurapika directly took out his own card collection book, throwing it to Hanzo. Hanzo, who caught the card collection book, was stunned for a moment. Kurapika said coldly, "Look at the announcement on my card collection book." Apart from showing that a player had obtained the Spring of Life card, there was no other special information. After reading it, Hanzo still didn't understand what Kurapika wanted to express. The rest of Ponzu and the others also looked like they didn't understand at all. Millennium Dragon. Kurapika emphasized. Millennium Dragon, don't you think this information is very important? Without waiting for everyone to answer, Kurapika said directly. Perhaps the clue to the next Dragon Ball is on this Millennium Dragon. Hanzo was somewhat surprised. Tonpa and the others also looked very surprised. They hadn't thought in this direction at all. The Spring of Life might actually be related to the Dragon Ball. The importance of the Spring of Life didn't need to be said, but the Dragon Ball was even more precious. Because the Dragon Ball was related to the clear reward. And the Spring of Life was only useful to ordinary people. He hadn't expected that a card obtained by luck would actually be related to the all-important prop Dragon Ball in the game. Hanzo completely didn't know what to say. Even if he was targeted by everyone, Hanzo felt that it was worth it. As long as he could get the Dragon Ball, being targeted was a matter of time. Outside the cave, Morel and the others, who were guarding the entrance of the cave, looked at the black shadow that flashed past in the distance. Morel opened his mouth, asking Nov, "Did you see that figure just now? It flashed by, I even thought I saw it wrong." Nov nodded, answering, "Was it coming for us, or Hanzo?" Nov thought for a while. It should be Hanzo, right? After all, he's a celebrity now. Morel also didn't think that anyone would notice that they, the members of the Zodiacs, had entered the game. Turning his head, he shouted towards the cave. "Kurapika, prepare yourself, we'd better leave here quickly." Thinking that someone had discovered them, leaking their whereabouts, Morel was very cautious. But in reality, that black shadow that flashed past was Loki. Morel and the others have found Hanzo. Then I shouldn't need to take action. Seeing Morel and the others find Hanzo, Loki didn't need to think to know that Morel and the others definitely wanted to use Hanzo to lure out Beyond. Then it would be easy to handle. He didn't need to take action to test Beyond's strength. Kurapika and the others could help him test Beyond's power. He just needed to observe from the side whether Beyond could meet the system's evaluation of an SSS-level character. He would soon be able to know. "How do you know we don't have the qualification to challenge?" Hanzo didn't understand. Clearly that voice just now hadn't said any specific requirements. Why could Kurapika assert that they didn't have the qualification to challenge? "You're still a member of the Zodiacs, could it be that you're afraid of anyone in terms of strength?" Crazy's thoughts were similar to Hanzo's. He looked at Kurapika with cold eyes, seeming to be waiting for Kurapika's answer. Kurapika's expression was gloomy, seeming very annoyed. The so-called qualification to challenge is actually easy to understand if you think from the position of the game's creator. He raised his head, looking at everyone. If you were making this game, and you couldn't personally confirm the player's strength, then what method would you use to determine the player's strength? This question was thrown out. Everyone quickly understood. Even Crazily had to admit that Kurapika was right. However, Hanzo still looked like he didn't understand. Even Tonpa understood, looking at him looking completely uncomprehending. Tonpa explained. "If I were the game's creator, then the best way for me to judge the player's strength would be to see how many cards they had collected from the specified pocket." So the so-called qualification to challenge is actually the number of cards in the specified pocket. Tonpa, who had said it all in one breath, looked at Hanzo. He finally understood. "Now you understand, right? None of us here have collected many cards, even the person with the most cards collected is only Mr., and the number of cards in Morel's specified pocket was only about 20. This level, among the current group of players, could only be considered average. The top players had already collected more than 30 cards from the specified pocket. Some powerful guys even had about 40 cards from the specified pocket. Judging from the player tier that Morel was in, it was impossible for him to have the qualification to challenge. He had triggered the game event, but didn't have the qualification to challenge. This was his negligence. Kurapika was very remorseful. This time's action, Botobai had supported him to be the leader, even Morel, and Nov had chosen to believe him. But he hadn't expected that he would make such a major mistake in his first time leading an action. Leo Rio looked at Kurapika. It's okay, Kurapika, we can just wait for the next opportunity, and in 3 hours, other players might not even be able to find this place, even if they have the qualification to challenge, it doesn't matter. Kurapika shook his head. All the players will gather here. Leo Rio smiled helplessly, looking up at Morel and the others. Their expressions were as ugly as Kurapika's. Why do you also think that players will find this place in 3 hours? Nov adjusted his glasses, wanting to say something. However, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the sky. 5 players who had rushed up from the sky appeared on the mountain's platform. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 363, HHES, Chapter 363. 1485 words. Is this the place to challenge the Millennium Dragon? There are people here, it looks like I wasn't wrong. This player, who was muttering to himself, looked relieved. Good thing I succeeded, otherwise I would have wasted a rare S-rank card. Leo Rio was very surprised. How could they have found us so quickly? He was asking Morel, but the other party took the initiative to answer for Morel. Looks like you're a newbie. The other party smiled. Thank you for helping us trigger this large-scale game event. I'll tell you, remember this, newbie. This game has a lot of prop cards and spell cards. We were able to find this place by using a spell card. Wandering adventurer, randomly join a game event that is in progress. Saying this, he took out a black die. Of course, if you want the best effect, you need to use this prop together, the risk dice. Swish swish swish. The sound of the same thing came from the sky again. More players were coming here. This person glanced at the players who were rushing down from the sky. He turned his head, saying to Leo Rio. Anyway, that's roughly it. You'll understand after a long time. In this game, any information you want to know, anyone you want to find, in short, everything can be achieved by combining prop cards and spell cards. Leo Rio clenched his fists tightly. More and more players appeared. In less than 10 minutes, this platform, which was still considered huge, was already densely packed with players. Of course, most of these were players who held 20 specified pocket cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find this place. But as time went on, those players who weren't too strong also successfully found this place through their own methods. Players who were rushing from all directions, the number was increasing crazily. After 2 hours, there were more than 300 players standing on this platform. Every single one of them had a strong aura. These people were all elite players in this game. Unlike the last time they conquered the Spring of Life, this time, all of them were players who were quite strong to be able to find this place. Just a single sentence. A notification. Could allow hundreds of people to successfully find the mission location in 3 hours. This was obviously also the means that Loki and the others had designed in the beginning to filter players. Leo Rio asked Kurapika. Don't worry about these people, the important thing is whether we can lure out that guy beyond. Although the development of things was somewhat unexpected, it was good that there was still hope to lure out beyond. As long as they lured out beyond, nothing else was important. Don't worry about them. Leo Rio turned his head, looking at the other people on the platform. Among these people, there were dozens of players whose aura made him feel afraid. Clearly their combat abilities would definitely not be weak. And Kurapika actually said not to worry about them. If they really lured out the target person, what would happen if these powerful guys rashly intervened? Leo Rio didn't dare to imagine. Facing these dozens of Nen ability masters, although they were the Zodiacs, they might not be able to deal with them. Those few people, are they the Zodiacs? That's right, I said they looked a bit familiar. It turns out they're members of the Zodiacs, and there's more than one. Why are the Hunter Association's Zodiacs also interested in the things that their own chairman made? A player suddenly said the identities of Nov and the others, making Leo Rio feel even more pressure. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to know that he and Kurapika had also joined the Zodiacs. Yo. Is this the Zodiacs? Players who were relatively hostile to the Hunter Association were sizing up Kurapika and his group with ill intentions. Wasn't this game made by your chairman? Why are you Zodiacs also interested in this game? Kurapika and the others didn't want to pay attention to this sarcastic guy. However, he was relentless, taking the initiative to walk over, saying, "Could it be that your chairman is going to give you some backdoor, letting you get the clear reward?" Morel and the others stared at him. However, facing the Zodiac's cold gazes, he wasn't afraid at all. And the people standing behind him were also very strong. 7 or 8 people. All of them were wearing black robes. The killing intent that was emitted from their bodies undoubtedly indicated that these people were all experts. Plus, it looked like they weren't a team that had temporarily formed after entering the game, proving that they had the ability to cooperate in team battles. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. Seeing that Kurapika and the others didn't reply, this person didn't continue. Instead, he coldly satirized. The Zodiacs are nothing more than this, they don't seem very strong. The Hunter Association only has that mysterious chairman worth paying attention to now. Saying this, his eyes drifted towards Kurapika and the others. The other hunters are trash. Among the players present, the number of professional hunters was very small. Apart from Kurapika and the others, there were only 3 or 5 people. And facing hundreds of non-hunter Nen ability users, if they weren't careful, they could be besieged. At this time, everyone wanted to reduce their competitors. First, expelling the hunters from this game seemed like a good choice. However, what was unexpected was that Tonpa actually walked out with a smile. On Greed Island, the chairman said that any identity is invalid, we're all players. We're already very happy that so many people like this game made by our chairman. We didn't come here with the goal of conquering the game. Tonpa opened his arms. We hunters just want to see the game made by our chairman. Saying this, Tonpa also said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Of course, apart from looking at this game, we also have to inspect the game, and then report to the chairman. This person stared at Tonpa, biting his teeth fiercely. Is this the purpose of the Zodiacs coming to Greed Island? If it wasn't for the Zodiacs, no one would believe this kind of thing if other hunters said it. But with the Zodiacs here, they were the people who could most easily contact the chairman of the Hunter Association. It was really possible that they were here to inspect the game. If this was the case, if these Zodiacs reported some non-existent things to the chairman, and then increased the difficulty of the game, it would undoubtedly be an extremely painful thing for them players. The other party glared fiercely at Tonpa but quietly returned to the crowd. Tonpa's performance left everyone dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that the wretched Tonpa would actually be so powerful. With just a few words, he had sent away an extremely strong guy, and made the other party not dare to refute. The momentum of the Hunter Association, which had been suppressed before, was raised again. And it had instantly been raised to the point where other people didn't dare to provoke them casually. Even Kurapika looked at Tonpa with new respect. Tonpa quietly walked to the side of a few people. Don't be so surprised, it's just pretending to have power. What's important is still our chairman. Even if he's not here in person, he can still make these players not dare to offend us in the slightest. Loki, who had long hidden in the crowd, smiled faintly. This guy Tanpa looked wretched. He actually knew how to use his power to suppress those arrogant players. But it wasn't a big deal. This was just the prelude to the grand play that was about to unfold. Time was coming soon. 3 hours. Not long, not short. This mountain platform, in the 10 minutes before the Millennium Dragon event was about to begin, had already gathered no less than 500 people. The more time passed, the more players who were rushing there. Hanzo looked at the more and more players. He asked Kurapika. Why do all of these people who are coming not feel easy to deal with? Their strength is so strong. Hearing this, Morel, who was sitting, opened his mouth, explaining. It's very simple. The players who can rush here in 3 hours can be said to be top players. And what attracted these top players over was that announcement that resounded throughout the island. Saying this, Nov took over. Do you remember what happened the last time there was an announcement? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 364, HHES. Chapter 364 1388 words. Hanzo thought for a moment, clapping his hands. Dragon Ball. Are these people judging that the second Dragon Ball will appear this time based on just this? Morel, of course, just this alone can't guarantee 100% that a Dragon Ball will appear in this event, but the possibility of it appearing is enough. Nov, where Dragon Balls are concerned, even if there's only a slight possibility, the top players won't miss it. While everyone was communicating in low voices, a shocking dragon roar sounded in the sky. More than a dozen huge dragons rushed down from the sky. Diving down, then stopping in the sky above the platform. The wings of the dragon group flapped, causing a whirlwind that swirled on this platform. What's going on with these dragons? They're all game beasts and there's so many of them. Is it starting? Although they had guessed that this game event wouldn't be easily conquered, to bring out more than a dozen S-rank game monsters right at the start, and they were the most powerful dragon-type monsters among the game monster types. Dragon-type game monsters were powerful in combat themselves, and also had the ability to fly. Many dragon-type game monsters could even breathe fire, making many players suffer unspeakably. Players who could defeat dragon-type game monsters alone, and get dragon-type game monster cards were rare existences. Now there were so many appearing at once, making the players somewhat worried. However, soon, a blue light shot up from the stone block protruding from the center of the platform. The blue light gathered, forming a huge dragon soul. It swallowed a flying dragon in one gulp, killing these flying dragons one after another. The flesh and blood of the dead dragons began to fill its soul-possessed body, forming a physical body. After all the more than a dozen flying dragons were resolved, the protagonist of this event, the Millennium Dragon, was officially resurrected. Its huge size and appearance were the most terrifying among all the dragon-type game monsters that had appeared. And its size was also the largest. This is the Millennium Dragon. This difficulty is. It's not A rank, it's S rank difficulty. And it's a dragon-type game monster. The player's panic was normal. The Millennium Dragon's huge size made people feel fear instinctively. What's more, the Millennium Dragon's appearance was ugly, faintly emitting a putrid odor, making people nauseous. The combination of various factors even made some players not dare to look directly at the Millennium Dragon. The Millennium Dragon's roar resounded through the sky. This is too big. Tanpa thought that the monsters he had seen during the trial were already the most terrifying. But he hadn't expected that the Millennium Dragon's size would be even larger than the 2 types of game monsters he had seen. With such a large size, Tanpa suspected that the other party only needed 1 foot to collapse the entire platform. They wouldn't even have a place to escape. Although I was mentally prepared, this kind of size is too outrageous. Hanzo lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the Millennium Dragon at all. Not only Hanzo, even Morel on the side secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How did the chairman and the others create such a huge game monster? This was Morel's question. Because this completely broke Morel's understanding of Nen. Nov also frowned. To create such a huge game monster, the amount of Nen needed could probably be gathered into a huge lake. Just thinking about that kind of scene, releasing the Nen, filling the entire lake. What a spectacular scene that would be. The Millennium Dragon in front of them was just a change that had occurred after the Nen was gathered, changing its appearance. In essence, it wasn't a real creature, it was still a pile of Nen. Mizaistum, who was wearing a black and white patterned hat, twitched his eyelids quickly. How did Jing and the chairman do it? Why can they create things that completely violate the way Nen is used? The players looked at the huge Millennium Dragon. The shock in their hearts was completely expressed on their faces. One by one, they looked at the Millennium Dragon with a dumbfounded, ghostly look. No one would have thought that the so-called Millennium Dragon would be so huge. What were they going to use to fight that body that was as huge as a several hundred-story building? If they rushed up to attack, they probably wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the Millennium Dragon. These players were the first tier in the game. Whether it was the number of cards in their hands, or their exploration of the entire game, they definitely far exceeded the second tier of players. They thought that they were already familiar with everything in the game. It was impossible for anything to appear that would surprise them. But now the appearance of the Millennium Dragon made these people recall again. Recall the scene when they first entered Greed Island. Being scared by all kinds of strange game monsters. Hunter Chairman Loki. How perverted is he to create this kind of monster? How much aura does it need? No one answered this question. This is just an S-rank difficulty monster card. There must be SS-rank difficulty cards. Thinking this way, even the Millennium Dragon was this terrifying. Then what about the SS rank cards? A group of players didn't dare to have any movements now. The momentum they had before of definitely wanting to defeat the Millennium Dragon and get the card disappeared. A cold wind blew past. The players on the entire platform all seemed somewhat sluggish. However, the Millennium Dragon wouldn't be polite to the players. Its dragon claw waved fiercely, slamming down hard on the players on the platform. All the players' sweat instantly poured out of their foreheads. This speed is too fast. Can we really deal with this kind of game monster? The players looked around for places to hide. But it was too late. The dragon claw fell. A fierce impact sound rang out. The platform was shaking. Even the entire mountain began to shake. The players pushed each other. Almost half of the players didn't have time to avoid it. One strike eliminated half of the players. When the Millennium Dragon raised its dragon claw, the players who had escaped unharmed looked at the people who had been hit, falling in pieces. They all gasped sharply. Just one strike. How can we possibly beat this kind of monster? The players who had been hit, although injured, hadn't died. But they had almost lost their combat power, lying on the ground, dying. They could only struggle to wriggle, wanting to escape. He hadn't expected that one strike would injure so many people. The players were somewhat retreating. How were they going to conquer it? That huge body, were they going to jump up and hit its knees? And the other party had wings, it could fly. Who among them could fly? It felt like if this kind of attack came a few more times, they would all die here. I don't want to die. A player had drops of cold sweat flowing down his face. He wanted to summon the card collection book, using a spell card to leave. However, after he shouted the spell, the card collection book didn't appear. Damn it, what's going on? Why can't I summon the card collection book? Mine too. Could it be that because the game event has started, this area has been sealed off? Hearing this, the players panicked even more. The area had been sealed off, so they couldn't escape now. Instantly, the player group became even more chaotic. The members of the Zodiacs were at the edge of the platform, not needing to move at all. The first wave of attacks hadn't affected them. However, the situation wasn't good either. Tonpa was squatting on the ground, holding his head. Too scary, how can anyone beat this kind of monster? Are we going to die here? Ponzu also grabbed the corner of Pakkal's clothes, asking. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 365, HHES. Chapter 365 1393 words. Pakkal bit his lip with difficulty. If I had known, we wouldn't have forced our way here. It was useless to regret it now. The game event had started, this area had been sealed off. Escaping seemed unlikely. It was easy to get up but difficult to get down. Especially without the help of spell cards. Wanting to climb down the mountain from the platform, they would also have to endure the violent tremors caused by the Millennium Dragon's attacks from time to time. It could be said that those who wanted to climb down the mountain had a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. The outcome was no better than facing the Millennium Dragon. Everyone, rather than sitting here and waiting for death, let's fight it. A player who had gone crazy took out his weapon, rushing towards the Millennium Dragon like a madman. Suddenly jumping up. The Millennium Dragon waved its wings, the violent storm blowing him back. He crashed heavily on the ground. A mouthful of black blood spurted from his mouth. This scene made the others feel even more despair. It's impossible to defeat this kind of game monster. A game monster that surpassed all previous knowledge. Its strength seemed to be the strongest existence so far. The Millennium Dragon. Its power made the players feel despair. Could they defeat it with a desperate fight? It was probably impossible. Just a light wave of its wings, and a top player was instantly seriously injured. Was there any room for resistance? The players' hearts were filled with despair. This kind of game monster is simply not something we can defeat. Saying this, some players looked towards Tonpa. Hey, aren't you Zodiacs here to inspect the game? Isn't this a bug? Why don't you quickly notify your chairman? Are you going to let us wait here to die? As one player roared crazily, the other players also looked towards the location where the Zodiacs were. The players' gazes were becoming more and more sinister. Tonpa, who was already very frightened, didn't know what to say now. Especially looking at the extremely unkind gazes of the people around him, Tonpa's limbs went weak. Being forced by a group of players, Mizaistum, and the others' expressions were quite bad. They contacted the chairman. If they could contact the chairman, would they still need to come to Greed Island? But they couldn't tell the others that they couldn't contact the chairman now either. Otherwise, they would definitely be used by the players who had been scared out of their wits to vent their anger. Being besieged by so many people wasn't a joke. Even if their strength was strong, 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. Not everyone had the combat power to take on 100 or 1,000 people. Plus, there was a super big trouble on the side, the existence of the Millennium Dragon. The situation could be said to be extremely bad. Loki, wearing a black robe and a hood, looked at the Zodiacs. Even you haven't discovered it yet? Loki sighed with some disappointment. The Millennium Dragon's next wave of attacks was coming. It opened its huge mouth, frantically absorbing the surrounding air into the sky. The airflow gathered in its mouth. No matter how you looked at it, this sign was the rhythm of unleashing a big move. A red light appeared in the Millennium Dragon's mouth. The light was becoming stronger and stronger. Not good, it's going to launch Dragon's Breath. With this degree of light, once it unleashes this move, the entire platform will probably be shrouded in flames. Think of a way quickly. These top players were also panicking. They were also starting to feel fear. Few people could remain calm in this kind of situation. And in the restless crowd of players, Loki was silent in the corner, maintaining absolute silence, and minimizing his presence as much as possible. On the other side, there was also a group of people, they were also maintaining their composure. Looking out of place with the panicked players around them. However, apart from Loki and this group of strange guys, even Mizaistum, crazily, Botobai, and the others were starting to panic somewhat. To put it bluntly, the flames that all the dragon-type game monsters in the game breathed out were Loki's power. It was their own chairman who had given these game monsters the power to use fire. No one present didn't know about the things that Loki had done. Every single one of them was a major event that made people feel extremely shocked. And Loki's ability, fire, had also long been known to all non-ability users. This ability was an extremely terrifying ability developed by the current chairman Loki. Its power was so great that it could easily destroy a building, let alone eliminate these hundreds of people. Crazily clenched his fists several times, then released them. He wanted to try to take action. But every time he saw the Millennium Dragon's huge size, he felt that he didn't know where to start. Even wanting to get close had become very difficult. What do we do? Are we going to have our mission fail because of a game monster? If that really happened, crazily, and the others felt that they would never be able to hold their heads up in the Hunter Association. Just thinking about it, the dignified Zodiacs had dispatched nearly half of their members to carry out a mission, but they hadn't even seen the mission target. And they were solved by a game monster designed by their own chairman. This was too ridiculous. There's no way, we can only try. Botobai stood out, saying, he looked at the Millennium Dragon above. This is a game monster designed by Chairman Loki, although its power is very strong, it's not Chairman Loki, there must be a way to defeat it. Botobai was thinking in his heart. Suddenly, Kurapika walked out. Everyone looked at him. Even the players around who had given up struggling all turned their heads silently. Kurapika smiled. Loki would never design a game monster that players can't defeat. But with this kind of size, this kind of power, we can't stop it at all. Some players retorted Kurapika's statement. But Kurapika continued to answer. Who told you to stop its attack? Raising his head, Kurapika looked at the Millennium Dragon. That huge size of it is completely fake. Didn't you see it just now solve half of our people with one strike? Who are you, talking so boastfully, the monster's attack is about to fall, instead of talking nonsense at this time, you should think about how to die comfortably. The stubborn voice didn't interrupt Kurapika. We're all non-ability users, so everyone also understands that if you want to create such a huge game monster, relying solely on Nen, what a huge amount would that require? So, this Millennium Dragon only has a fake shell. Kurapika raised his finger, pointing at the Millennium Dragon. If it's just using aura to transform into this kind of form, coupled with the conditions of restriction and oath, it's not impossible to create a giant dragon this big. Hearing this, everyone was silently thinking about the possibility that Kurapika was talking about in their minds. That's right. In that case, it would be much easier to create such a huge game monster. Could it be that this dragon really only has a shell, and it's actually not that big? In the crowd, you guessed right. Although he had Nanika, Jing, and his own terrifying amount of aura when he remade this game, it was impossible to casually create such a huge game monster. So the Millennium Dragon really only had a shell. The inside was empty. The hint had appeared from the beginning. The dragon's soul was the Millennium Dragon's original appearance. The shell was just the appearance that it had transformed into after eating more than a dozen other dragons. This kind of clue should be considered very obvious. However, just guessing this point wasn't enough. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit Patreon. com/bars 45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 366, HHES, Chapter 366. 1190 for words. Loki looked at Kurapika. It's not enough to see through the essence. Have you guessed the way to defeat the Millennium Dragon, Kurapika? Loki's appearance of treating flames as nothing gave people a feeling of being incredibly powerful and mysterious. However, time didn't allow them to think for too long. The Millennium Dragon's next wave of attacks was coming. Because of Loki's disruption, Kurapika was somewhat doubtful whether his guess was correct. If his guess was wrong, then the previous reasoning would have to be overturned and restarted. Mizaistum looked at Kurapika's tightly furrowed brows. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Kurapika shook his head. No, it's just that I don't know if my guess is correct. If I guess wrong, then it might be very dangerous to deal with the Millennium Dragon. The calls from the others didn't bring Kurapika back to his senses. He was still thinking. Suddenly, Leo Rio grabbed Kurapika's shoulders, shaking him. Kurapika. Stop thinking, first prepare to dodge this attack. Hearing this, Kurapika looked up, the Millennium Dragon's dragon claw sweeping over. The fierce wind that was stirred up was coming straight at them. It was very violent. The whistling sound of the wind rustled. There was no time left. Retreat quickly. Kurapika pulled Leo Rio, quickly retreating backwards. At this time, the screams of the players who had been hit earlier had already sounded. This strike was estimated to lose dozens more players. Kurapika's eyes narrowed slightly, looking in Loki's direction. Loki remained in place, raising his hand, facing the direction that the dragon claw was slapping over, seeming to intend to block it head-on. He's still not planning to dodge. In the next second, a violent tremor sounded. The huge dragon claw, like a large truck, was stalked by Loki's slender arm, as if it were nothing. The storm that erupted was very strong. But Loki stood in place without moving. The wind blew the black robe on his body. The players behind Loki looked at Loki in disbelief. He can block this kind of attack. Didn't they say it was impossible to block it, you could only dodge it? What kind of monster is this guy? At this time, Loki just pushed hard. The Millennium Dragon's dragon claw was instantly pushed open. It let out an angry dragon roar, opening its bloody mouth, wanting to tear towards Loki. However, at this instant, a black shadow suddenly scurried out of the crowd. Good opportunity. Only this black shadow was heard saying lightly. However, he rushed straight towards the Millennium Dragon. Under the gaze of all the players, this person waved his fist in the air. Nun was instantly released, gathering on his hand. The violent Nun surged, instantly shaking the surrounding airflow. As if being pulled by an invisible force, it crazily gathered towards this person's fist. The airflow that was reversing from all directions made people's eyes somewhat unable to open. What a strong aura! A top player with not weak strength exclaimed. His companions were also very surprised. This degree of aura wasn't something that ordinary people could use. Wanting to train aura to this degree probably required 40 years of cultivation or more. Even they couldn't launch an attack with such intense fluctuations in an instant. Loki's eyes narrowed, looking up at this person. He actually helped him create an opportunity. Because he wanted to interrupt Kurapika's rhythm, he had instead created a good opportunity for others to hit the Millennium Dragon. Loki hadn't expected this, because he hadn't discovered that there was such a powerful guy hidden in the crowd. Just the level of this strike was probably already at the same strength as Jing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this person punched the Millennium Dragon's head hard. The fist that had gathered Nin emitted an intense air explosion. One burst after another. One punch, hitting the Millennium Dragon's head. The Millennium Dragon was hit, letting out a wail. Although this punch emitted a strong fluctuation, No one would have thought that such a punch could solve the Millennium Dragon. After all, that big body wasn't a joke. However, the fact was that under the punch, the Millennium Dragon's body faintly had signs of falling. Its body fell towards the platform. The people around were frantically running towards the edge of the platform. That huge body finally fell. The Millennium Dragon. The monster card with S-rank difficulty had actually fallen after being hit by just one punch. The players' hearts were incredibly surprised. Kurapika's gaze suddenly became sharp. As expected, I guessed right, hitting the Millennium Dragon isn't a matter of strength. The fundamental reason for one-punching the Millennium Dragon was that the player had hit the Millennium Dragon, and one attack had already reached the conditions needed to knock down the Millennium Dragon. Like the health bar in a game, the Millennium Dragon also had its own hidden health bar. As long as the attacks it endured reached a certain degree, it would be defeated even if it wasn't killed. Find the right method, dodge the Millennium Dragon's attacks, and then constantly attack the Millennium Dragon. As long as the damage reached the requirement, the Millennium Dragon would be easily knocked down. And this person who had suddenly taken action had reached the damage requirement to knock down the Millennium Dragon with just one punch. What a strong Nen ability user! Just as Kurapika was saying this, a crystal-clear bead flew out from the top of the Millennium Dragon's head, emitting a brilliant orange light. Seeing this bead for the first time, a player exclaimed in surprise. It's really a Dragon Ball, as expected. Only Dragon Balls are worth the game announcement giving all players a message. This is the second Dragon Ball, right? The players were very excited. However, the floating Dragon Ball was tightly held in the hand of that black-clothed man who had suddenly taken action. The Millennium Dragon's corpse also turned into a card in response, flying into the other party's hand. This scene made the faces of the players around become not very good. Although it wasn't them who had defeated the Millennium Dragon, they wouldn't just watch others take away all the spoils. Especially when it came to the Dragon Ball. Hey. You can take the card, but I advise you to hand over the Dragon Ball. The players, coming on fiercely, were constantly closing in. With the strength in numbers, these players weren't afraid at all. Facing the man who had killed such a terrifying game monster with one punch, they weren't afraid anymore. Perhaps because the other party was human like them. And compared to the Millennium Dragon, whose appearance and visual impact were enough to shock people, this black-clothed man in front of them wasn't that scary. Even if he was somewhat strong, the players present wouldn't be too weak. Especially after being filtered by the Millennium Dragon. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 367, HHES. Chapter 367 13-12 words. The people who were still able to stand now were all top-notch Nen ability masters. The black-clothed man, who had his back to the crowd, heard the words of the players behind him. He slowly turned around, looking at everyone, taking off the black robe on his body, casually throwing it aside. If you want to snatch the Dragon Ball from my hands, you can come and try. However, he spoke with unparalleled arrogance. But no one actually rushed up to attack him. That terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The powerful aura that surrounded everyone made people afraid to even breathe. Kurapika and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Mizaestum and the others were very surprised. When did this guy sneak in? We didn't even notice. Crazily, as expected of the bloodline of Chairman Netero, this aura is indeed shockingly strong. It seems that half of our plan has succeeded, Botobai said coldly. The target person had indeed appeared, but he had also obtained the Dragon Ball. The other party had already obtained 2 Dragon Balls. The game had only started for less than a month. and the other party had been able to obtain 2 Dragon Balls in a row. Judging from this speed, 3 months would be enough for the other party to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. I must capture this guy today. Botobai secretly made up his mind in his heart. However, before the Zodiacs could take action, a player walked out. Bearing Beyond's terrifying aura, he said coldly. What an amazing aura, but if you think you can scare us with just this, you're far from it. After saying this, he raised his hand, and Nen light suddenly emerged. Crazy Nen fluctuations swept out. This person compressed Nen, kneading it into a tiny Nen bullet. Raising his hand, the airflow instantly stirred up. Invisible fluctuations spread out. The Nen compressed Nen bullet was thrown out of his hand. The baseball-sized Nen bullet fiercely struck towards Beyond. The speed was so fast, like a flash of light. Flashing past. In Loki's view, this strike was already qualified. The speed and power were impeccable. At least his current body would be injured if it was hit. Borrowing the hands of these players, Loki could see if Beyond had the qualification to be his final mission candidate. This strike has good power, this person is a mission-type ability user, right? Kurapika's eyes also lit up. This strike was very beautiful. The Nen ability user who had launched the attack looked at his Nen bullet, which was about to hit Beyond. He revealed a smile. My ability is absolute pitch. In my country, baseball is a sport that everyone loves. My pitch speed exceeds the speed of sound, and its power is 10 times that of a rocket. If you want to take the Dragon Ball, you have to ask me if I agree first. The 2 companions behind him also revealed smiles. In their view, it was impossible for the other party to block this strike. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Wanting to occupy the Dragon Ball in front of so many people, this person was simply courting death. The flying Nen bullet, in Loki's eyes, was getting closer and closer to Beyond. Beyond, who had his arms crossed and a smile on his face, suddenly focused his gaze. Raising his hand, the baseball-sized Nen bullet was spinning rapidly in Beyond's hand. The Nen rubbed against each other, producing a harsh noise. The guy who had launched the attack instantly stared out his eyes. Blood vessels filled his eyes. He caught it directly. The 2 companions behind him were also in a panic. Although they had thought that the worst-case scenario was that the other party would dodge the attack, they hadn't expected that this person would actually stand in place, catching the strike head-on with such an unparalleled posture. They were completely clear about how powerful their companion's attack was. That was a strike that exceeded the speed of sound, and its power was 10 times that of a rocket. It could be said that both the speed and power had reached perfection impeccably. After all, their companion was a mission-type ability user. Nen was somewhat lacking in power. Relying on the advantage of speed, he had forcibly increased the attack power of Nen. Anyone who saw it would have to praise that it was already very strong to be able to do this. But the other party had actually caught it directly without dodging. However, this wasn't the end. Beyond's eyes stared at that person, filled with mockery. Is that all you've got? Nen bullet was crushed by Beyond with one hand. The tide of Nen that spread out blew on everyone's faces. The other players swallowed their saliva silently, looking at Beyond in front of them with dull eyes. The conspicuous scar on the other party's face looked even more fierce. A drop of cold sweat slid down Crazy's face. Mizaistum, who was by his side, also had a very gloomy expression. Chairman Netero's son is also a complete monster. Nov and Morel looked at each other. This kind of guy is very tricky. Directly crushing the other party's Nen bullet attack with tyrannical power. This represented that Beyond's power far exceeded the other party by an unknown amount. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to easily block the other party's attack with this kind of absolute crushing posture. This guy feels like he and Loki both belong to the perverted category of monsters. Leo Rio was already somewhat afraid of Beyond. The scene was too shocking, he hadn't encountered many decent opponents. He had never seen this kind of shocking scene before. Morel, can we beat him? Being asked this question by Leo Rio, Morel's face twitched slightly. I don't know, but we have to complete the association's mission no matter what. Leo Rio wanted to say something. Kurapika, who was by his side, directly walked out. Kurapika, what are you doing? Leo Rio asked him. He didn't turn his head back, continuing to walk slowly towards beyond. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's a fight. Kurapika glanced back at Leo Rio. His eyes were very calm as the spring rain. Leo Rio was somewhat stupid. Fight with who? That monster who had crushed the other party's attack with one hand. Looking around, that guy in the distance, whose appearance was very fierce, his strength wasn't ordinary. In this situation, you still want to take action. Even if you want to take action, you should make a plan or something. That way there would be more or less some hope. Rushing up rashly like this wasn't a battle, it was courting death. However, Kurapika clearly didn't know these thoughts in Leorio's heart. He turned his head back, walking towards beyond with big strides. Mizaistum, crazily, and the others covered their heads. This guy, he looks very calm, why is he so impulsive at critical moments? The two of them looked at Leo Rio, but Leo Rio also didn't understand. Kurapika usually wouldn't be so reckless. What reason had made Kurapika become so impulsive this time? Botobai frowned, he didn't see any fear in Kurapika's eyes. This calmness had a similar feeling to Chairman Loki. Kurapika's actions also attracted the attention of many players. After witnessing Beyond's shocking way of fighting, the other players didn't dare to take action casually. At this time, Kurapika's actions would naturally attract a lot of attention. Loki also looked at Kurapika strangely. Fighting alone? This isn't Kurapika's style. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.